Chapter 1601 Thunderous Wild Electro Cannon. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Go ahead and attack it, I think I can hold on for some time. Zhao Manyang was feeling confident again. Our attacks can at most leave a few scratches on the ruler-level creature. It doesn't matter how many times we attack it. Mio said. Attack me, then. Mo Fan said. The others turned to Mo Fan standing a distance away from them. Attack you? Are you insane? Mu Bai said. I can transform all the damage into lightning magic. The lightning magic is a lot more penetrating than the rest of the elements. We have to use the lightning element to defeat the Dark Swordmaster. Did you forget how I took out the advisor mummy? Mo Fan shot back. Do as he says. Zhao Manyang said. The rest of the team were doubtful about Mo Fan's decision, yet they still directed their spells at him. Hand of Silent Thunder. Mo Fan activated the equipment that was literally his only useful defensive item. A huge purple hand loomed over him and transformed the energy of the other elements into the lightning element. Mo Fan was like a powerful magnet, rapidly absorbing energy from all directions. Heidi, use your chaotic vortex. Mo Fan called out. Heidi was stunned for a moment, before suddenly recalling someone mentioning to her that Mo Fan had used the same move to defeat Zorro during the World College Tournament. Heidi nodded her acknowledgement, summoning a chaotic vortex between her and Mo Fan. She knew Mo Fan needed a ridiculous amount of energy, so she even enhanced the chaotic vortex with her equipment to increase its efficiency another 50%. She even stacked the chaotic vortex up with her innate talent. No one else could cast a second spell while focusing on the first spell. As Heidi stacked up the vortexes, it further increased their capacity. Lightning Tyrant. Mo Fan released his domain and unleashed all the lightning energy he had accumulated into Heidi's chaotic vortex. The lightning flickering wildly around him sprang forward as soon as the gate opened. The lightning dove into Heidi's chaotic vortex, and immediately changed color. The vortex itself suddenly turned into a stormy cloud with lightning coming out of it. Release it back at me when you can't hold it any longer. Mo Fan said. The lightning sprang back and forth between Heidi and Mo Fan like a thundering heartbeat. The lightning between them was so dense that it looked like a fierce tide of liquid electricity, glowing dark purple. Mo Fan's lightning was ridiculously strong, especially after it was enhanced by the blessing of the God Seal. Heidi's chaotic vortex soon reached its limit. There was a limit to the amount of energy that a chaotic vortex could absorb. Given the size of Heidi's chaotic vortex, it should have been able to hold the energy of between 10 to 20 advanced spells. However, Mo Fan's lightning had filled it in no time. I can't hold it any longer. Heidi exclaimed, her face pale. If she waited any further, she would no longer able to reverse the chaotic vortex. Heidi clenched her teeth and spun the chaotic vortex in the opposite direction, directing the strengthened lightning magic back at Mo Fan. A terrifying surge of lightning headed right at him. Heidi was actually quite worried about Mo Fan. The energy was insanely strong. She was afraid that the lightning would go right through him. Mo Fan's body was glowing with lightning. His sturdy flesh continued to absorb the lightning that had been strengthened by the chaotic vortex. For an instant, Mo Fan thought his body was going to explode. This time, I swear I'm going to blast you to the ground. Mo Fan endured the pain from the lightning with a wild grin. The lightning arcs were as thick as the giant eels deep in the ocean, bursting out of Mo Fan's body uncontrollably. An uneasy presence lingered in the air, as if the lightning of the Judgment Day was going to descend from the sky in any second. Thunderous Wild Electro Cannon. As he drove his arms forward, the restless lightning finally found its exit. Their surroundings fell into darkness from the brightness of the lightning. The resulting purple lightning bolt was stunning, bringing great pressure down on the others, as if they were lifting their eyes to stare right at the blazing sun. The wild lightning released by the electro cannon had insane speed and power. As the lightning bolt landed on its target, a destructive shockwave exploded, and surged outward in a ring. The Dark Sword Master lifted its sword to form a dark barrier to protect itself. However, the Dark Sword Master's defense was not impenetrable. It eventually broke into pieces, failing to withstand the strength of the lightning bolt and its destructive shockwave. The destructive energy swallowed the Dark Sword Master and its horse. The Dark Sword Master, who had been calm throughout the fight, finally sensed a power that could threaten its life. Its horse was devoured by the destructive shockwave, and was disintegrated immediately by hundreds of lightning bolts. Even the quicksilver protection covering it failed to defend it. After all, the Dark Horned Horse was not a ruler-level creature, only the Dark Sword Master was. Its mount's defense was not that impressive. The surging lightning grandly displayed its outstanding ability to penetrate its target. It drove right through the Dark Sword Master's armor and inflicted serious damage on the creature. Is he really human? Shreve stared at Mo-Fan with a blank face. They were the only words he could find after some time. It was impossible for an advanced mage to deal serious damage to a ruler-level creature, but Mo-Fan had actually done it. The Dark Sword Master's broken armor had holes all over it. Even the huge sword in its hand had holes in it now. Even Zhao Manyang did not expect Mo-Fan's attack to be so terrifying. He was indeed worthy of the nickname the Magic Cannon. Lightning continued to flicker and crackle softly around Mo-Fan. He was panting heavily, staring at the area destroyed by his lightning magic. The 4th tier Silent Deadly Bolt and the Lightning Overload is a lot stronger than the previous tiers. Mo-Fan mumbled to himself. He was still wearing the same wild grin he had before. The Electro Cannon was already an insanely destructive spell that could easily eliminate a great commander-level creature, or even a ruler-level creature in the advancing period. It was remarkably close to the damage of a super spell. On top of that, Mo-Fan had also used the Hand of Silent Thunder to absorb an insane amount of energy from other elements and direct it at the Chaotic Vortex. The Chaotic Vortex reflected the energy back after strengthening it, allowing his lightning magic to multiply several times. With the Electro Cannon as the base spell and the Lightning Overload, even a true ruler-level creature like the Dark Sword Master struggled against the destructive energy Mo-Fan had released in the end. Awesome! If he had a Chaos Mage with him and Zhao Manyang standing in front of him like a tortoise shell, he would have no trouble blasting a ruler-level creature or a super mage into pieces, as long as he had time to prepare his attack. I've destroyed its armor. Don't just stand there. Keep it up, a ruler-level creature won't die so easily. Mo-Fan shouted out when he saw the others still gaping in astonishment after witnessing his spell. The rest of the team was jolted to their senses. They quickly cast a series of advanced spells at the Dark Sword Master that was now lying on the ground. Their advanced spells were effective now that the Dark Sword Master's armor was broken, especially spells of the light element, which was naturally deadly against darkness creatures. Mo-Fan had gotten rid of the Dark Sword Master's defense, so as the plummeting rays poured down on it, every ray of light inflicted enormous pain on the creature. The thing inside the Dark Sword Master's armor was most likely undead. They could simply treat it as a mummy wearing armor granted to it by the Dark Contract. Without the protection of the armor, the mummy was no longer a threat. Zhao Manyang and Mio's were both light mags, but Zhao Manyang's light magic was stronger. He also had a powerful Death Strike item for light magic, a spear resembling a shining wing. He charged boldly at the Dark Sword Master while the hug of the sacred bear still persisted. The light spear thrust forward continuously with a blossoming light, leaving a bunch of holes in the Dark Sword Master's chest. The wounds were burning from the light, forcing the Dark Sword Master to retreat for its life. The others had even more chances to attack as the ruler-level creature backed away. Mo-Fan was as strong as an ox. He had already recovered despite the pain from the previous attack. Lightning was not the only element he could rely on. Since the Dark Sword Master was vulnerable after it was injured by the lightning and light magic, the gap between him and the Dark Sword Master was no longer as huge as before, and he could fight it again while being possessed by Little Flame Bell. Mo-Fan was not afraid of fighting in close combat when he was possessed by Little Flame Bell. Rocket wings! Burning feathers emerged from Mo-Fan's back, the scorching wings turning into powerful propellants. The flames engulfed Mo-Fan and turned him into a burning missile, charging imperiously right at the Dark Swordmaster that was now in a hard spot. Chapter 1602. Wolf Wave Attack. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Dark Swordmaster was surprisingly tough, and was still standing despite being attacked continuously now. It was enraged when it saw Mo-Fan charging at it. It simply ignored Mu-Bai and Mio's spells. The ice spikes and light daggers stabbed into its body as it forcibly summoned its huge sword back to it while a black aura engulfed it. One word: slash. The Dark Swordmaster pointed its sword, and black sword intent thrust at Mo-Fan in a straight line. Mo-Fan was currently in midair. He was familiar with the Dark Swordmaster's move. Ashuria's Dark Swordmaster had used the same move on him, using the swiftness of the sword to maximize its damage. The sword could instantly kill its target if it hit. The Dark Swordmaster could also blink forward with the move, going from the point it drew its sword to the point the slash ended at. The Dark Swordmaster was planning to kill him first, then take Mu-Bai and Mio's out too. The Dark Swordmaster could easily kill the two advanced mags. Mo-Fan clenched his teeth. He would not dodge the attack. He would break its sword with his fist. Rocket wings, meteorite fist. Mo-Fan transformed into a meteorite. His fist enlarged after it was engulfed by the 3 soul-grade flames. He went right at the Dark Swordmaster's attack with the propulsion from the fiery wings. The black sword flickered past in a straight line. Mo-Fan's meteorite fist looked unstoppable, but the terrifying sword also possessed a remarkable power. Blood suddenly poured out from Mo-Fan's punching arm. Mo-Fan did not feel much pain, yet he saw his right arm separate from his body. The arm spun away, blood scattering in the air. It landed a few dozen meters away and rolled across the ground. The meteorite fist had stopped the Dark Swordmaster from moving past Mo-Fan. It was instead knocked flying by Mo-Fan's punch. It had to stick its sword into the ground to stop itself. The Dark Swordmaster lowered its head and saw the armor on its chest breaking into pieces. Zhao Manyan's light spear had already left quite a few holes on it, but Mo-Fan's meteorite fist had completely destroyed it. Little Flame Bell, it's your turn. Mo-Fan could sense no pain. However, a black mist had surrounded him and stopped him from moving. He could not move, but Little Flame Bell could. He decisively separated himself from her. Little Flame Bell was infuriated. How dare this pitch-black creature hurt her father? The Flame Bell floated in the air while gathering her fire magic. The blazing flames combined into a raging phoenix above her. The phoenix spread its wings before diving at the Dark Swordmaster with all the Flame Bell's rage. The flames howled like the wind when the phoenix collided with the Dark Swordmaster and sent it flying again. The flames spread widely and poured into the Dark Swordmaster's armor. The creature inside the armor cried out in pain. It did not expect it to suffer serious injuries when it was going up against a bunch of insignificant human mags. Come out here, wear it out and kill it. Mo-Fan knew it was time to summon his powerful army of wolves. Summoning Gate, Beast Tide. Mo-Fan cast the Summoning Gate while Little Flame Bell kept the Dark Swordmaster busy. Countless howls were heard from the gate, followed by many magnificent figures erupting forth. A few of the clumsy enormous white wolves had changed significantly. Their build had improved, their hair was elegant, and most importantly, they all had a black crescent with a hint of nobility and savagery on their forehead. Moon-devouring white wolves. Shreve recognized the wolves immediately. His face was filled with shock. The moon-devouring white wolves were commander-level summoned beasts. Mo-Fan's Summoning Gate was already strong enough to summon commander-level creatures. More importantly, it did not summon just 1 or 2 moon-devouring white wolves. 9 moon-devouring white wolves charged out of the Summoning Gate, noble yet elegant. The others could only see blurred white figures running past as the wolves were sprinting by. These moon-devouring white wolves were only the leaders of the pack. Behind them, an army of white wolves rushed out of the gate like a bursting dam. Go and kill it. Mo-Fan pointed forward with his remaining arm. He was extremely excited. The wolf tide soon dominated the scene. The others subconsciously backed away. The moon-devouring white wolves led the way. The 9 commander-level creatures pounced at the Dark Swordmaster, who was now swaying a little. The Dark Swordmaster had impressive vitality, and was still standing despite the injuries it had suffered. It raised its sword and swung it around wildly. It managed to drive a few of the moon-devouring white wolves back, but the rest of them were able to attack it from different angles. They either bit off a piece of its remaining armor, or left a deep gouge on it. The enormous white wolves joined the fight, too. These wolves had sturdy skin and thick flesh. The Dark Swordmaster struggled to hold its ground when so many of them were ramming it at the same time. In addition to that, the insane number of white-marked wolves was quite a nuisance for the Dark Swordmaster. They kept jumping around, aiming for its wounds. The Dark Swordmaster did manage to kill some of them while waving its sword around, yet it did not really make a difference. The Flame Bell did not stop attacking with her flames as the wolves were keeping the Dark Swordmaster busy. It had no choice but to back away. It was covered in more and more injuries as time went on. "Let's see if you can survive this." Mo Fan cursed it. Mo Fan had not summoned the wolf army right at the beginning. If he had done so while the Dark Swordmaster was still healthy, the wolves would only have ended up as cannon fodder. Even the 9 moon-devouring white wolves would have struggled to stay alive. The Dark Swordmaster was now suffering from serious injuries, yet was not finished. It was not so easy to kill a ruler-level creature. If Mo Fan had kept attacking recklessly, the creature might use everything it had left to kill him. Therefore, he decided to summon the wolf army now so they could abuse their numbers. Not only would he minimize the losses, the wolves would eventually wear out the Dark Swordmaster. Chapter 1603. Wearing it out slowly. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The 9 moon-devouring white wolves were remarkably strong. They were led by the Flying Creek Snow Wolf, whose true power had awakened under the presence of ice magic. Meanwhile, the Flame Bell kept tossing flames down from the sky. The Dark Swordmaster was struggling to fend off 11 commander-level creatures attacking it simultaneously. The moon-devouring white wolves had been fighting alongside one another for a long time, and their synergy was rather impressive. Every time the Dark Swordmaster tried to execute a deadly blow, some moon-devouring white wolves would immediately target the Dark Swordmaster's wounds. The Dark Swordmaster was constantly being suppressed, and could only vent its anger on the white-marked wolves. The white-marked wolves were only warrior-level creatures, too weak compared to a ruler-level creature. Even the slightest slash of the sword could kill them instantly. However, the white-marked wolves kept pouncing on it regardless. Their boldness completely overwhelmed the Dark Swordmaster. Even warrior-level creatures were attacking recklessly. Wasn't that a clear indication that the ruler-level creature was already at its limit? Meows, Bai, and Heidi knew that their victory was within reach now. They immediately put in more effort. Mio summoned a whole bunch of undead to join the fight. "Mo Fan, let my undead take the hits instead," Mio said. "Sure." Most undead could be reborn if they were dead, but Mo Fan's summoned beasts were dead once they were killed. It was not Mio's first time seeing Mo Fan summon the white wolves. They were clearly his own summoned beasts, instead of some random beasts from the summoning plane. Mio's could not stand to watch them bleed and die, especially knowing how serious Mo Fan's injuries were. "Sate, what are you waiting for? We can almost make it out of here," Mio said, glaring at Sate. Even though Sate could not wait to take his revenge on Mo Fan, he knew it was more important for them to take out the Dark Swordmaster together. He stopped dithering and summoned all his undead. His undead were not that strong, but he could still use them as cannon fodder so that the Dark Swordmaster would have no chance of attacking Mo Fan's summoned beasts. The undead significantly relieved the pressure on Mo Fan's shoulders. The Dark Swordmaster was aiming for the white-marked wolves, since it could kill a bunch of them with every slash. Therefore, it was more suitable for the undead to take the attacks instead. A woo! The Flying Creek Snow Wolf finally made a solid contribution to the fight, his claws tearing through the Dark Swordmaster's armored back. The Dark Swordmaster's aura weakened greatly when the Flying Creek Snow Wolf tore the plate off its back. the Dark Swordmaster was still holding its ground by force of will. It was not willing to die at the hands of these humans, and remained standing despite the serious injuries it was suffering. However, its energy was depleting, its cuts getting weaker. Even its reaction speed was dropping. The flame bell let out a cry as she gathered 9 enormous fireballs. They began to fall from the sky like tiny meteorites, heading straight for the Dark Swordmaster. The 9 fireballs caused a huge explosion. The Dark Swordmaster finally reached its limit amid the raging flames. Its helmet dropped to the ground first, followed by its sword. Its remaining armor fell to the ground piece by piece. "It's dead, it's finally dead," Heidi blurted out in excitement. The Dark Swordmaster's death marked the end of their adventure in the pyramid. It was a victory. Being stuck in the pyramid for so long was enough to drive anyone mad. For the rest of their lives, they would never forget how they had managed to finally reach the end with Shrieve's torturous strategy and witness the incredible strength Mo Fan had displayed to defeat a real ruler-level creature. Heidi had no idea she would be involved in such an unforgettable adventure when she left the Alps Institute. Ha ha ha, we can finally leave this annoying place. When I go back to the city, I'll eat all the delicacies and hook up with some beautiful ladies. I'll battle them for 3 days and nights straight. Zhao Manyang burst out laughing. 3 days and nights? Aren't you scared that you'll die on someone's belly? Mu Bai replied with a smile. I'm more than willing to die like that. Mo Fan, don't you agree, huh? Where's Mo Fan? Zhao Manyang looked around. He was terrified when he could not find Mo Fan. He took a closer look around and saw Mo Fan lying on the ground. A kind of black substance was coming out from the cut that had severed his arm, as blood kept pouring out of it. Holy crap, Mo Fan, don't you die on me. Khufu won't treat you as his guest, even if you die here. Zhao Manyang immediately ran up to Mo Fan. Mu Bai immediately stopped the bleeding, using his own way of sealing off the wound with bugs. The Dark Swordmaster's sword held the strong corrupting power of darkness. Luckily, Mo Fan was a shadow mage, and the fiendish knight was protecting him. Otherwise, the darkness from the cuts all over his body would have eventually taken his life. The others soon noticed Mo Fan's aura slowly recovering. He must have fainted due to excessive loss of blood. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf returned with Mo Fan's severed limb, putting it down beside Mo Fan. When Mo Fan finally regained consciousness, he glanced at the arm that had rotted from corruption and shook his head. Forget it, I won't need it anymore. I don't think it's possible to connect it back. Leave it for now. Once we get out of this place, you can visit the Parthenon Temple and ask them to heal you with their healing magic. Your arm will soon grow out on its own, Zhao Manyang assured him. A normal person would be crippled if they were seriously injured by dark magic. A healer could only reconnect severed body parts if they were still in good condition and not damaged by poison, dark magic, or the curse element. However, the Dark Swordmaster's darkness was extremely corrosive. It would be a relief for most mags to just stay alive. There would be no chance for them to recover their lost limbs. Luckily, Mo Fan was currently like the Parthenon Temple's son-in-law. If Xinxia knew Mo Fan had lost his arm, she would summon all muses that were good at treating injuries dealt by dark magic to give Mo Fan presidential-level treatment. How is it? Is that the underworld compass we are looking for? Mo Fan asked once he realized his life was not in danger. Yes, it's the Day and Dusk compass, Shreve declared. Chapter 1604. Khufu, be ready for your punishment. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan, how did you recover so quickly? You looked like you were on the brink of death just a moment ago. Mios was shocked to see Mo Fan already in good shape. The others were injured from the fighting, too. They had yet to fully recover, but Mo Fan was already vigorous and lively. They began to wonder if his blood was mixed with the blood of some demon creatures. By the way, did you loot the Dark Swordmaster's remains while I was unconscious? Mo Fan remembered abruptly. Mo Fan was obviously not going to believe that a ruler-level creature did not drop anything useful. Still thinking about money at a time like this. We weren't that lucky. There's nothing valuable apart from its corpse. Sate did take its soul remnant, Mios informed him. You took so many of my soul essences, so what if I took the ruler-level soul remnant? Don't force me. Sate exclaimed, pointing at Mo-Fan, immediately on his guard. Are you sure it was a soul remnant, not a soul essence? Mo-Fan asked deliberately. A ruler-level soul remnant was somewhat valuable, but it was nowhere close to the value of a soul essence. If it was a ruler-level soul essence, even a bunch of super mags would fight one another for it. Anyway, I'm not going to back away this time. I've already refined it, so you won't be able to take it away from me. Sate said. Look at you. Forget it, if it's just a soul remnant, you can take it to compensation for your loss, Mo-Fan smiled. He could not be bothered arguing with Sate over a soul remnant. A ruler-level soul remnant was not as valuable as the soul essences he had taken from Sate. Besides, he and Mu-Bai had secretly claimed all the energy from the huntsman spiders in the pyramid. It was the most valuable loot they had gotten from the adventure. There was no reason for Mo-Fan to waste his time on trivial matters. After all, the soul remnant was not that useful to him. Sate let out a relieved sigh after hearing Mo-Fan's response. The ruler-level soul remnant might not be important to Mo-Fan, but it was very important to him. His death saber mummy was of the same species as the Dark Swordmaster. A ruler-level soul remnant might not be sold at a high price in the market, but it was out of stock at all times, not to mention that the soul remnant was perfectly compatible with his death saber mummy. In Sate's opinion, the ruler-level soul remnant was more useful than the commander-level soul essences he had lost. Therefore, he boldly took the ruler-level soul remnant while Mo-Fan was unconscious. He was, however, very worried that the guy would fall out with him again when he woke up. To his relief, the savage was being reasonable for once. How about the sword? Did anyone check it already? Mo-Fan asked, not giving up. How could the Dark Swordmaster not drop any valuable loot? It was a disgrace to the ruler-level creatures. Who cares about the sword? We are all mags, do you think we can use a demon creature's weapon? Zhao Manyang replied. Mo-Fan went forward and inspected the Dark Swordmaster's sword with his will. An icy power suddenly penetrated his spiritual world, sending a great chill down his spine. Oh my, such a strong presence of darkness. Mo-Fan subconsciously took a few steps back. He had just recovered from his injuries, and his mind was still in a weak state. He almost failed to defend himself from the dark energy. So? What did you find? Heidi asked. The good stuff is in the sword. None of you are shadow mags, so you didn't realize it. Mo-Fan grinned. He was glad that he had been curious enough to inspect the sword. Mo-Fan was quite interested in the sword. The Dark Swordmaster had kept holding it high up in the air, as if it was declaring something every time it used a powerful move. Dark magic originated from the God of Darkness. Both a darkness creature or a mage would have to sign a dark contract with it to obtain its power. Mo-Fan had no clue what kind of contract existed between the darkness creatures and the God of Darkness, but as a mage, he had to contribute his energy to the God of Darkness in exchange for the dark energy. Therefore, Mo-Fan could not help but think that the darkness creatures were communicating with the God of Darkness through some medium. When Mo-Fan inspected the sword, he discovered that its dark energy had not dissipated completely. It meant the sword was the source of the Dark Swordmaster's dark energy. Since none of you can claim it, I will gladly take it. Mo-Fan touched the handle of the Dark Swordmaster's sword. A viscous black substance surfaced on the sword. It flowed from the tip up to the hilt, before making its way to Mo-Fan's palm. Mo-Fan, what are you doing? Don't tell me you have decided to practice the art of the sword and become a magic swordsman. Zhao Manyang ventured. Magic swordsman, my ass, do you think we are in a novel now? Do you think I can learn both magic and martial arts? The sword contains the darkness essence left by the Dark Swordmaster. You can just think of it as a dark substance. Since the Dark Swordmaster is dead, the ownerless dark substance will cling to any living creature with the dark energy. It will either grow or dissipate on its own and become particles of dark magic in the air. I'm actually leading the dark substance that has nowhere to go in the right direction, don't you agree? Mo Fan explained. What bullshit are you talking about? You're just absorbing the dark energy. Doesn't that mean your dark substance will become stronger from it? Heidi said. Ha ha, of course it's going to help my fiendish knight improve. Mo Fan laughed. Why do you always end up with the good stuff? Zhao Manyang sighed in resignation. I sacrifice my right arm for it. I'm not you who messes around whenever you visit a new city. Do you have any idea how important my right hand is to me? So you're telling me I'm not worthy to claim the dark substance? Mo Fan said righteously. Mo Fan slowly guided the dark substance into his body so it could merge with his soul. Since the fiendish knight had already merged with his soul, how could it possibly give up on the ownerless dark substance? It immediately devoured it all. I'm done with the calculations. If you rotate the pointer to here, it will point the Deathlight at the Island of Oblivion. Shreve declared. I'll do it, Mo Fan volunteered. He looked at the white pointer on the compass. It was around a meter long. Mo Fan tried rotating it to the spot Shreve mentioned. Moving the pointer was harder than Mo Fan had expected. He was struggling to rotate it. What's happening? I can't rotate it, Mo Fan said. Try harder, Shreve said. Mo Fan used a greater force this time, but the pointer still did not budge still. The others began to look gloomy. Seriously? We've tried so hard to get here, yet we can't even move the pointer? Is there some kind of magic formation on it? It doesn't look like there's any magic on it. It doesn't make any sense. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. It's not protected by magic. I already checked it. Strange, why can't you rotate it? Mo Fan, try again with a greater force. Use your space magic too, Shreve suggested. Mo Fan nodded. He applied the space magic to his left hand to increase his might, and tried rotating the pointer again. It did make some noise, but it did not move in the direction he was trying to rotate it into. Mo Fan's forehead was covered in sweat. He might only have a left hand, but it still did not explain why he had failed to move the pointer. There had to be some other secrets about the underworld compass. What should we do now? If we can't move the pointer, we won't be able to manipulate the Deathlight, which means our initial plan to leave this place isn't going to work, Mios blurted out worriedly. Mios began to panic, she was losing hope. To think that something like this would happen after they had come so far. I thought we were done here, but Mo Fan let out a sigh. Everyone fell silent. No one spoke for a long time, all overwhelmed by despair. Say, did you try moving it in the other direction? Heidi suddenly suggested. The other direction? You mean in the counterclockwise direction? Mo Fan said. Yeah. If I can't spin it in the clockwise direction, I doubt it's going to move in the opposite. Mo Fan rotated the pointer in the counterclockwise direction while he was talking. The pointer immediately moved as soon as he touched it, moving across two markings along the edge. Mo Fan's expression froze as soon as the pointer moved. The eyes of the others widened too. They looked at the pointer before staring at Mo Fan. Are you seriously telling me you didn't even try moving it in the opposite direction? Mu Bai looked at Mo Fan like he was a retard. Mo Fan did not know how to explain himself. He quickly moved the pointer around half the circle to the spot Shreve had mentioned. The underworld compass immediately glowed with a serene blue light when the pointer reached that specific spot. The blue light rose into the darkness and bounced back as if it had hit a mirror. It then refracted to a higher spot before bouncing back again. It kept going for some time, resulting in a brilliant pattern spread across the place. It looked similar to a magic spell, made up of star orbits, star patterns, star constellations, and star palaces. Did it work? Heidi asked in disbelief, staring at the beautiful light. It seems like it, Mo Fan murmured, also staring at the display. Mo Fan, your intelligence has successfully lowered the standards of the Great Pyramid of Giza. We might have been able to accomplish the mission way earlier if you weren't leading the team.
Ah, we are finally done here,
Zhao Manyang proclaimed. Mo Fan ignored Zhao Manyang's insult. He had something to declare himself. Khufu, be ready for your punishment from the heroic spirits of our country, you asked for it. Chapter 1605. The Red Deathlight of Dusk. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The deathlight of the Pyramid of Khafra was ocean blue. It would dye the white moon blue every night to remind humanity that it was going to be a dangerous night for them. The Pyramid of Khafra was very close to the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was the Pyramid of Khafra that had declared war against Cairo, hence the Pyramid of Khafra was the source of the deathlight. As the war between the Pyramid of Khafra and Cairo entered its third phase, and the Pyramid of Khafra's deathlight was shining across the sky, a brighter deathlight suddenly appeared and rose into the clouds. People over 100 kilometers away could still see it clearly. The light acted like an ancient decree. It awakened some special stars in deep slumber in the night sky. The stars flared brightly, making them visible to the people in Cairo. More ancient stars woke up in the night sky. They seemed to be tightly bound together, as if they were part of an unknown constellation. When the stars related to the Great Pyramid of Khufu lit up, the deathlight soaring into the sky suddenly turned the red of a setting sun. The red light of a setting sun immediately filled up the sky. It would be a breathtaking sight if it happened in the evening, but it was now happening in the middle of the night. It felt like the eerie red was heralding some kind of evil power, signifying that Ragnarok was descending upon their world. My God, did you see that? A commander at the front line lifted his gaze and stared at the sky in disbelief. Of course I see it, it looks like a lake of blood. Commander, does this mean we aren't going to make it back alive? A soldier asked. The unusual sight was inflicting the fear of the unknown on the people. They were aware of the existence of the deathlight, which was said to be like oxygen for the underworld creatures, but what about this setting sun deathlight? Was it a sign that something scarier was about to show up? The army had suffered great losses from the war. It was only in the third phase, but many people were already losing their will to fight, and the worst had yet to come. The dead were soon going to rise in the fourth phase. If they were already struggling in the third phase, wouldn't that mean half of Cairo was going to fall in the fourth phase? Over the past few months, the war had worsened beyond what they had imagined. The undead were reckless with their invasion. The army did not have enough men to fend off the attacks. In the past, other countries were willing to lend Cairo a hand whenever it was being invaded by the undead. Even though most of the people were hunters that came to earn some quick money, students who came for training, or an army of volunteers, they still played an important role in fending off the undead. Unfortunately, since the sea level had started to rise, most of the powerful nations along the coastline were struggling to deal with the invasion of sea monsters, let alone send their people away to lend other countries a hand. The lack of help from the other countries did matter, in the end. The higher the casualties in the third phase, the scarier the fourth phase was going to be. The people of Cairo were already overwhelmed by fear. The government and army insisted that they could still fend off the undead, but not many people believed them anymore. Damn it, when are they going to open the gates? Do they really want us to die here? I don't want to be eaten by the undead. Open the gates now, a merchant yelled angrily. The merchant was the same guy that had come to the city with Mo Fan and the others. He had boldly come to the battlefield to earn some money, yet he was the first to complain when his life was in danger. You can't leave now. Cairo is safe, but if we open the gates, it's going to attract the undead to us. The undead are constantly tracking the scent of the living. We are doing this for your safety. Don't make it worse than it already is, a soldier on duty answered him. The gates were crowded with people planning to leave the city on their own. It was no use concealing the truth. Commander Ethan had strictly forbidden the soldiers from leaking any information to the people, but the soldiers who were well aware of the situation could not help but warn their families. Both the government and the army did not expect this, but they could not afford to open the gates. If the people started running away, not only would it put the city in danger, the people that ran away would be feeding themselves to the undead. The city had to stay on lockdown, or there would only be more deaths. It was the most rational approach under the circumstances, but it was very difficult to pacify the crowd and ask them to remain calm. Cairo has been in similar situations before. In fact, it was much worse in the past. Please have faith in the government and the army. We will protect the people. The city is our support. The army can only hold its ground if the city is in order. Please don't listen to the rumors. Khafra's undead will never set foot into our city. Sax told the crowd. Ethan had assigned Sax to maintain the order in the city. It was not an easy job. Sax knew that Ethan had done so to punish him. Sax's speech was not effective at all. The streets were still crowded with the people that insisted on running away from the city. I seriously want to get rid of these idiots with the slaughtering wind slash. Our men are risking their lives at the front line to protect them, yet they are still trying to stir up trouble here. Sax's expression sank after he was done with the speech. Sometimes, Sax wondered why they had to protect these selfish weaklings. They kept arguing they had the right to make their own decisions, despite being utterly useless. If they knew better, why didn't they fight the undead, instead of asking the army and government for protection? Captain Sax, look, where Giselle is, a lieutenant with a shocked face blurted out. What is it this time? Sax turned around. He could easily see the night sky, as he was standing on the high ground. He was stunned when he saw the red sky. What was that? The Deathlight? Since when was the Deathlight as red as Dusk? Was it from the Great Pyramid of Giza? Judging from the angle and direction it was coming from, it was most likely from the Great Pyramid of Giza, but why would it suddenly emit such a shocking deathlight? Captain Sax, what the hell is that? The lieutenant asked in a trembling voice. How would I know? Sax snapped. The streets were soon filled with screams. The situation went out of control once again. The noise was driving Sax mad. We are screwed, it's the end, it's the light of the apocalypse, it's a sign that our city is about to face destruction. Is it blood? Is it dyeing the sky with blood? Respectable pharaohs, please show some mercy to your arrogant descendants, please recall your army of undead. Gods help us. The city descended into chaos when the rare phenomenon occurred. More people were demanding the gates open up. The army and government had to use magic to stop the crowd's tantrum. It was surely going to ruin the government's reputation. They might be able to calm the crowd for now, but they had no idea what the people were going to do next. The square tower. Fenner and Haken stood in front of the window. They could see the light soaring into the sky before heading towards the Red Sea. Did they actually do it? Haken's face was filled with excitement. The third phase of the war was tougher than they had imagined. Even Haken could not predict what was going to happen next. The light of the setting sun was like a glimpse of hope for him. It's from the Great Pyramid of Khufu, but why is it red? Fenner said. It's because that's the real Deathlight. That's its original color in the dark plane. Khufu only stole it to produce the air that the undead could breathe in. Haken said confidently. He was brimming with excitement as he added, it's been so long, I thought they had joined the rest of the burial objects that were offered to Khufu. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Fenner, thank you so much, you recommended such a reliable young man to me. Fenner was overjoyed too, but she had a lot more on her mind. She said, Commander, we are now at war with the Pyramid of Khafra. Even if they successfully manipulated the Great Pyramid of Giza's Deathlight, is it enough to stop the war? They were not being attacked by the entire army of the undead. This war was only between Cairo and the Pyramid of Khafra. Since Cairo was Egypt's capital, if Cairo lost the war, it would affect the whole country. Even if they could find a way to fend off the undead in the end, they would still suffer great losses. There's only one underworld. Do you think the Pyramid of Khafra won't be affected once the door to the underworld opens? Commander Haken said. So that means if we hurry up and guide China's undead into the underworld, it will lift the pressure from our shoulders. Fenner smiled as she understood. Exactly. The teeth are going to feel the cold without the lips. If the Great Pyramid of Giza is under attack by China's undead, there's no way Khafra is going to ignore it.
God bless Cairo.
Haken placed his hand on his chest.
Commander, God isn't the one blessing us, Fenner said.
Haken was stunned for a moment, but he soon came to a realization.
Yeah, did God have anything to do with it?
He initially thought it was a ridiculous idea. He did not have much hope in it, even though he agreed to it, but to his surprise, that young man was seriously Cairo's savior. Even though he was only doing it to prevent the undead of his country from stirring up trouble, he still managed to bring a long-awaited peace to the Egyptians. Chapter 1606. Mission accomplished. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The rare phenomenon of the crimson sky lasted for the whole night. It finally faded away slowly at dawn. Mo Fan had no clue whether the island of Oblivion had appeared at the end of the Red Sea. Shreve did say that the gate of the underworld would remain open for 3 years. During this period, the underworld would no longer be a separate world, and its true appearance would slowly be revealed to the world. However, the army invading the underworld was not from a country, but the kingdom of undead from China. The ancient king had always been passionate about opening up new territories. The underworld where the undead were living in peace might be the place that he was looking for all along. In the land of Giselle, both the night sky and the ground were dyed red. Cries of undead filled with rage and humiliation echoed across the place. 7 figures were weaving through the basin, heading for the Bargo land. They were none other than Mo Fan and his crew, who had just escaped the pyramid.
I can finally enjoy some fresh air,
Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Yeah, it has only been a little over 2 months, but it felt so long, Amio said. Well, from what I observed, I believe we spent almost 4 months in the pyramid, instead of just 2 months, Shreve spoke up.
4 months? Really?
No wonder it's so torturous. We almost spent half a year in the pyramid. No inventions of magic technology worked in the pyramid. Even watches powered by coil springs were inaccurate. Therefore, the group was only able to estimate the time that had passed by the time it took their energy to recover. To their surprise, it had been 4 months instead. They were spooked at the thought of it. It took us longer to recover our energy because the presence of magic is not as strong inside the pyramid, Shreve concluded. Anyway, it's a relief that we found the way out.
Let's head back to Cairo,
Heidi said.
I'm going to fill up my room with chicks,
Zhao Manyang blurted out excitedly. Cairo eventually showed up on the horizon after the group left the Bargo land. The sky was bright by the time they reached the city, but the deathlight from the pyramid of Khafra was still shining upon the land. The war had not ended. The outskirts of Cairo were surrounded by thick grey clouds that were applying a suffocating pressure to the city.
The war hasn't ended yet?
It's been so long, Mo Fan said in surprise, looking at the battlefield. It won't end so easily. It's only in the 3rd phase at most, but it doesn't look too good for the city, Mio said. The undead had broken through a few safe zones, indicating that a huge part of the Cairo fortress had been overrun. Cairo City would be in grave danger if Cairo Fortress, which served as Cairo's defense line, collapsed. Cairo City was just ahead. Just as the group was about to go inside, Mo Fan sensed an unusual presence nearby. He turned around immediately. It felt like something was watching him. He took a few more steps before turning around again. He suddenly saw a woman with a pale face and red lips sticking her face close to his. He almost burst out screaming. "Hey kid, it's me," the woman giggled. She had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost in the daytime. "My queen, can you not scare me like that next time?" Mo Fan let out a sigh. "Well done. The gate of the underworld is now open. I've notified the king, too. Oh yeah, it feels great knowing we can soon go to war. I hope the underworld won't turn out to be a disappointment," the queen of the netherworld said. "It looks like my job is done here. Don't you disturb the living again. Everyone is just trying to survive here." "It's pretty tough," Mo Fan said.
"What are you talking about?"
Since when did we go and disturb the living? It's because some greedy people were trying to take our tombs and steal our possessions, the Queen of the Netherworld argued right back. How old are you? Do you really have to be so fussy with us young ones? Not every undead has a brain like you. They simply attack anyone they stumble into, Mo-Fan replied. Give me a break. Mo-Fan, I must tell you that the number of undead are a lot greater than you can imagine, and not every undead takes orders from us. Your people better watch out for the wild undead that wander and roam aimlessly. I don't want you to come before the king and accuse us next time. Do you seriously think he's a peace envoy now? The Queen of the Netherworld shot back. You've learned pretty quickly. You even know the term peace envoy now. Mo-Fan was left speechless. Undead will always be undead. Their instincts are to kill and hunt for blood, making them a natural foe of the living. We are only invading the underworld to teach Khufu a lesson. It's ignorant if you think the undead will just stop attacking the human cities in the future, the Queen of the Netherworld sniffed. I'm no peace envoy either, but our country is in a pinch right now due to the rising sea level. The sea monsters have suddenly become our greatest threat, so it would be best if your kingdom of undead can lay low for a few years. We all want to live a better life. If humans became extinct, the undead are going to struggle too, Mo-Fan said. What kind of nonsense is that? Don't forget that it was my idea to invade the underworld. You should be thanking me instead, the Queen of the Netherworld scoffed. Right, you're the most beautiful and most intelligent female ghost that I've met. I will surely burn some of the latest trendy makeup and fashionable attire for you during the Qingming festival, so you can shine brightly among the female ghosts. Mo-Fan said. Why don't you bring them to me in person? I prefer that you stay with me, I'm pretty lonely down there, the Queen of the Netherworld giggled. Please don't prey on me considering how hard I've worked to fulfill my duty. Why don't you consider my brother Zhao Manyang? He's the typical kind that many women find attractive. That's enough bullshitting with you. Let me have a nap in your contracted space. I'm so tired from all the business I have had to take care of lately. The Queen of the Netherworld stretched out, showing off her alluring figure, especially visible since her thin clothes were tightly wrapped around her body. Seriously? Can you really go inside my contracted space when you're not my contracted beast? Mo-Fan said. Just open it. There's something I need to keep an eye on still, so it's better for me to stick with you for the time being, the Queen of the Netherworld confirmed. Oh, all right, Mo-Fan was quite curious how the Queen of the Netherworld was going to enter his contracted space. Mo-Fan opened the contracted space. It had always been Little Flame Bell's nest. The little creature was quite friendly to the Queen of the Netherworld. She slowly moved aside to clear up some space for her. Chapter 1607. The Drifting Dark Abyss. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Qinghai Lake was around 400 kilometers to the southwest of Beijiang's Feihuang city. It had a high altitude and clean air, the sky above the highland being perfectly clear. Some colorful birds would occasionally fly past the lake, embellishing the spectacular scenery of Qinghai Lake. To the north of Qinghai Lake was some rocky terrain with irregular patches of grass. Look, what did I say? This is such a fine place. Qinghai Lake might not be included into the safe zone, but the elderly did say that this place is a sacred land. The demon creatures rarely show up around here, so just hit the gas, an excited voice on a jeep exclaimed. For off-road SUVs were moving across the rocky terrain. They were driving along the shore of the Qinghai Lake, enjoying the soothing breeze fondling their face. It felt like their lungs were clearing up after they were no longer breathing in the polluted air in the city. You're right, the coastline is struggling to hold on. It feels suffocating staying in the city. This is a fine place indeed. Not only are we closer to the nature's embrace, it feels safer too, someone yelled. They were a bunch of young adults on a road trip. The country's situation was not favorable lately. Traffic was greatly restricted as a result, but despite the worrying situation, the people still needed to find a way to release their stress. Since civilians were no longer allowed to visit the eastern part of the country, they could still head west. The 4 vehicles sped up like beasts that had just broken free from a cage. The irregular roads could not stop them from pursuing an adrenaline rush, and the cars were moving at high speed. A thick stormy cloud suddenly showed up in front of the cars, immediately looming over the land. It felt like they were about to enter some terrifying darkness, and would soon be devoured by it. What's that? A hurricane. The people in the cars were startled, and quickly stepped on the brakes. The ground ahead is collapsing. Go back, quick, someone yelled. The others glanced ahead and noticed the ground was indeed sinking, as if it was being eaten up. They quickly turned their cars around and drove away as fast as they could. Unfortunately, the collapsing ground eventually caught up to the cars. The young adults that were enjoying themselves just a moment ago were screaming loudly. The scene was too terrifying, and felt like the apocalypse. Ghastly cries were coming from the sunken ground, a great mental torture for the normal people. A man in a floral shirt in the back seat turned around. He immediately fainted upon taking a glance. He saw heads and bodies stacked up on top of one another inside the pit. The bodies were piled up into mountains. They were crawling around and tearing at one another to assemble themselves. It was like a pot of rotten meat. If hell did exist in the world, it was most likely what the man had just witnessed. Are we still alive? The 4 SUVs came to a stop. The dozen young men and women on them were still in great shock. Some had already wet their pants. What was that just then? An undead burrow. I don't know, but I'll never come here again. It felt great to be alive. None of them were willing to recall the terrifying scene again. It disappeared. Let's head back east. The Langtang Himal Range in Nepal served as the northern boundary of the country. Muching town was located less than 30 kilometers away from the mountain range. It was a cozy town that depended on the products of the mountains. Normally the farmers would be working on the fields in the afternoon. However, a while ago, the town of 70,000 people was suddenly in stasis. They were staring in the direction of the stormy cloud before it disappeared. Their thoughts were dominated by the sight of the terrifying abyss underneath it. The people were all praying. It had been a long time since the town had come together and prayed, but everyone in the town was praying now. They were thanking the heavens for sparing their lives. If the abyss had moved another 5 kilometers toward the town, the little town in Nepal would have ceased to exist from today on. Rajasthan, India? The dark abyss showed up once again without warning. It was as if the god of destruction was passing by, inflicting great fear upon the petty and astonished humans of the nearby cities. It showed up out of nowhere and disappeared right after. Everything soon returned to normal, but many people had the chance to witness a terrifying existence that was unknown to them before today, something that could easily devour them all in an instant. Cairo, Egypt. Mo Fan was playing on his phone while he was having a bath. He was feeling a little thirsty. He reached his other hand out to grab the glass of juice along the edge of the bathtub, but he awkwardly discovered that there was nothing but air under his arm. Mo Fan was vexed with how he was now a cripple when his phone rang. Mo Fan quickly accepted the call. He heard the little lowly, Lingling's voice from the other end. Mo Fan, did you read the news? Lingling's voice was as soothing as usual. If only she could sound slightly gentler. What news? Did something happen again? I just came out from the Golden Tomb. I only want to live comfortably as a human for now. Mo Fan said. It's the dark abyss, Lingling said. Mo Fan immediately sat upright. He asked with a frown, what about the dark abyss? We've learned that the dark abyss couldn't just teleport anywhere during the calamity of the ancient capital. It has now drifted into the Arab states after passing by Nepal, India, and Pakistan. It's all over the news in those countries. They are asking the international organizations to explain the phenomenon, Lingling informed him. Mo Fan was lost for words. How reckless was the ancient king? Was he planning to move the dark abyss to the Red Sea by blatantly moving across other countries' territory? It was going to drive the leaders of those countries crazy. The ancient king is clearly heading for the island of Oblivion in the Red Sea. his officially declaring war against the underworld, Lingling said. How quick is he? I'm basically done with my job here. I still wonder if it was just a dream, thinking that I've actually started a war between the two kingdoms of undead, Mofan had to say. I heard that Cairo isn't doing well, either. Are you all right? You should come back if there's no reason for you to stay there. Don't even think of going to the Island of Oblivion. It's not only the gate of the underworld, but the entrance to the Dark Plane too. Lingling said. I know, I've already finished my job, Mofan said. Regarding the second contracted beast I mentioned before, have you met the requirements? Lingling said. I think it works now, even though I have no idea what I did, Mofan confirmed. Mofan had unlocked the second contract summoning. The other day, the Queen of the Netherworld had asked to take a nap in his contracted space. However, she did not want to sleep in the same room as Little Flame Bell because of the heat his bell was constantly releasing. She decided to sleep in the next room instead. Mofan was curious about why the Queen of the Netherworld was able to set up a different room in his contracted space. After taking a closer look, Mofan realized it was his other contracted space. It was a surprise to him. Lingling told him that a summoner would open up a second contracted space when their cultivation of the summoning element reached a certain level, allowing them to have a second contracted beast. Mofan was too busy dealing with the annoying mummies in the pyramid, so he never noticed he had a second contracted space. When are you coming back? Lingling asked. Soon, I think. Why? Are you missing me because it's been so long? My Lingling, I've missed you too. Mofan chuckled. Humph, I'm wasting my time talking to you. Lingling shot back. What is it? Just tell me, Mofan said. I'll tell you again when you're back. I'm going to class, Lingling hung up the call. Mofan felt like he was alive again after cleaning off the rotten smell of the mummies, sleeping for 2 days and nights straight, and enjoying a luxurious buffet. They had spent for months inside the pyramid. For months, what a torture. He should really think about turning down such difficult missions in the future. He preferred to hang around in the cities and improve the relationship between himself and the chicks around him. He could also trample the idiots who he found to be an eyesore if he was feeling bored. Such was the life he was after. Mofan, why hasn't your hand grown out yet? Zhao Manyang laughed when he saw Mofan's arm. It's not easy to get rid of the darkness corruption. Mofan was helpless about the matter. You should really visit the Parthenon temple. It's really stupid seeing you walking around with just one arm, especially since you don't have a huge condor following you, Zhao Manyang said. Mofan was too lazy to talk to the gloating man. He could easily tell what Zhao Manyang had been up to just by seeing his pale face. The little beauty you found has been waiting for you downstairs. She seems to be in a good mood when she says you are bringing her shopping. Since you are missing an arm and not good with using your left hand, shouldn't you consider training her, Zhao Manyang said. Can you stop being so dirty-minded? I never have thoughts like that. I have a kind and loving heart, Mofan replied righteously. I just bought 3 boxes of them. You want one? Zhao Manyang asked. Mofan calmly took a box and put it in his pocket. Chapter 1608. Big Brother, I Like You. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. For some reason, Khafra's army of undead had not been as aggressive for the past few days. The panic in Cairo city soon dissipated too, restoring order to the city. The city was safe. The shops remained open. The people that were fearless enough to come out of their houses continued to enjoy their peaceful and luxurious life. Mofan could feel the difference after spending so long in the pyramid, mostly because he was constantly under pressure from the endless fights in the mummy chambers. He was tense and on alert, even after he came back to the city. He could not help it. It would take some time for a person to leave the past behind after staying in an environment like that for so long. In order to recover as quickly as possible, Mofan tried his best to live a normal life by going to bed, shopping, and talking to others. He insisted on not cultivating or using his magic for the time being. He had to return his life back to normal. Otherwise, he might go crazy. The others were facing the same problem, too. Big brother. Mo Fan saw Apis waiting for him downstairs. She was wearing a black dress with a ribbon around her waist. Her face lit up when she saw Mo Fan, as if the sunlight was shining upon her heart after the clouds drifted away. Apis looked gorgeous in the black dress, as it set off her pale skin. In addition to that, she seemed more alluring than usual, perhaps because she was wearing black. Mo Fan was almost drooling at the sight. As a matter of fact, a few men around Apis were on the verge of making their moves. Apis' sacred yet alluring temperament was just too attractive. Mo Fan could not stand it. He was considering transforming into a beast. As Mo Fan sniffed the pleasant aroma of delicacies and listened to the conversation of the people as he walked past the tall buildings down the street, he strongly believed he should really stop courting death in the future after realizing how wonderful his life could be. He had spent the whole afternoon hanging around in the city with Apis. At night, Apis expressed her interest in learning magic. Mo Fan brought her to a training ground, seeing how passionate she was. The training ground was as big as a soccer field, and rented by the minute. It was rather expensive, but considering how thrilling it would be to spend some time alone with the girl, it was definitely worth the money. "Have you done your awakening?" Mo Fan asked. "Who? What's the awakening?" Apis asked. Mo Fan rubbed his head. It seemed like Apis did not learn anything about magic, just like him when he first came to this world. "Come here, I'll see what elements you can awaken first." As a matter of fact, if they had enough awakening stones, everyone had the chance to become a mage. Unfortunately, the supply of awakening stones was very limited. It was not difficult for Apis to become a mage. She just needed to secure herself a spot at the Magic Association by paying some money and buying an awakening stone. However, Mo Fan could inspect Apis' body to see what element suited her best. Every human had different body compositions, either because of genetics or the environment they lived in. There were other factors that would decide the elements that a person could awaken, too. The initial awakening was very important, since it was closely related to a person's innate talent. Mo Fan was checking Apis not only to find out the elements that were suitable for her, but to find out if she had the chance of obtaining an innate talent, too. Mo Fan placed his hand on Apis' forehead and slowly directed his will into her. He was searching for any sign of energy. A mage with great potential would have some level of energy in their body. Basically, a small portion of people have some special potential that can be discovered with this method. It means the person will also awaken their innate talent during the first awakening, Mo Fan explained while inspecting her. Apis seemed a little nervous, but she was listening carefully to Mo Fan's explanation. She was staring at Mo Fan. "Who? There's something special about you," Mo Fan suddenly put on a stern face. The odds that Mo Fan was referring to were extremely small. Not every person in the world was a genius with an impressive innate talent like him. He was simply giving it a try, but to his surprise, he did detect a faint energy inside Apis' body. A human body was extremely weak prior to their awakening, thus the energy in their body was almost negligible. However, even though the energy might be weak in Mo Fan's eyes, it was the sign of an incredible potential for a girl whose magic was not awakened. "How is it?" Apis had an anticipatory look as she kept staring at Mo Fan. "You do have some hidden potential. It means you might acquire an innate talent after the awakening, but it doesn't seem too stable," Mo Fan said. "Really?" Apis blushed with joy. She went closer to Mo Fan and kissed him on the cheek. Apis did not think too much about it, but Mo Fan flushed immediately. Was it really fine for him to recruit the girl as his disciple? A mage's power comes from their soul. The awakening is basically triggering the power of a person's soul. How about this? I'll place a soul imprint on you to stabilize the special potential in your body. That way, you will surely acquire an innate talent after the awakening, Mo Fan said. Will that work? Apis blurted out happily. Yes, it is, but you have to accept it willingly, so it will slowly merge with your soul, Mo Fan informed her. all right. Apis smiled. She was very passionate about learning magic. Here we go. Mo Fan placed his hand on Apis' forehead again. A lunar white light slowly emerged from him. Mo Fan gathered the energy into his left hand, slowly forming a star pattern on his palm. The star pattern left an imprint on Apis' forehead when it was completed. A lunar white glow covered the two people at the center of the spacious training ground. It highlighted both Mo Fan's firm figure and Apis' alluring body. "Big brother, I like you," Apis declared. It was loud and clear in the quiet training ground. I know," Mo Fan responded indifferently. "So I'm not angry when you're lying to me," Apis slowly lifted her gaze. There was a harmless smile on her beautiful face, but why would you want to enslave my soul? The smile on Apis' face gradually lost its warmth as she finished the sentence. Chapter 1609. Gold Dust Eyes. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. For a moment, it felt like the air had frozen. The expression on Mo Fan's face stiffened as he felt the air that Apis was calmly breathing out. If it was really possible to determine if a person could awaken some innate talents beforehand, Mo Fan would have long been chosen to become a mage. Why would he bother putting in so much effort just to secure the chance of being enrolled in a magic school? It was impossible to detect a person's innate talent. The magic imprint that Mo Fan was using was not to stabilize Apis' innate talent. The lunar white glow represented the magic of the summoning element. Mo Fan was casting an intermediate spell. The imprint was the contract seal meant to be applied to the soul of a creature of a different species. If the imprint was placed successfully, it would make the creature the summoner's contracted beast. Mo Fan was now able to have a second contracted beast. He had lied to Apis, since the imprint was meant for his second contracted beast. Why did he do it? Because he was still suspicious of her. If you didn't believe me from the beginning, why did you do so much for me, big brother? Apis stared at Mo Fan with oddly glittering eyes and a curious face. Mo Fan slowly withdrew his hand. The imprint was still on Apis' forehead, but Mo Fan knew it was not going to work. He had already learned what he wanted to. However, he was still dumbfounded by the outcome. He looked at Apis' beautiful face and felt like it was all just a nightmare. He had an urge to just wake up and realize none of this was happening. Unfortunately, it was happening in real life. The moment the contract seal entered Apis' body and touched her soul, the summoning magic immediately told him that the innocent girl was not as ordinary as she seemed. To be honest, just a second ago, I still believed there was nothing wrong with you, but I didn't think, Mo Fan said. Even though Mo Fan was suspicious of Apis, he was only doubting her a little. He was 99.99% sure that Apis was just an ordinary girl. He only did it to clear away the last wisp of doubts that had suddenly crossed his mind. However, he was utterly shocked by the outcome. It was possible to sign a contract with Apis' soul. The contract summoning could not be used on humans, yet it was possible to use it on Apis' soul. It clearly indicated that Apis was. Even Mo Fan could not believe his sudden thought had led him to such a horrifying discovery. Able to sign a contract and willing to sign a contract were two different things, hence why Apis was asking Mo Fan why he was trying to enslave her soul. In Apis' eyes, signing the contract with Mo Fan would turn her into Mo Fan's slave and pet. But you still did it. I also thought Big Brother wouldn't be suspicious of me. I was thinking about how we could just stay close to one another and you might never figure out the truth even after many years. Big Brother, why did you do it? It's not like I'm going to harm you, Apis said seriously. Mo Fan slowly backed away while Apis moved with him. She did not look angry, nor did her face suddenly become twisted and ugly like Mo Fan had imagined. She was still the beautiful little angel, yet she was now a terrifying little demoness in Mo Fan's eyes. It's just who I am. I have a strong urge to find out the truth, no matter how bloody and cruel it is. It's better than losing myself in my own dreams. Mo Fan continued to back up. I'm really curious. Why did you think I'm not normal? Apis asked. There were drawings of the legendary Medusa in the pyramid. I noticed something strange about them. When Medusa was still a human, she was eaten alive by the snake primordial ancestor before she was reborn with snake hair, Mo Fan replied while the dark substance was silently dissolving into the ground under his feet. Apis did not seem to notice the dark substance. She nodded and smiled. So you suspected that the young Medusa wasn't trying to digest me by swallowing me alive, it was me evolving instead. Not really, it just seemed a little odd to me. I never thought about it when I saw the painting, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was despairing. He had never thought there was anything wrong with Apis. He was just trying to use the spell on Apis to clear his mind of the weird thought he had. To his surprise, not only did he fail to satisfy his suspicions, he even dug out such a ridiculous truth. He was already regretting it. Wasn't it better if they could have just enjoyed their time together? Why did he have to do it out of curiosity? Was that the only reason? Apis asked. Not quite. I was also curious about why General Ethan bothered to fawn upon a normal ruler-level Scorpion Lord Medusa with his strength and status, Mo Fan said. He was wondering if he could drag the conversation out further and buy himself some time. So you were suspecting General Ethan was fawning upon someone else? Apis smiled. It was just a wild guess. Mo Fan forced a smile. Yeah, if you hadn't used the spell on me, everything you mentioned wasn't really a problem, Apis sighed. She wished that they could just go back in time to just a minute ago. She would still be Apis if Mo Fan had not discovered her true identity. She would continue to act coquettishly in front of the big brother and learn new things. She might even become a mage. She did fulfill the requirements to be one. Say, why don't we just forget about everything that happened? You can go wherever you want. Just treat it like we've never met before, Mo Fan asked. Do you think that's possible? Apis grinned coldly. I'm fine with it. I don't mind it at all, we can just part without hard feelings, Mo Fan replied shamelessly. The young Medusa you tore to pieces was my servant, Apis said. Oh, it was just a misunderstanding, Mo Fan replied without any guilt. Mo Fan initially thought Ethan insisted on kidnapping Apis because he wanted to fawn on the young Medusa and cover up the ugly conspiracy of the military. However, it turned out that Ethan was only trying to protect Apis. He was fawning on Apis instead. It's fine, I have a lot of servants like her. Big brother, I'm afraid there's no reason for you to be spreading the dark substance. It won't be able to stop me. I was very weak at the Sunset Shrine. Any of you could have killed me easily, but it's no longer the case now. You are no match for me, Apis said gently. You wouldn't want to mess with me, either. How about this? You can go back to your temple. I do have a lot of other things to attend to, Mo Fan continued to negotiate. He was feeling very uneasy, especially since he was not sensing any aura from Apis. He did not know why Apis was different from the other Medusae, and why she had the body of a human. However, he was convinced that she was a Medusa with an extremely pure lineage, purer than the lineage of the Scorpion Lord Medusa inside the pyramid. It's boring in the temple. It's like hell to me there. Your world is far more entertaining, Apis replied. Apis, I wasn't lying to you. I'm really not as simple as you think. Don't force me, Mo Fan said. Sure, show me what you got then. I'm looking forward to it. If I'm impressed, I might consider making you my pet. It won't be as boring in the temple with you around. Apis smiled. Her eye teeth were so adorable, but the smile on her face suddenly turned menacing, like a ruthless empress. She said expressionlessly, of course, if you bore me, I don't believe there's a reason for you to be alive anymore. Mo Fan's throat bulged. The dark substance around him suddenly turned into black chains wrapping around Apis. He had more control over the shadow element after Fiendish Night was enhanced. His intermediate spell, the giant shadow spike, was no longer confined to the shape of spikes. He could use it to trap his enemy with a single thought. Its power easily surpassed the intermediate shadow spell. Apis stood there as the black chains wrapped around her body. She had yet to unleash any aura. It felt like a little breeze could knock her to the ground. However, the chains were like mere decorations to her. She could still step closer to Mo Fan, Big brother, I really wanted to be your disciple and learn magic. I wish you would not have found out who I really am. I would still have been your little Apes when you grow old and pass away. I'm sad, I really am. Apes raised her hand. Her innocent eyes emitted a sharp light. Apes' eyes were changing. A noble dusk gold slowly rose in them. A single glance was enough for a person to be lost in their thoughts. The snake eyes were like gold dust. Mo Fan had never seen anything like it. Mo Fan was supposed to be immune to a Medusa's gaze, but he immediately lost his mind when his eyes met the real eyes of a Medusa. Chapter 16:10. Tearing at One Another's Soul. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. How is this happening? Shouldn't I be immune to them? Mo Fan was utterly shocked when his thoughts started to drift away. It was the same Medusa's gaze, so how did Apes' dusk gold eyes instantly penetrate his defense without any resistance? What exactly was she? Big brother, I won't let you feel any pain. I will make a nice dream for you, so you can die slowly to my laughter. Not everyone gets a special treatment like this. Apes' pleasant voice echoed in Mo Fan's mind. Mo Fan felt his body turning weightless. He could not tell if he was falling or drifting. He had already lost his senses. His remaining consciousness was wandering around in an ocean. He would occasionally hear a burst of melodious laughter and see Apes' face above him. The training ground was oddly quiet. Apes had her hands behind her. Her shoulders were round and smooth, her collarbone setting off her delicate upper body. Her slim waist and legs perfectly outlined the curves of an elegant snake. She was standing on her toes so she could stare Mo Fan in the eyes. Mo Fan remained unmoving. Apes looked like she was secretly giving the older brother next door a kiss, but her dusty gold eyes were actually devouring Mo Fan's soul. A thin mist covered Mo Fan's face as wisps of his soul slowly drifted into Apes' nose. She slowly breathed in, taking away Mo Fan's soul. The soul mist grew thicker. Apes did not take it in greedily. She was breathing it in elegantly, like she was enjoying the scent of a flower. However, Apes was so indulged in the process that she did not notice a bright red phantom mixed with the soul mist. It sneakily headed for the lunar white imprint on her forehead. Apes did not care much about the lunar white imprint. It was quite amusing to her, like a petty creature spitting its silk at her, thinking it was enough to constrain her. Apes did not bother to get rid of it. It had no chance of harming her, nor could it enslave her soul. Apes suddenly noticed a different power from the imprint. She also noticed something else, something dangerous. Apes did not dare feed on Mo Fan's soul any further. She realized that something had intruded into her body. It was threatening her soul. What are you? Apes finally realized that something was not right, and let out a piercing screech. Its destructive force shattered the walls of the training ground to pieces. Little girl, your big brother already said he was willing to part ways without any hard feelings, yet you had to force it on him, a seductive voice uttered from inside Apes' body. You, get out of my body! Apes grunted. She suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, like an icy storm, and it swept out over the training ground. You have a nice body there, why don't you give it to me? I'm looking for a suitable body too, the voice said. In your dreams. Apes' eyes turned dusty gold once again. She began to use her power of the curse element and psychic element to drive the ghost inside her away. Apes was no innocent little girl. She knew how dangerous it was to be possessed by a phantom. She had been too focused on devouring Mo Fan's soul, and did not expect to find such a powerful phantom inside his body. The phantom was very cunning, waiting patiently until she was busy devouring Mo Fan's soul before sneaking into her body through the imprint on her forehead. The imprint was connected to her soul, meaning that the phantom had entered her soul. A body could only hold a single soul. If the phantom managed to destroy her soul, it would then take over her body. However, Apes was clearly not going down without a fight. She had strong psychic magic. The phantom might have taken her by surprise, but it did not necessarily mean it could destroy her soul so easily. The ocean full of laughter disappeared like bubbles. Mo Fan slowly regained consciousness. He saw Apis standing unmoving in front of him, a furious look on her face. Something seemed to be keeping Apis busy. Her will was currently inside herself, as if she was having an intense fight with a devil in her heart. He took a closer look at Apis' face and saw a faint mist around it. The mist would occasionally form the face of a mature woman before dissipating as Apis recovered her youthful looks. The Queen of the Netherworld, Mo Fan finally realized what was going on. The Queen of the Netherworld had been enjoying the show, and finally made her move. She actually kept her composure and waited for the perfect moment to enter the snake demon's body. If she was just a little late, he would be a corpse by now. Mo Fan, don't just stand there and watch, this little bee ****ch is pretty strong. Give me a hand, will you? The Queen of the Netherworld yelled. Sure. Mo Fan immediately covered himself in lightning without thinking about it. It's no use attacking her body. Don't you have any spells that can target her spirit or mind? Do it quickly. If she drives me out of her body, I won't be able to save you, the Queen of the Netherworld said. I'm afraid none of my spells are useful, then, Mo Fan said helplessly. Apis was fighting the Queen of the Netherworld fiercely. Her face was switching back and forth at a shocking rate. It would suddenly switch to the Queen of the Netherworld's angry, misty face, before returning to Apis' cold, menacing features. There was no energy ripple, but it was obvious that the two spirits were having a shocking fight inside her body. Provoke her, drive her mad, anything that can disturb her soul. Quick! We are both on the edge of the cliff now. One more step from either of us, and we'll fall into the bottomless chasm. The Queen of the Netherworld was struggling. Apis was stronger than she had imagined. It was extremely difficult to overwhelm the spirit of a powerful creature. Mo Fan realized how serious the situation was. He knew that despite the advantage that the Queen of the Netherworld had secured, it was still not that easy to subdue Apis. If the Queen of the Netherworld failed to overwhelm Apis' soul in her spirit form, she was most likely going to suffer a humiliating defeat. If the Queen of the Netherworld lost, he was not going to survive, either. The problem was, he did not have anything that could target a creature's mind or spirit. Even the dark substance had to penetrate the target's body first, but Apis' body was currently covered in some golden dust. He had no chance of breaking through her defense. Quick! If you don't think of something, we are both screwed, the Queen of the Netherworld yelled. I have nothing useful. Mo Fan was about to lose his mind. Use the contract seal, use the imprint to provoke her soul and enslave her. It will allow me to gain the upper hand if you can distract her, the Queen of the Netherworld said. Chapter 16:11 Medusa's Descendan. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Would that really work? Mo Fan was astounded. He never heard of anyone using the contract summoning as a form of mental attack. However, he knew if he wasted any more time, things would get seriously out of control. The lunar white light reappeared as Mo Fan drew a star pattern on his palm. He looked at Apis, who was now covered in a layer of golden dust, and slammed the imprint hard on her forehead. Apis' face came alive the moment he placed his palm on her forehead. She glared at Mo Fan as if she was going to eat him alive. You're only making me madder, Apis declared coldly. Mo Fan did not respond. He was focusing on inserting the imprint into Apis' soul. Mo Fan found Apis horrifying, but he had no other choice. He had to help the Queen of the Netherworld secure victory. When Mo Fan entered Apis' spiritual world, he was surprised to see that Apis' soul was nowhere near as scary as he thought. When Mo Fan first tried to apply the imprint on Apis' soul, it was like a petty human trying to tie a rope around the body of a huge dragon. He had zero chance of subduing the beast. However, Apis' soul had weakened significantly after the intense fight with the Queen of the Netherworld. She was alert and anxious, like a little snake. Mo Fan no longer felt such a suffocating pressure from her. I won't go easy on you then. Mo Fan immediately tied the rope around her. Most demon creatures were reluctant to submit to a human, but if the summoner was strong enough to overwhelm the creature and make it afraid, it was possible to establish the contract forcibly. The creature's soul would be permanently tied up by the contract, forcing it to submit to the summoner's will. Fan did not like the idea of forcing someone else to submit to him. He believed a contract should be signed on the basis of a mutual agreement, like what he did with Little Flame Belle. He had raised her since she was young. It was lovely. Unfortunately, the situation did not give Fan any chance to slowly reform this Medusa of unknown lineage with love. Fan turned into a criminal as he forcibly tied Apis up. There was no way Apis would allow Fan to wrap the rope of slavery around her noble soul, and she resisted angrily. Even though she was still fending off the Queen of the Netherworld, her soul was still strong. She broke free from Fan's rope in an instant. "Stop wasting your time!" Apis snapped. How could the little imprint possibly overwhelm her soul? It was like she had just been felt up by a pervert who blatantly showed his private parts to her. "It's fine, I still have plenty of energy," Fan smiled. "Take down this little bee *****. The Queen of the Netherworld burst out laughing. "I'm going to tear you apart first so you can never be reincarnated." Apis was enraged. Her calm spiritual world was suddenly filled with wild and violent storms. The Queen of the Netherworld's power was still impressive, even though she was currently in Apis' spiritual world. Fan saw a serene blue tsunami rising from the edge of the darkness. Fan knew the two women were about to fiercely clash with one another again. He quickly left the spiritual world and waited until the psychic attacks faded away before making another move. After half a minute, he could sense the attacks dispersing. He immediately drew another star pattern of the contract seal and slammed it on Apis' forehead while she was trying to recover her energy. The seal went right into Apis' soul. She was obviously in a vulnerable state, but she still had to waste her energy on dealing with the enslaving spell. The contract seal was quite an annoying spell. If the target did not resist it in time, it would keep going until the contract was established. It's not going to happen. Apis' soul trembled in anger. She immediately shattered Fan's dream of enslaving her. Everyone has their first time. You will find it difficult to get used to it at first, but you'll soon adapt to it once I enter your body a few times. Fan did not forget to provoke Apis verbally. He was acting boldly, knowing that the Queen of the Netherworld was looking after him. "Your big sister is going to attack again. Can you hold your ground still, little girl?" The Queen of the Netherworld adroitly went along with Fan's remark. She even laughed sleazily, which greatly annoyed Apis. The Queen of the Netherworld had managed to secure the upper hand in the fight. A greater storm surged into Apis' spiritual world while she was distracted, and rammed into Apis. Her soul swayed as she struggled to hold her ground from the impact. Damn it! Apis had not expected such a powerful phantom to be hiding inside Fan, and to make things worse, she had allowed the phantom to sneak into her own body. Her soul was seriously injured by the attacks, putting her in a very unfavorable position. "Little bee ****, didn't you say you were going to crush me? Let's see who's getting crushed in the end," the Queen of the Netherworld harumphed coldly. Apis' soul trembled once more. Fan realized his contract seal had managed to distract Apis. Thank the heavens the Queen of the Netherworld was able to suppress the beautiful snake lady in the end. He could feel his limbs turning cold when he recalled how he had lost himself in the stare of her dusty gold eyes. "You cannot kill me. There's no way you can kill me," Apis screeched. Her face became slightly transparent. The blue veins under it were now visible. "Is that so? You've truly underestimated me, considering that I've been around for over 1,000 years." The Queen of the Netherworld proceeded with her final attack. Her tone had changed completely now. It was no longer alluring, but held great power. Perhaps this was the real Queen of the Netherworld. Even though she was only a phantom, she would not allow anyone to challenge her authority. Her overwhelming power surged into Apis' spiritual world. 9 silver waterfalls poured down fiercely and drowned the area, the fierce waves striking Apis' soul. If the spiritual world was a direct reflection of her soul, it was clearly collapsing, like a world facing its own destruction. "No. No. You can't kill me, no." You will never kill me, I'm Medusa's descendant, a petty phantom like you can never. Apis sounded like a ghastly demon. You asked for it yourself. The Queen of the Netherworld's voice weakened slightly. She was severely drained after using that last attack. However, she had still won the fight with it. The soul claiming to be Medusa's descendant was the one losing. Apis had managed to disguise herself as an innocent little girl, but she never expected to be defeated at the hands of Mofan and the Queen of the Netherworld. Apis' spiritual world was severely damaged, her soul was in bad shape. The Queen of the Netherworld did not show any mercy. She knew Apis could easily turn the tables around if she lowered her guard. She would then devour both her and Mofan, it was either her or them. Mofan noticed the golden dust around Apis fading away. She suddenly looked like a seriously ill young girl with a pitiful face. It was the law of the wild. The most beautiful creatures in the world were usually the deadliest. Apis was a typical snake woman. She looked no different than a normal human, but anyone that dared to touch her would find themselves eternally damned. Mofan felt his heart wrenching, staring at Apis. It was obvious that the military had fed little girls to the Medusi for temporary peace in return. Perhaps there had indeed been a little girl called Apis on an island in the Aegean Sea. She was just as gorgeous, but he had failed to save her in time. She had died long before he arrived at the Sunset Shrine. The young Medusa had eaten her to claim her youthful looks. The faces that Apis had displayed must have belonged to the young girl, too. However, it was the vicious and cunning Medusa living inside her image, something that Mofan would not show any pity to. Mofan closed his eyes. He did not want to see Apis dispersing like scattering ashes. He really hoped it was just a dream. He hoped that the little girl he rescued at the Sunset Shrine was just an innocent little girl that would keep calling him Big Brother. He missed the pure innocent smile that the little girl had, despite the tough situation she had been through. He had been willing to teach her magic, even if she was not that good at it. Mofan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He took a deep breath as he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. His face was extremely pale. What had just happened? It felt like his soul had just been attacked. Was it a deathbed struggle from Apis? Did the Queen of the Netherworld fail to suppress her? Mofan almost fell to the ground when he felt the pain again. He grabbed his chest and quickly inspected his spiritual world. He was dumbfounded when he saw his soul being torn by a force. Wait! Queen of the Netherworld, stop it! Mofan yelled. Mofan, are you out of your mind? If I don't kill her now, we are both going to die. She won't spare our lives, the Queen of the Netherworld said. If you crush her soul, I'll die too. Mofan said. What are you talking about? The Queen of the Netherworld said impatiently. Mofan was too weak to speak. He used all his remaining might and yelled, damn it, she accepted the contract. It has bound our souls together. Chapter 16:12. New Contracted Beas. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The people of Cairo finally had a chance to catch their breath after the army of undead retreated. It was rare to enjoy a quiet night in the luxurious city. Many people were out enjoying their lives, since it might be their last chance to do so. Zhao Manyang sat at the bar of his hotel. He decisively rejected a gorgeous lady that approached him and fondled his waist. He had been too crazy for the past few days. He felt extremely empty down below. He could not keep it up any longer, or it might really cost him his life. I wonder how Mofan is doing. TSK. Little Apis is very attractive. Her youthful beauty is clearly a bonus. I wonder if that jerk Mofan is going to go easy on her. Speaking of the guy. The bar was close to a row of French windows facing the street. Zhao Manyang happened to see Mofan walking in as he was thinking about him. Mofan was shuffling his feet. His eyes were hollow, and his face was pale, like he had emptied his strength. Holy crap, was it really that crazy? Why do you look weaker than I am? Zhao Manyang was shocked. Zhao Manyang left the bar, and approached Mo Fan after he did not see Apers around. Mo Fan glanced at the squinting Zhao Manyang, who had a perverted grin on. He did not even have the strength to greet him. "How was it? Did you overwork yourself? I thought you were the one going to trample a little flower, but somehow you look like your essence has been sucked dry instead." "Nicely done, little Apers is pretty impressive. How was the box I gave you? Did you use it? Did the spiraling beads on them feel great?" Zhao Manyang asked, raising his eyebrows. Mo Fan kept shuffling his feet like a zombie. Zhao Manyang touched Mo Fan's pocket and felt the small box in it. He took it out and noticed that the box still had its seal. His eyes widened. "Mo Fan, seriously? You should be responsible for your actions. How could you not use any safety precautions? What if she ends up pregnant? How are you going to explain yourself to your wives? You should stick to your principles, even if you're cheating." Mo Fan walked into an elevator. Zhao Manyang followed him. He took a closer look at Mo Fan. Something did not feel right about him. He did not look like someone who had just gone through some wild romantic activity. He asked with a serious face, "What happened? Where's Apers? Why do you look like you are mentally injured? Did someone attack you?" Mo Fan lifted his eyes. He glanced at the jabbering Zhao Manyang with low spirits and eventually replied, "If I tell you I just took a Medusa as my contracted beast, would you believe me?" "Who? How is that possible? Almost every summoner in the world wants to catch a Medusa as their contracted beast, but even catching a lesser Medusa and signing a contract with it is extremely difficult, let alone having a real Medusa as a contracted beast. The Medusi would rather die than accept the contract. In their eyes, humans are actually an inferior species. Are you willing to become a dog's pet? You wouldn't agree to it even if your life was in danger, right? The same logic applies to a Medusa. There's no way I would believe it. As a matter of fact, if you didn't raise Little Flame Bell, I doubt an elemental creature with a pure lineage like her would be willing to become anyone's contracted beast. You should be satisfied that you already have Little Flame Bell, who is surely going to reach the ruler level once she matures, but you're still thinking of having a Medusa as your contracted beast too," Zhao Manyang blabbered on. I don't believe it myself, either," Mo Fan replied weakly. "Just go to bed." Zhao Manyang patted Mo Fan on the shoulder. Mo Fan was desperate to get some rest. He was so tired that he could not even reflect on the series of events that had occurred not long ago. In the end, the Queen of the Netherworld had not destroyed Apers' soul. It was not her being merciful, but because Mo Fan had signed a contract with Apers. If a contracted beast soul was destroyed from the inside, it would inflict serious damage on its owner's soul too, since both souls were bound by the contract. The Queen of the Netherworld was releasing a great power in the end, since it had to be strong enough to destroy a soul with the pure lineage of Medusa. Normally, when a contracted beast died, the damage dealt to the summoner's soul was not enough to kill them. However, the Queen of the Netherworld's power needed the strength of a great ruler-level creature to kill Apers. Since Mo Fan had successfully signed the contract with Apers, if the Force killed Apers, the damage Mo Fan received from the broken contract would be too much for him to handle. Mo Fan went to his room and slammed the door shut. He laid down on his bed and recalled the series of events that now felt like a dream to him. A faint silhouette emerged from his body. It was the Queen of the Netherworld. She looked worn out, just like Mo Fan. She did not look as attractive as she normally was. "That little bee *******, the Queen of the Netherworld grunted. "What do we do now?" Mo Fan said with a wry smile. "What else can we do? She's your contracted beast now," the Queen of the Netherworld answered. Mo Fan looked into his second contract space and saw Apers lying there. She was also overwhelmed by fatigue, and currently in a half-conscious state. Little Flame Bell was pretty curious. Since when did someone move into the room next door, and why was Apers her new neighbor? "I'm just worried that something might go wrong. Isn't she around the same level as you?" Mo Fan asked. "Don't worry, a contract is stronger than you think. Once it's established, it will enforce a master and slave relationship between you. The slave will be restricted by the contract, regardless of their strength. She will not be able to resist it unless she reaches the Emperor level, the Queen of the Netherworld informed him.
Doesn't that mean she's still a threat to us?
Mo Fan had to ask. Do you think it's so easy to achieve the Emperor level? Even Medusa isn't a real Emperor-level creature. Do you think her descendant can mutate and surpass her? There are a lot more creatures more qualified than her to achieve the Emperor level. As for her, she will have to train for another few hundred years, the Queen of the Netherworld sniffed. Oh, I wasn't familiar with the levels of demon creatures. I didn't know it was that difficult to achieve the Emperor level, as Mo Fan said. She cannot rebel against you before reaching the Emperor level. Now that she's your contracted beast, you can really teach her how to behave herself, the Queen of the Netherworld instructed him. Thank you. I'll repay your kindness during the Qingming festival, Mo Fan said. You dare mention the Qingming festival now, the Queen of the Netherworld said angrily. She paused briefly as she realized how inappropriate her tone was. She added, I wasted a few years' worth of cultivation because of you. Both of us suffered a great loss from the fight, but you ended up securing all the benefits, the Queen of the Netherworld sniffed. Calm down, my beloved aunt, you're not beautiful when you're angry. I'll make up for it. I promise, Mo Fan sighed. I'm not your aunt. Ask your little flame bell to lend me her contract space. I don't want to sleep in the same room with that little bee *****, the Queen of the Netherworld said. Not a problem, Mo Fan summoned little flame bell out. She did not like staying in the contract space, anyway, and preferred to lie on Mo Fan's shoulder and head. Little flame bell sat on the table and blinked rapidly, munching on a soul-grade soul seed piece like a squirrel. She was enjoying her snacks after watching everything that had occurred today. Chapter 16:13. Who's Eating the Girls? Part 1. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Cairo battlefield was one of the largest battlefields in Africa. Huge grey clouds were looming over the Cairo fortress, hanging close to the ground. The dim land looked gloomy and suffocating. Half of the fortress had been destroyed. The line of defense constantly moved back as the tide of undead kept up the pressure. The fourth phase of the war had finally arrived. The mags in the fortress were extremely worn out. The walls and structures were run down, yet they had no choice but to prepare themselves for the deadly fourth phase. An uneasy atmosphere lingered under the dim sky above the deafening explosions. The occasional brilliant light of spells pouring down like rain was the only thing cleansing the presence of evil. It was the only thing keeping the people's hopes up. The first wave of the fourth phase was weaker than anyone had expected. Many analysts and advisors thought the defense would crumble during the first attack. To their surprise, the undead's invasion was like loud thunder, with only tiny drops of rain. It immediately relieved the pressure the front line was feeling. The army managed to fend off the first wave after fighting for 2 days and nights straight. Not only did the army hold their ground, they managed to take back some of the crucial forts required to re-establish more defensive magic formations. It seems China's undead managed to apply some pressure to the underworld. General Haken exclaimed, smiling broadly. Humph, do you think I'm going to believe such a ridiculous thing? General Ethan smirked. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, I'm the Supreme Commander now. General Haken replied. General Ethan clenched his teeth when he saw the cunning grin on General Haken's face. The authorities were growing doubtful of General Ethan's capabilities toward the end of the third phase. The situation had turned grim for the army while he was in charge. As a result, the authorities were unwilling to trust Ethan with so much power. They had asked Haken to remain in charge instead. General Ethan did not disagree with the proposal, as he knew how serious the situation was. If General Haken took over, he would most likely be blamed if they lost the war. The army had no chance of holding its ground. They would have to retreat to Cairo City. To Ethan's surprise, the undead had not pushed as hard in the fourth wave. Even though General Haken did come up with a plan to bombard the army of undead with a few waves of spells, it would clearly not make any difference. However, they had somehow fended off the invasion. General Ethan almost vomited blood after seeing it happen. In other words, he could have won the war if he had kept his position for another week. He would then be entirely worthy to be called Cairo's military prodigy. Instead, the people of Cairo were now cheering for General Haken. They had completely cast Ethan aside. General Ethan left, no longer wanting to stay in the meeting room. "General, where are we going?" Lieutenant Kevin asked him. "To the city." Ethan had no mood to participate in the war after losing his position as the Supreme Commander. He left after handing his responsibilities over to his second-in-command. A black military jeep entered the city. A bunch of people were gathering at the army's base with banners while yelling loudly. "What are they saying?" Ethan asked. Well, Kevin was not sure how to answer the question. Ethan rolled down the window so he could hear the shouts. "You should have let General Haken take over earlier. We almost lost Cairo when General Ethan was leading the army. All hail General Haken, all hail General Haken. We would have won the war by now if it wasn't for General Ethan." The noisy crowd kept yelling outside the window. Ethan was enraged after seeing how the people had gathered to support Haken. What did they mean by they would have won the war long ago without him? Cairo would already be in ruins by now if it wasn't for him. They would all be dead, yet they had gathered such a huge crowd here while yelling such nonsense. What a bunch of idiots! "General, please don't be bothered by it, there are always ignorant people like them," Kevin reassured him. "What exactly is going on? Did they really open the entrance of the underworld so China's undead could invade it? Why does Haken even deserve the praise? Damn it, I've been commanding the army throughout the war for half a year. How could they treat me like that?" Ethan protested angrily. The people had immediately forgotten all his achievements in the past, just because he had failed once. They regarded him as a prodigy just half a year ago, but now they were scolding the crap out of him. Cairo was in a pretty bad spot not long time ago. Many people were thinking of running away from the city, but the person in charge of maintaining the city's order failed to protect your image. He used violence on the people who were resisting, damaging your reputation. General Ethan, you shouldn't let it bother you too much. It's normal to have ups and downs in the military. Besides, Haken is getting old. His conservative approach will never bring peace to Cairo. You will soon show the world who the true prodigy of Cairo is," Kevin declared firmly. "Who's in charge of the city?" Ethan demanded. "It's Saxe, sir. Didn't you reassign him to the city after demoting him?" Kevin replied. "Humph, he still can't do his job right. Ask him to come see me on the Cairo Hotel's rooftop," Ethan ordered. The Cairo Hotel's rooftop had an indoor swimming pool built with reinforced glass. Ethan had asked his men to seal off the perimeter before going inside the building. A gorgeous young woman in a white bikini was swimming in the clear water. She had a slim waist and long, slender legs. She looked like an alluring snake woman as she wriggled her hips after diving into the water. Ethan stood at the side of the pool. He immediately grabbed a towel and waited respectfully when he saw her coming out of the water. The little beauty ignored him. A white bathrobe some distance away flew at her after she waved her hand, wrapping around her gently. There was a slight accident. General Ethan did not feel awkward at all. He placed the towel down and poured the little beauty a glass of juice. He placed it on the table beside her deck chair. "I know," the little beauty said. "Is the entrance to the underworld really open?" General Ethan asked. "What do you think that red deathlight was?" the little beauty replied impatiently. "I was just making sure the situation is no longer in our favor. I might have a problem becoming the commander-in-chief. Khafra's invasion wasn't as fierce as I imagined, and Haken has now earned a lot of support. We can't let Haken stay as the commander any further. Why don't you summon your people and defeat Haken's army so he will struggle in the fourth phase? Once Haken fails to fend off the scorpions and snakes, I can reclaim the position from him. We'll put on an act again and pretend that my army has won the war," Ethan suggested. The little beauty looked at him in disgust. "Put on an act? In what way? My army will tear your men to pieces, and your soldiers will blast my people to death, too. You've thrown away your only chance of securing full control over Cairo. I won't do anything stupid again with you, the little beauty said. I can only help you with your goal once I have full control over Cairo. We should figure out a way to turn the tables around since we are working together now. Another thing, that Mo Fan is nothing but trouble for us. He will soon report my deeds to the International Military Tribunal. If the people found out how I've been winning the battles against the army of scorpions and snakes, my reputation will be damaged once again, even if they don't have any solid evidence to prove I'm guilty. We will be even further away from our goals. Ethan said. That means our cooperation has come to an end, the little beauty said coldly. What do you mean? Ethan asked in a heavy voice. The little beauty was about to say something when she felt a strong pulse in her mind. Her expression shifted as she rose to her feet anxiously. That annoying prick. Wait here, I'll be back soon, the little beauty said. Ethan was confused, but he did not ask about it as he watched her leave. The little beauty in the bathrobe took the lift to one of the presidential suites on the top floors. Come in, Mo Fan said. Here's your drink. Apis indifferently placed her glass of juice in front of Mo Fan. I'm bored with cultivating. Sing me a song. Mo Fan opened his eyes and looked at Apis, who had turned into a different person. I don't know how. Apis answered, clenching his teeth. Then you must know how to dance. Why don't you dance slowly? Strip off your bathrobe. Fine, no dancing. Stop acting like you're trying to take me down with you. Why is your hair wet? Oh, did you go swimming? I'm thinking of going for a swim, too. Did you go to the pool on the roof? Mo Fan stood up and stretched. He had finally recovered after resting for a few days. He had been completely worn out after signing the contract with Apis. I'm leaving if there's nothing else. Apis said. By the way, you haven't told me what level are you among the Medusae? Why do you look exactly like a human? Why do you have such good-looking legs, instead of the lower body of a snake? Mo Fan squinted as he stared at Apis' slender legs. Apis did not answer the question. She stood there silently, raising her chin proudly. Chapter 16-14. Who's Eating the Girls? Part 2. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The first Medusa was a Mage with the curse element. You must be closely related to her since you look like a human, right? Mo Fan prodded. Apis remained silent. Does the army of snakes and scorpions take orders from you? You can summon them to lend me a hand if I'm in any kind of trouble, right? Mo Fan asked further. In your dreams. Apis' chest heaved angrily. Who were you talking to just now? Mo Fan inquired. Just an attendant in the hotel, Apis said. TSK, you still dare to lie to me? Don't forget that our souls are bound by the contract. I know everything you're up to, Mo Fan said. It was Ethan, Apis admitted sharply. What's the secret between you and him? Mo Fan pressed her. I always come to the city for fun. He makes the necessary arrangements, Apis said. He even kidnapped innocent girls to fawn upon you. How disgusting are you? Not only did you eat them alive, you even stole their appearance. I'm a little obsessed with the cleanliness of the soul. I can't believe I accepted you as my contracted beast. Mo Fan said. Do you think I wanted to sign the contract with you? Apis was poked right on her most tender spot. She almost jumped up and fought Mo Fan to death, but her rationality told her that she would just be hurting herself if she tried to harm him. She had no choice but to withhold the urge and continue, her eyes burning with rage. A real Medusa doesn't have to eat young girls to keep their youth and beauty. Only the Medusae with the lineage of the red scorpion Gorgon feast on young girls. Don't you dare compare me with those lowly Medusae. I've asked someone to verify it. Major General Gangma did kidnap many young girls, so stop pretending like you're innocent here. Tell me the truth right now. Mo Fan ordered. They were doing it to fawn on my servants. What do I have to do with it? Apis scoffed. Humph, you are their master, so you are just as vicious as your servants. Mo Fan rebutted. How amusing. My servants only need to feed on young girls once every season. If Gangma did bring them girls based on their needs, there's no way you would have noticed them missing. Apis said. The numbers of missing girls I know of are clearly greater than you have claimed. Mo Fan snarled. Then why don't you find out who's really eating them? Apis mocked him back. Mo Fan was startled. He could easily tell Apis was telling him the truth with the contract. If the young Medusa he tore apart was Apis' servant, and even if she had quite a number of them, why would the numbers of missing girls reach 100 every season? Did Gangma eat them all instead? Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. The Medusi did eat the girls, but the girls they fed upon were a lot less than the girls Gangma had eaten. You accuse us of being vicious, but you humans are the most vicious instead. Apis said. This, Mo Fan was lost for words. Ethan is on the rooftop. If you really care about what happened to the girls he kidnapped, feel free to ask him in person. Apis smiled at him. Mo Fan went to the rooftop and saw Ethan standing by the pool. He had put on a little disguise so people would not recognize him. It's you. Ethan was enraged when he saw Mo Fan. You claimed that you were sacrificing those innocent girls to save more lives, but can you tell me why so many of them went missing when the Medusi only needed to feed on a few of them every season? Mo Fan asked coldly. You're ridiculous. What do I have anything to do with the missing girls? I've never done anything like it. It was all Gangma. Ethan said. Your heartless men were murdering innocent people while abusing your reputation, yet you did nothing to stop them. Mo Fan cursed him right back. He's responsible for what he did himself. I knew he had a fetish for toying with little girls. I also knew that he was using the little girls to pander to the authorities in the military and the government. He deserved to go to hell, but it wasn't my job to condemn him. I'm a general, my job is to keep the city safe. Ethan replied disdainfully. Mo Fan's heart turned cold after hearing those words. It turned out that the most vicious snakes and scorpions were nowhere as terrifying as humans driven by their own desires. Mo Fan realized he had gone too easy on Gangma. He should have drawn his soul out and tortured him first. Stop being so naive and thinking you can be the good guy. If you go and look for the missing girls, you have no idea how many authorities you're going to offend as a result. Gangma made friends with people that shared the same fetish as him, and most of them have formidable statuses and backgrounds if he catered to them. Do you think you can punish them all? Ethan went on. I'm going to punish you first. You knew what kind of ash **** your subordinate was, yet you kept letting him be. Mo Fan grunted. Ha ha, do you really think you're a savior because you've opened the entrance of the underworld and let the two kingdoms of undead fight one another? The crisis that humans are facing is greater than you could ever imagine. They are 10, even 100 times scarier than what we are facing now. People are going to die and be born continuously. Cities will fall and rise. You might have prevented a disaster from happening, but the casualties during the next calamity will easily outnumber the number of lives you've saved. It's going to have the same outcome. Humans are still going to live like cowards in the safe zones while the wilds are full of demon creatures. There's one thing that won't change, the status of the upper class. They are the only ones worthy to be called humans. If we lose the war, who do you think is going to make it out alive? The authorities have already planned their escape. Only idiots believe in the government's lies, and if they don't, there is nothing they can do but go onto the streets in some meaningless protests and vent their frustrations. Ethan never hesitated to share his beliefs. Mo Fan's expression sank after hearing his words. His temperature had dropped significantly. Besides, do you really think people are all kind and innocent? The people in the upper class are from the middle and lower classes, too. The truth is, those so-called kind people might even do something crueler and worse than Gangma did if they were given the power. Human society is built on the basis of killing one another. How many humans do you think the demon creatures can eat? You do have the option to punish every authority figure involved, but I can assure you, those people are holding important positions. Killing one of them might even put a town or a city in danger, and the number of casualties when something like that happens in times of war will easily surpass 100 young girls. Chapter 16-15. Punishing Ethan. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Ethan, you're seriously the most disgusting guy I've ever met. Even hearing your disgusting words for a second more is torture to me. Fang declared. Why so? You're going to be disgusted by yourself, just like how you're disgusted by me, in a few years. I know how detestable I am, yet it's not going to change the truth, Ethan replied indifferently. I seriously don't understand why you keep saying I'm just like you. We are different. A jerk like you deserves to go to hell. Fang rebutted instantly. Such a pity, the people that are capable of going to hell are exactly the people I've mentioned before. Why do you think they would bother to take me down? As for you, I'm afraid you aren't qualified to punish me, nor do you have the influence to convince the International Military Tribunal to pronounce me guilty. Ethan burst out laughing. Fang knew that the International Military Tribunal was unlikely to judge a true general guilty. They were too deeply involved in the games of power. On the other hand, Fang was aware of Ethan's strength. The guy was a powerful super mage. There was no way he could kill the bastard without relying on the power of the demon element. However, Fang had his own way of delivering punishment. Apers, give him hell. Let him repent for 100 years or 2 in it. Fang let out a hollow laugh, staring at the arrogant Ethan. Apers was standing behind Fang. Ethan finally noticed. Ethan did not kill Fang in the first place because Apers was having fun toying with him. He knew Fang was Apers' plaything. Once Apers had enough, Fang would be doomed without Ethan's intervention. Bring me hell? Ha ha ha, it sounds like you still don't understand the situation. Ethan burst out laughing once again. It's you who doesn't understand the situation. Apers, what are you waiting for? Fang turned around and glared at Apers. Apers did not like being ordered around by Fang, but she was left with no choice. She stepped forward and approached Ethan. Her aura shifted slightly. Her attractive face was now displaying a hint of noble imperiousness. Her gaze sharpened as she fixed her eyes on Ethan. What are you doing? Ethan was surprised. I must obey his words, Apers said. Are you kidding me? Do you really treat your plaything as your important friend now? You are the noble Golden Eyes Medusa. Who in the world dares to order you around? Ethan was amused. A pair of gold-dusted eyes suddenly appeared while Ethan was in the middle of his sentence. The eyes overwhelmed his vision and replaced the night view of Cairo City. Both Fang and Apers vanished into thin air. The dusty golden eyes were the only existence in Ethan's world. They were staring at him without any emotion, as if he was just as petty as a mere ant. How could you? Ethan was astounded. He did not understand why Apers would use the terrifying curse on him. When did he provoke her? The curse of the snake eyes originated from the Medusa's curse, and as a Medusa with a pure lineage, the curse from her golden eyes was several times scarier than the curse Fang had been placed under in the past. The Medusi in Cairo were able to apply the curse on their enemies only because Apers was in the area. The attack took Ethan by surprise. Even though he was a super mage, his mental state was not particularly outstanding, so he did not have much resistance against the curse element. The curse left a deep imprint on his soul. Ethan backed away in cold sweat. He slipped and fell into the pool, and was drenched in the cold water. For some reason, the cold water scared him greatly, as if he was being wrapped in cold snake scales. In addition to that, the heads of the snakes were replaced with ghastly, familiar faces demanding his life. Ethan was not afraid of ghosts, but that changed when he saw someone who terrified him the most. It was his foster mother, back in his hometown. An undead centipede had managed to sneak into the city after his men left their posts without permission. Many people had died in the incident, but Ethan decided to cover up the truth so it would not damage his reputation, as he was climbing the ranks back then. Ethan would not panic if he was haunted by strangers, but he could not stand it when he was accused by his foster mother, who had died a miserable death back then. Ethan climbed out of the pool, crazily wiping himself dry. Apis pointed at Apis and swore, "What did you do to me? What have you done? It's a curse that will haunt you for a very long time. The thing that you are afraid of the most will haunt you whenever you feel you are safe," Apis said. Did you really listen to the kid's order?" Ethan gaped at her. "Allow me to introduce her, she's now my contracted beast." Fang went forward and smilingly fondled Apis' head, like she was his beloved younger sister. Apis angrily shoved Fang's hand away. She obviously hated being called a contracted beast. How is that possible? How could you possibly subdue the soul of a descendant of Medusa? Ethan could not believe it. Ethan had tried so hard to fawn over the young Medusa, yet he only managed to convince her to cooperate with him. How was it possible for Fang to subdue a future Medusa queen and make her become his contracted beast? Ethan, I know a man like you doesn't have a clean conscience, and you aren't disturbed by the sins you have committed. However, I believe you are well aware of the things you have done. Not only will you be spending the rest of your life in fear and remorse, but from now on, every sin you commit is going worse than the curse. It's the hell I have built specifically for you. Enjoy. Once your twisted heart and rotten soul is cleansed by the torture, I suggest you surrender yourself to the International Military Tribunal. Once you confess every offense you and your men have committed, you will discover that living with a clear conscience is the best way to live. The curse will disappear on its own, too. Fang informed him cheerfully. Ethan was already shivering in fear after being drenched in the cold water. He could imagine how great a torture the curse was going to be if he was constantly troubled by it for the rest of his life. He would never be able to sleep peacefully, nor would he find anything enjoyable from today on. The mental torture was far worse than physical torture. I'm going to kill you," Ethan yelled angrily. The magic of the elements immediately burst out of his body. The air froze beneath his overwhelming aura. As Ethan was about to make his move, Apis stepped in front of Fang while her gold dust eyes emitted a sharp light. Ethan suddenly felt like he had shrunk rapidly before her. His aura was suppressed like he was a mere firefly, while Apis' dusty golden eyes were as bright as the moon. Ethan fell feebly to the ground, a hollow look in his eyes, his face going pale. It was the real curse of the snake eyes, and Ethan ended up becoming the first victim of it. Ethan knew he did not stand a chance against a descendant of Medusa. Because of her, there was nothing he could do to Fang either. Despite realizing the situation, he still did not understand why Apis was willing to be Fang's contracted beast. Was it really possible for a human to subdue a true Medusa? "I hope you learn your place soon, it will lessen your pain," Fang said indifferently. Ethan had no one but himself to blame. He thought he could do whatever he pleased by abusing his power. He was disdaining human life and the law, but ironically, it was Apis who had punished him in the end. That being said, if it weren't for the sins he had committed, it was unlikely Apis' curse could suppress a super mage like him so easily. One should never scorn the laws of nature. Otherwise, even God was not going to forgive you. Fang was satisfied with the punishment delivered to Ethan. Ethan might have done a lot of bad things, yet his military achievements could not be overlooked either. If he died right away, it would deal a serious blow to Cairo. After all, he was still in charge of the military forces here. The curse would make him suffer and struggle to sleep peacefully because of his own sins. Every time he did something wrong, he would be adding fuel to the burning pot of hell he was trapped inside. He would soon repent after he was overwhelmed by remorse. After seeing the pleasant smile on Fang's face, Apis asked coldly, "Are you happy now?" "I am. Thanks to you, I finally punished that son of a b*****ch. Fang was so pleased that he was humming along the way. "Time to rescind the contract. We will part ways here," Apis said. Fang halted in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the stubborn Apis with a serious expression. He placed his hands on Appa's shoulders and stuck his face close to Appa's adorable nose. He said, "I will never do that. To be honest, you don't have to think so much about it. If you behave yourself, I can still treat you like the little fairy I stumbled into. You can call me Big Brother like before too. I'm in quite a good mood today. Didn't you want to learn magic? Come, I'll teach you properly this time. It's pretty strange that you can learn magic. Luckily, I was smart enough to see through your trick. If it was anyone else, it would have tricked them so badly." Appa clenched her teeth. She was even more agitated when she saw the pleased grin on Mo Fan's face. This guy was 100 times more detestable than Ethan. He was the one that deserved to be punished. Chapter 16:16. One of the Seven Great Beasts. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Speaking of which, if the scorpions and snakes take orders from you, can't you also summon them whenever I summon you? You do know how many enemies I have, not to mention how much stronger they are. Things will be much simpler if your army of snakes and scorpions could lend me a hand. Mo Fan said. Enough daydreaming, Appa grunted. You have no idea how complicated the Medusa tribe is. I'm pretty interested in it. Tell me about it, I have plenty of time to spare now, Mo Fan said. She's just a descendant that doesn't attend to her proper duties, a voice interrupted them. Mo Fan heard the Queen of the Netherworld, but he did not see her anywhere. He looked around and saw her floating out from a painting nearby. She even had the appearance of the woman in the painting, clearly displaying the traits of a phantom. She successfully gave Mo Fan goosebumps. It was quite terrifying knowing that a strong phantom could just possess anything without alerting anyone. Mo Fan looked at Appa and asked in confusion, "She doesn't attend to her duties. What does that mean? Didn't you ask me to take care of the army of snakes and scorpions recently? I visited their evil temples, so I managed to figure out what's going on in the Medusa tribe," the Queen of the Netherworld stated. Appa remained silent, glaring at the Queen of the Netherworld. The detestable old lady was the exact reason she was here now. Tell me about it, Mo Fan was intrigued, and sat down on the couch. He did not notice the little squirrel who was enjoying her meal on it. Little Flame Bell quickly moved away to avoid being flattened by Mo Fan. She cried out resentfully in displeasure. Mo Fan put on an awkward smile. He hugged Little Flame Bell and treated her like a warm pillow. He was ready to listen to an exciting story. Little Flame Bell prepared her snacks, too, waiting for the Queen of the Netherworld to explain the situation about the Medusa tribe with wide eyes, even though she could not understand a single word. The Medusa Queen is dying, the Queen of the Netherworld stated. Mo Fan almost fell from the couch. The Queen of the Netherworld had told him such a shocking piece of news right off the bat. The Medusa Queen was the real boss in charge of the horde of scorpions and snakes. She was the greatest ruler of the Medusae, yet to think that a powerful creature like her was dying. It was unbelievable. Every country had some powerful creatures residing in it. They were considered the natural enemies of the countries, and were great restrictions to the country's development. Some would occasionally invade the human cities ruthlessly, such as the horde from China's Dongting Lake. If the greatest ruler of the horde died somehow, the whole country would celebrate. Not only was the Medusa Queen a powerful beast in Egypt, she was also one of the greatest threats to the Arab states, Greece, Italy, and a few other European and Mediterranean countries. The horde of scorpions and snakes had been troubling these countries for many centuries, and it was led by none other than the Medusa Queen. The Medusa Queen, one of the 7 great beasts in Africa, is dying. Mo Fan stared at the Queen of the Netherworld. He was struggling to believe it. The Queen of the Netherworld glanced at Appa and said with a smile, "Isn't the youngest daughter of the Queen Medusa right beside you? Why don't you ask her about it?" Mo Fan stared at Appa with wide eyes. Are you serious? Appa is the Medusa Queen's daughter. Mo Fan knew Appa's rank in the tribe was high since she had the purest, noble lineage of the Medusa tribe. However, he did not expect it to be that pure, the youngest daughter of the Queen Medusa. Wouldn't that make him the Queen Medusa's son-in-law? Wait, what son-in-law? she was his contract summons. Do you realize how lucky you are now? The Queen of the Netherworld rolled her eyes at him. Mo Fan nodded heavily. Damn, he had clearly made a fortune. It explained why even a general like Ethan was trying so hard to fawn on Apes. It turned out that she did have control over Africa's destiny, but she was now his contracted beast instead. Ha ha ha, not to mention how good-looking she was, too. Being kind-hearted did end up giving him good rewards. He should be doing more good things from now on. He would hunt down the Avilders so the heavens would keep rewarding him by giving him beautiful assistance. If the Medusa Queen is dying, who's going to be her successor? Mo Fan suddenly realized something. He looked at Apes with great passion. Apes could definitely compete for the throne. Wouldn't that mean his cute contracted beast would eventually become one of the 7 great beasts of Africa? She has 2 sisters, Pomoja and Ino. You wouldn't want to mess with them. They almost noticed me when I was sneaking into the evil temple, the Queen of the Netherworld said. Oh, their family is pretty lively then, Mo Fan commented. Do you know why I say she doesn't attend to her duties? The Queen of the Netherworld smiled. Why is that? Pomoja and Ino are busy winning over the rest of the Medusi. They have expanded their influence further, to the snakes and the scorpions. They now have control over the hordes of snakes and scorpions from the Cape of Good Hope to the Mediterranean Sea. They have even formed an alliance with the other species in the deserts. Meanwhile, their youngest sister, look at what she was doing. Big brother, I want to learn magic, big brother, I want to eat this, I want to play that. The Queen of the Netherworld mimicked Apes' face and accent. Mo Fan was amused by it, while Apes' face darkened in rage. Her little fangs were starting to poke out from her lips. Why didn't you compete with your sisters? You should be ambitious too, even if you are just a Medusa. Otherwise, how different are you from a salted fish? Mo Fan asked her. Why do you care? Apes was greatly humiliated. She had the urge to pounce on Mo Fan and tear him to pieces. Ha ha, it's not like she doesn't want to compete for the throne. She was born too late. Her power is still too weak, so she could not win over the support of the hordes. If Queen Medusa hadn't been protecting her, her 2 sisters would have cooked her into soup. Speaking of which, she's actually the prettiest among the sisters, the Queen of the Netherworld mentioned. Wow, aren't they sisters? Do they really have to be so cruel to one another? Why can't they just be loving and kind to one another? Mo Fan asked curiously. When the throne is at stake, they will try everything they can to butcher the rest of their siblings to secure the throne. There's no such thing as a family in the Game of Thrones, let alone them. The Queen of the Netherworld sounded like she could relate to them. Oh, that's true. Does that mean she no longer has a chance to compete for the throne? Mo Fan said. Unless her 2 sisters suddenly die for no reason. Ha ha ha. Even so, I doubt she can suppress the rest of the Medusi with her naive outlook. I bet even an aged Scorpion Lord Medusa would dare to challenge her, the Queen of the Netherworld judged gloatingly. Apes' expression darkened. If it wasn't for the goddamned contract, she would eat them both alive right now. Does that mean she has no hope of commanding the army of snakes and scorpions? Mo Fan asked. She won't have any problem intimidating some of the weaker tribes with her lineage, which is more than enough to scare the Medusi with impure bloodlines, but most of the tribes are still going to side with her sisters. As soon as she shows up, her 2 sisters are going to find out where she is. They will soon give the order to kill her, if of course, they wouldn't dare to do anything reckless for now, since the Medusa Queen is still around. However, when she dies, the sisters are surely going to hunt her down with everything they have. The Queen of the Netherworld trailed off. Mo Fan reached his hand out and fondled Apes' head until her hair was disheveled. He said with a pitiful look, "How sad. You should be grateful that I've accepted you. I'm going to sleep." Apes did not want to listen to their conversation any further. She preferred to return to her contracted space. It was quieter there. You haven't answered me yet. What did Ethan offer you? Mo Fan asked. What else do you think it could be? Ethan is a general, Humans are just a beast faction in our eyes. Since her two sisters have already spread their influence among the demon creatures, she could only earn some support from the humans. Ethan was getting intel on the army of scorpions and snakes, and the privilege of asking the demon creatures to retreat. Once Ethan became the commander-in-chief, he would help her get rid of her sisters, the Queen of the Netherworld informed him. I see. Apes, you've clearly chosen to work with the wrong person. How can you possibly join hands with scum like Ethan? Besides, he isn't even that capable. You should have chosen someone like me instead, someone who is blessed by nature, whose strong build can force the oceans and the mountains to bow before me. Leaving these traits aside, my charm alone is far superior to him. Look at my face, isn't it so handsome that it is out of this world? Don't you worry, now that you're with me, I won't shun you. Just serve me right, and I'll hang your sisters up so you can either peel off their skin or tendons as you wish. Fan rubbed Apes on the head again, getting even more full of himself. Apes was almost driven mad by this. She had never seen anyone more shameless. Did he just say he would take care of her sisters for her? He could not even defeat a low-level Medusa with his current strength. If it wasn't because of the old hag beside him, he would never have posed a threat to her. I'm tired. Apes grunted. She would rather hypnotize herself and put herself to sleep for 100 years than listen to their nonsense. She would comfortably wake up when Fan was at the end of his lifespan. Fan did not trouble Apes any further, and let her enter the contracted space. Apes soon fell asleep. Fan peeked into her room and saw her sleeping, and did not disturb her anymore. Chapter 16-17. The Cruel Ocean Serpent. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. You asked her to place Ethan under a curse, the Queen of the Netherworld asked Fan. Yeah, I didn't feel right without teaching him a lesson, Fan nodded. Her soul is seriously damaged. She is a lot weaker now, yet she was forced to use such a powerful curse on a super mage. She must be worn out, the Queen of the Netherworld said. Oh, is she going to be fine then? Fan asked worriedly. If she was either of her sisters, I would advise you to release her from the contract right away, even if it meant injuring yourself. They are just too vicious, and could do anything to achieve their goals. They might not be able to harm you, but they would target the people around you to drive you crazy. As for Apes, from what I know, she has spent most of her time around humans. The Medusa Queen has been in bad shape for a long time, and her sisters are eyeing the throne covetously. It was difficult for Apes to survive in the evil temple, which is why she has been wandering in the human world, the Queen of the Netherworld explained seriously. So she was disguising herself as a human to run away from her sisters, while searching for someone that could contend against them. Fan asked. There's something I should tell you too. She's now extremely weak because of her soul's injuries, and there's some kind of spiritual bond between her and her sisters. Therefore, her sisters should be aware of her condition. It's unlikely they will leave the evil temple, but the other Medusi might hunt her down to appease the sisters, the Queen of the Netherworld warned him. That makes a lot of sense, Fan nodded. The law of the jungle was applicable in every species. Ape's soul was severely injured. Normally, she would only have to worry about her own safety if her sisters were coming after her, but now that she was in a bad shape and her strength was limited by the contract because of her master's cultivation, many ruler-level creatures would dare to fight her now. Therefore, since you've used all her strength to punish Ethan, you will have to deal with the upcoming trouble yourself, the Queen of the Netherworld informed him. That's fine, punishing Ethan was more important. I'll take care of the rest. Such a pity, I thought I would have control over the army of scorpions and snakes after making her my contracted beast, but I ended up attracting more enemies to me instead, Fan lamented. There's no free lunch in this world. Stop complaining. If you help her recover from her injuries as you become stronger, she will easily conquer a vast land for you in the future, the Queen of the Netherworld declared. I'm satisfied with the outcome, Fan nodded. He could not afford to be too selfish. He had to pay a price after obtaining something. He looked at the Queen of the Netherworld and asked, by the way, how are your injuries? Of course I'm in bad shape now. I'm a phantom, my soul is my main source of energy. I would like to find a peaceful place and rest for a few dozen years to recover my strength, the Queen of the Netherworld grunted. How can I help you? Mo Fan was a little sorry for her. Sure, you must have heard how a ghost can nourish their yin by taking the young of men. I've never tried it before. Why don't you volunteer yourself? I'll suck your young dry. I should be able to recover in no time. Her eyes glittered hungrily. About that. I have a friend, his surname is Zhao, I believe he's a fan of the method you just mentioned. Why don't you ask him for help instead? Mo Fan said. Humph, you were the one that offered to help. Mo Fan did not stay too long in Cairo, knowing that Apes might lure some powerful Medusa to him. He quickly packed his stuff and left after claiming his rewards. The war would continue for some time, but they had no trouble leaving the city. Haken personally cleared a path and escorted Mo Fan out of the city. Mo Fan was thinking of visiting Greece after he reached the Mediterranean Sea. He noticed Xinxia was a lot skinnier when he saw her on the news the other day. Her chubby face was much leaner and sharper. Mo Fan was quite worried about her. Mo Fan, when did you regrow your hand? Bai was surprised that Mo Fan's hand had already grown out, even though it had only been a few days since he last saw him. Mio's invited an old healer from her clan to help me out, Mo Fan explained. Why did you bother, since you were going to Parthenon Temple anyway? Aren't the healers at the Parthenon Temple better? They can even heal away the blisters you've had for more than 20 years, Zhao Manyang said. I bet he doesn't want someone to be worried, Bai said. I'm not going. Heidi said seriously. I didn't ask you to visit the temple. You're not breaking the rule if you just hang around in the city. Seriously, what year is it already? Why are you still being so stubborn? Mo Fan said. I have the right to be stubborn, Heidi said. The sea breeze was sweeping at them as they stood on the white deck of the boat. Mo Fan was utterly relaxed as he enjoyed the soothing breeze he would never feel from the desert. Screw the pyramids, Mo Fan was never going back there again. Isn't the Mediterranean Sea a lot safer than the rest of the oceans now? Heidi's long hair drifted in the wind. Her blue eyes were as charming as the blue ocean. I think so, but the oceans occupy a bigger portion of the world. Humans have only explored a small percentage of them. We always thought the kingdoms of demon creatures on land were our greatest enemies. Little did we know, the oceans are actually the land's biggest enemies. Even the demon creatures on land are terrified of the sea monsters, Bai explained. They had always assumed their cities were perfectly safe for ages, but it turned out that the dangers to humanity were never resolved. Disasters where blood was shed and lives were lost were happening constantly across the world. Peace was only temporary, making it more precious than ever. Here, try out the cocktail I've made. Zhao Manyang had suddenly become a bartender, and was carrying a tray of cocktails to the deck. He was the one that had hired the yacht. He knew how to enjoy himself at all times. Do you serve peanuts? Mo Fan asked. It's a cocktail. What do you need peanuts for? Hey, Heidi, go and change into your bikini and dance for us, Zhao Manyang said. Heidi glared at Zhao Manyang. Her expressionless face was clearly telling him to piss off. A lunar-white gap in space suddenly appeared behind Mo Fan. Apes, wearing an amber summer dress, walked out from it. Her long hair dangled elegantly to the side. Ah, Apes, it's fine if you are the one dancing. Hey, Apes, since when are you on the boat? Were you with us just now? Zhao Manyang was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered only the four of them were taking the yacht from Egypt to Greece. Where did Apes come from? There's something in the water behind us, it's the cruel ocean serpent. Apes frowned. Her pale face had an inviolable expression. Chapter 16-18. Fighting the Demon Snake on the Ocean. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan jumped to the top of the currently unneeded sail on the boat and looked behind them. The yacht was moving quickly, driven by a looping water spell that Zhao Manyang had cast. Waves were extending to the side like white curtains on the surface of the sea. Behind them was a long shadow. It was still a certain distance from the surface, but it was obvious because of how clear the water was. It was extremely sinister to see. When did the creature start following the yacht? Mo Fan had assumed they would not stumble into demon snakes again after leaving the deserts in Egypt. To his surprise, there was such a deadly creature in the Mediterranean Sea. Its level isn't low, be careful. Mo Fan warned the others. Luckily, his missing arm had grown fully back. Otherwise, he would have struggled to wield his full strength. Mo Fan glanced at Apis, who looked back at him helplessly. If Apis had not used the curse on Ethan, she would have no problem dealing with the cruel ocean serpent. However, her mental energy had dried out. She could not lend a hand, since she mainly relied on her spiritual magic. Holy crap, which god did we end up provoking this time? Why do we always find ourselves in dangerous situations like this? Why did we have to stumble into a thing like this while we are enjoying ourselves? Zhao Manyang grumbled. It was fine if some random serpent or monster showed up while they were traveling across the Mediterranean Sea. They could easily just take them out, so why would such a deadly ruler-level creature show up out of nowhere? Were ruler-level creatures so common nowadays? How were average mags going to survive? It's coming, Mo Fan frowned. He was trying to figure out a way to deal with the cruel ocean serpent. Any creature that had come for Apis' head was at least a ruler-level creature. The cruel ocean serpent was only a little weaker than the Dark Sword Master. If they were on land, with Mo Fan's current strength and the help of his teammates, he might have had a chance against the ruler-inferior creature, but if he was fighting on the sea. First, the sea greatly limited Mo Fan's fire magic. His powerful fire magic and the fighting capacity he had when possessed by Little Flame Bell was his best trump card when fighting a ruler-level creature. Without it, a ruler-inferior creature could easily kill him. Second, the Beast Tide spell was completely useless. 2. The moon-devouring white wolves, enormous white wolves, and white-marked wolves were all landlubbers. If they were summoned onto the sea, they would end up like dumplings in boiling water. Last but not least, his enemy could move freely in the water, while his movement was greatly restricted. It would be better if there were tall buildings that served as stepping stones around him, like Japan's maritime battlefield, but they were currently in the middle of the sea. He could see nothing but water. The environment was unfavorable to him. Are we fighting? Mu Bai asked. Mu Bai, how long will it take you to freeze the surface of the sea? Mo Fan said. An area this size? At least 10 minutes, Mu Bai replied. Mo Fan was left speechless. 10 minutes was enough for the creature to digest them into poop. If only Mu Ningxue was here, it would only take her a few minutes to freeze the surface. That would significantly lift the restrictions that Mo Fan was under. Mo Fan was giving Mu Bai a "how useless are you" look when Heidi, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, blurted out as a thought crossed her mind, "There's an island behind the mist ahead. Let's fight it there." Great idea. I'm only worried if this shitty yacht will make it that far. What did you say? I spent so much money on the yacht. I gave it the name Le Grand Amour. Damn it, if that thing dares to destroy my yacht, I'm going to skin it and use it to cover my deck. Zhao Manyang yelled. Enough talk, hurry up and set up a defense around the ship. Otherwise, it can smash your yacht into pieces with a single wave of its tail. Mo Fan told him. The cruel ocean serpent did not attack right away. It was obviously probing the strength of the extra people on the yacht. Its long body undulated slowly as it drew closer to the yacht. It quickly finished probing their strength. It was on the move. The cruel ocean serpent was massive. Its head reached the right side of the yacht and drew a huge arc under the water. Its long body was curling around the area that the boat was in. It felt like the yacht had reached a dead end, surrounded by black reefs. The white yacht was like a leaf that was going to sink at any second. Its size was a great contrast to the cruel ocean serpent's massive body. Normally, the fear they felt would be coming from above, when the shadow of some massive creatures loomed over them with an overwhelming presence strong enough to make their hearts pound while they struggled to breathe. This time, the fear was coming from the water under the yacht. Where they were standing no longer felt safe, as if they would be dragged to the bottom of the sea and drowned in the icy cold water with no chance of resisting. The water level dropped rapidly. The group suddenly felt weightless. The yacht was initially moving on the surface of the sea, but they suddenly noticed a chasm opening up. They saw the water rising above them like a massive wall. "It's drawing the water away from this area. It's dragging us to the bottom of the sea," Zhao Manyang yelled. The cruel ocean serpent did not bother directly attacking the yacht. It was removing the water from beneath the boat. Once the yacht reached a certain depth, it would withdraw its control, and the weight of water pouring down on them would crush them to pieces. It was unwise to underestimate the force of the sea. Heidi immediately used her telekinesis as the yacht was sinking. It formed a silver wedge, holding the yacht in midair. The water below continued to fall, but the white yacht floated in the sky. "Cunning bastard, it's trying to drown us," Mo Fan cursed. Luckily, Heidi had reacted in time to hold the yacht in the air. "Heidi, can you hold it?" Mu Bai asked. Heidi did not bother to answer him. She slowly lifted the yacht and brought it back to the surface of the sea. "Let's leave this place first," Heidi said. "Do you need help?" Mo Fan asked. The yacht was not light. It was a great burden to Heidi's mind and energy to use her telekinesis to keep the boat floating. Lifting objects with the telekinesis was mainly used for attacking. They only needed to speed up the objects after lifting them into the air to either knock their targets away, or throw the objects at their enemy. It was just like a person picking up a stone and tossing it into the distance. The process only lasted for a few seconds at most. However, levitating an object was different. It required the space mage to constantly focus on the object as long as the object was still aloft. The burden to the space mage would multiply, depending on the size and the mass of the object. It was just like a person carrying a heavy object with both hands. It was not a trivial task. Luckily, Heidi's will was very strong. If Mo Fan was lifting the yacht, it would turn into a drop tower from an amusement park if he was distracted somehow. Heidi's telekinesis was rather impressive. She forcibly dragged the yacht out from the chasm and tossed it back onto the sea surface. The yacht flew 300 meters in the air. It finally dropped back to the sea as Heidi struggled to hold on just long enough. The yacht landed heavily on the surface of the sea and kicked up a huge wave up. Zhao Manyang was bounced from the deck to the back of the yacht. He would have fallen into the water if he had not grabbed the rail in time. The yacht was obviously damaged from the fall. Zhao Manyang rose to his feet and cried out pitifully, "It's no different than being attacked by the creature. A few more times, and my yacht is going to fall apart." Mo Fan turned around and saw water pouring back into the chasm to fill up the empty space. Currents were flowing from beneath the ship, too. They eventually formed a giant whirlpool with a deafening rumble. "Is it back?" Mu Bai asked. Most likely, Mo Fan cautiously looked around him, but the water nearby was calm. He eventually grumbled, "Damn it, I can't see anything on the surface. We won't be able to tell where it is if it's moving around deep in the sea." Mo Fan did not like the sea. He kept feeling like the enemy would suddenly attack from below him, forcing him to be passive. He began to wonder why he even agreed to Zhao Manyang's stupid suggestion of taking a yacht to Greece. Wouldn't it be better if they had traveled on land? "It's nearby, don't lower your guard," Heidi warned them. Her face was covered in sweat. She was clearly worn out from using her telekinesis like that. "I can hear it moving." A sound mage was particularly useful in a situation like this. Heidi could easily figure out where the cruel ocean serpent was while the others were struggling. Mo Fan was getting agitated. He could not use his strength at all. He had an urge to punch the cruel ocean serpent right in the face. He wanted to throw a few punches at the water nearby to vent his frustrations. Chapter 16-19. Evil Serpent Disturbing the Seas. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. How far are we from the island? Mofan asked. Around 3 kilometers, you should be able to see it after we leave the mist, there it is. Mubai said, pointing ahead. The yacht had already passed through the fog. An island covered in oak trees was right ahead. It was a lot closer than the others had thought, mainly because the mist limited their vision. Good, lure that thing to the island. I'm going to blast it into pieces. Mofan clenched his fists with glittering eyes. The sea became restless again. The cruel ocean serpent was on the move. The clear water suddenly became cloudy and started to shake around them. Countless red snakes sprang out from the water. They rose into the air and came down like elastic spears. The snakes were pouring down like rain, crazily dangerous. They could not tell if the cruel ocean serpent had summoned the snakes, or if they were some kind of magic. The strange red snakes went right through Zhao Manyan's water curtain without any resistance, completely ignoring the magical barrier. Zhao Manyan was dumbfounded. The water curtain was clearly standing there intact, but the red snakes had passed through it instantly. He had never encountered anything like it. Plummeting rays, sacred wall. Zhao Manyan tossed a ray of light ahead. It exploded after reaching a certain spot, leaving countless octagons scattered in the air. The octagons joined together and formed a wall of shields. There were crazy numbers of the red snakes, and they were coming from all directions. Zhao Manyan's golden shield could only form an arc of protection in a specific direction. It could not protect the entire yacht. Zhao Manyan was using everything he had to protect his yacht. He immediately cast a few more spells, tossing a few more rays of light into the air, forming the same shield around the yacht. The light magic was much more effective. The red snakes melted into a puddle of filth after smashing into the light shields, their remains slowly sliding down the octagons. They seemed to be extremely vulnerable to the light magic. The light shield stopped most of the red snakes from landing on the ship. The yacht continued forward unhindered. Nicely done, we are almost at the island. My fists can't wait any longer. Mofan grinned. He was going to make it pay for chasing them all the way here. Mubai was steering the boat. He was surprisingly skilled at many things. It was bumpier on the ocean than on land, but Mubai was able to steer the ship around and use the waves to speed them up. The ship darted toward the island. We're almost at the bay, be ready, Mubai called out, searching for a suitable spot to dock the yacht. They were in luck. The side of the island they were approaching was a bay instead of a tall cliff. There was no sign of dangerous reefs nearby, either. The yacht raced toward the bay, borrowing the force of the waves. However, Mubai suddenly noticed a row of bright-colored umbrellas along the beach. Umbrellas? Mubai was startled. He glanced at the beach and saw a lot of people there, just tiny black dots at this distance. It was difficult to see them. Shit, we can't go to the island. Mubai quickly veered the boat around on the restless water. Holy crap, are you seriously drifting with my yacht? Zhao Manyan shrieked. Mubai, what are you doing? Mofan was confused. How were they supposed to fight the cruel ocean serpent without going onto the island? At this rate, they were all going to be buried at the bottom of the ocean. There are people on the island, it's a vacation island. If we lure the creature there, many people are going to die. Mubai blurted out. Mofan was so focused on the cruel ocean serpent that he had not taken a close look at the island. He took a quick glance at it and noticed the crowd on the beach. The Bay of Fakaren Island. A European woman heard some noises from the sea. She took off her sunglasses and stared at the dark sea, and the sky that had suddenly fallen to darkness. A giant serpent rose from the water, its head almost touched the black clouds. Its body was like a massive tower. The sight gave the lady a great shock. She completely forgot that she was not wearing her bikini top, since she was enjoying a sunbath. However, the people on the beach had no time to enjoy her stunning body. They were all staring at the ocean with wide eyes. It was sunny just a moment ago, but the sky had darkened in an instant as the evil serpent rose from the sea. Most ridiculously, a white yacht covered in a golden light was heading right toward the restless water. Damn it, how brainless are these people? Why don't they run? They always accuse us Chinese of being busybodies, yet these Europeans are the same way. Shouldn't they be running by now? Zhao Manyang cursed. They could not go to the island if the crowd stayed on the beach. If it was only a commander-level creature, they were confident of keeping the creature around the bay, but if it was a ruler-inferior creature, it might sink the whole island if it had the time. They did not dare place these innocent people in danger by luring the creature there. What should we do now? We are screwed if we tried to avoid them. Mo Fan was having a headache. Why did the island they stumbled into turn out to be a vacation island? Didn't they know how dangerous the oceans were? Couldn't they just stay away from the water? Mo Fan had difficulty using his magic when he was not on land. Zhao Manyang, Heidi, and Mu Bai could not handle the ruler-inferior creature on their own. Apers, don't just stand there, think of a plan. Mo Fan said. If you can't even handle a situation like this, you are not worthy to be my master, Humph. Apers replied coldly. Mo Fan did not expect to be scorned under such circumstances. Chapter 1620. Holy Essence, Heaven Protection Sword. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The cruel ocean serpent attacked as the yacht turned around. This time, it took the straightforward approach. It simply slammed its massive body into the yacht. Zhao Manyang quickly set up a defense. The serpent's tail slammed through the water and knocked the yacht into the air, like a bat hitting a home run. The people on the yacht immediately felt the world spinning. Luckily, the attack did not break through Zhao Manyang's defense. He managed to protect the yacht too, but it clearly did not work faultlessly. A few more hits, and both the yacht and the people on it would be crushed to pieces. Don't just rely on me, I can't hold on any longer. Zhao Manyang blurted out with a twisted expression. Once again, Zhao Manyang was facing a ruler-level creature. He really missed the pleasant days when he could just stand there and let the commander-level creatures attack him at will. Unlike then, he now had to use his strongest defensive spells against a random attack from a ruler-level creature. If he took another hit, all his defensive equipment was going to be useless. We are at its mercy since we can't go to the island. Mo Fan grumbled. It's coming again. Mu Bai yelled. Mo Fan cast a lightning spell, but the cruel ocean serpent was extremely cunning. It quickly hid in the water as soon as it noticed the destructive presence of the lightning magic. Even though the water would conduct lightning, it would weaken its damage at the same time. It would be difficult to stop the creature when it returned after dodging Mo Fan's spell. As a matter of fact, there was nothing they could do when the ruler-level creature was abusing its surroundings like that. It could easily drag the four of them to the bottom of the ocean without losing a single scale. The cruel ocean serpent sprang out of the water, its body extending horizontally over the surface. The dense scales covering it suddenly rose up like spikes. F***K was this thing crossbred with a hedgehog? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The cruel ocean serpent was now fully covered in spikes. As the creature started to spin at a shocking rate, the spikes became the blades of a shredder. The cruel ocean serpent was huge. It felt like a meat mincer was rolling at them. The yacht had no chance of outrunning it. Water was spraying all over the place from the spinning blades. We are done for. Zhao Manyang's face was full of despair. Mo Fan had a stern face, too. The cruel ocean serpent was attacking them at close range after wearing out their defense. They would need a super spell to defend themselves from the creature's move. Should we just jump into the water? Mu Bai asked quickly. It's going to swallow us if we go into the water, Heidi countered. Should we all just fly our separate ways then? Zhao Manyang suggested prior to dying. Are you F***King serious? How did you mess up the proverb? Are you F***King serious? Why do you even care if I'm using the right proverb at a time like this? Heidi was utterly speechless about how reckless these men were. The horrifying meat mincer was right before them, yet they were still yelling at one another. She knew she could not rely on Mo Fan's defense. She saw Mu Bai trying his best to prepare himself. She also unleashed her will. Heidi had gathered all three facets of her will. She was planning to set up a wall in front of her, using the waves to reduce the cruel ocean serpent's speed. Unfortunately, the silver glow did not last very long, nor did the cruel ocean serpent slow down by much. It was still closing on them. Its massive body and terrifying spikes were crushing them mentally, as if there was nothing they could do apart from waiting for their deaths. Holy Essence, Heaven Protection Sword. A sacred voice suddenly descended from the sky, like protection from the God of Light. A holy blue light pierced through the gloomy clouds, followed by an enormous sword engulfed in a sacred blue radiance. It was spectacular, as if God's punishment had descended upon the mundane world. The huge sword slammed into the ocean in front of the yacht. Mo Fan and the others lifted their eyes and saw the light of the sword keeping the cruel ocean serpent away from the yacht. The cruel ocean serpent rammed into the light barrier, and amazingly some of its sturdy spikes were broken at the impact. Fresh blood was pouring out from the wounds. The Heaven Protection Sword was unstoppable, its incredible light knocked the cruel ocean serpent back. The creature thrashed about on the surface of the sea while its blood poured out like a storm. Mo Fan and the others behind the Heaven Protection Sword were lost in wonder. How much force did it take to knock the enormous creature flying? A moment later, the cruel ocean serpent returned to the surface. It had been seriously injured and frightened by the spell. Its head rose from the water, and it stared at the human shrouded by the sacred light. The cruel ocean serpent did not dare to provoke them further after sensing their formidable aura. It dove into the water and fled for its life. The sea had provided the creature with a perfect environment to run away in. It was difficult to hunt the cruel ocean serpent down unless there was a strong water mage around. The figure encapsulated by the holy blue light slowly came down from the sky. Zhao Manyang knew she was beautiful just by looking at her silhouette. He blurted out, "The goddess of light has come to save us." The light eventually faded away. The woman soon revealed herself. She smiled at Mo Fan and Heidi before saying gently, "What did you all do to provoke a strong creature like that?" Miss Brianka." Zhao Manyang yelled with mixed feelings. Zhao Manyang was extremely excited after being saved. He was utterly taken in by the woman's light magic and her beauty. Wasn't she the goddess he had been looking for all along? He did not expect the woman to be Brianka. It was actually his first time seeing her using light magic. Since when was her light magic so powerful? "Miss Brianka, if you were even a little late, we would all be dead by now," Heidi said. "But how come you're here?" Mo Fan was overjoyed, yet confused. When Brianka parted ways with them, she said she would be back in half a month, but they had not heard from her since then. They eventually went to the pyramid and spent for months in it, meaning that it had been half a year since Brianka left. They thought Brianka had already gone back to the Alps Institute. "I tried looking for you, but Fenna didn't want to tell me where you went, so I've been staying in Venice. I heard from Heidi that you were going to Greece. I was a little worried about you guys, so I've been waiting for you at the island." Brianka let out a relieved sigh after learning that everyone was fine. She had to leave before because of something important. Otherwise, she would not have been away for so long. "It looks like a group of mags is heading our way," Mu Bai called out to the others. Brianka looked back at the island and said, "I bet they are from the Shoreline Alliance. They must have come to ask what happened. They didn't bother showing up when the cruel ocean serpent was so close to the island. They only show up at the end, just like usual. I don't want to waste my time on them. Let's continue on our way to Greece," Mo Fan scoffed. "Fine," Brianka nodded. Mo Fan was worried that the people of the Shoreline Alliance would ask them about the cruel ocean serpent. The creature was after Apers, and her sensitive identity might bring them some unwanted trouble. It would only complicate things if they ended up being accused of disturbing the peace of the resort island. Besides, he had no idea which country the island belonged to, or what kind of rules their magic association had. Lucky, the yacht can still move. Zhao Manyang, use your magic to speed it up. The Shoreline Alliance is catching up to us, Mu Bai said. Miss Brianka, you are a light mage, too. Can you give me some advice if you are free? What tier is your holy essence? It's so cool. I didn't know the strongest single-target super spell could be used defensively, too. That's so crazy. Zhao Manyang was very taken with Brianka after seeing her light magic. He was like a primary school student, about to take out his notebook to record everything he was told. Humph, now you know how strong Miss Brianka is. Heidi stated. Does Miss Brianka accept male disciples? Zhao Manyang asked, grinning foolishly. You should take care of the yacht first, Brianka smiled. She did not take Zhao Manyang's words seriously. She was looking Mo Fan up and down instead. Mo Fan rubbed his chin and asked directly, why are you looking at me? Do I look more handsome now? You've done something incredible again. I heard an island has appeared at the end of the Red Sea, Brianka said. Miss Brianka, I'll tell you everything. We are still pretty far from Greece. Heidi had suddenly turned into a talkative little girl. She wrapped her arms around Miss Brianka like her teacher was her older sister. Sure, I can't wait to hear it. Chapter 1621. An Honorable Summoner. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. When they arrived in Athens, Mo Fan initially thought Brianka was going to interrogate him about what he had done. He might have compromised if she was waving a whip around while doing so, but to his surprise, Brianka did not ask him a single question after hearing about what they had been through from Heidi. Mo Fan was relieved. It would be quite difficult to explain all the details to Brianka and Heidi. He could not tell them that the ruler of the Kingdom of Undead in his country was actually his chief military instructor, who had demanded he open up the entrance of the underworld just so he could get revenge, right? Mo Fan, you've been to Athens before. Are there any attractions we should visit? Heidi asked. There's a street with jacaranda trees. Not only can you enjoy pleasant scenery that easily outmatches the cherry blossoms in Japan, there are a lot of shops with reputable international brands there. It's a shopping paradise. After you cross the street with cherry blossoms, you will find a lot of restaurants, Mo Fan happily informed them. Really? Let's go there after we got off the boat. Heidi exclaimed excitedly. Brianka's eyes were brimming with anticipation. Like many women, they were passionate about shopping. They might live a plain life at the Alps Institute, but they would still go crazy when visiting a famous city. Heidi had almost gone crazy in the pyramid. Cairo was at war too. Even when she finally had a chance to rest, she could not relax at all. She was definitely going to enjoy herself in a peaceful city like Athens. It was Brianka's first time in Athens, too. She was interested in the street with jacaranda trees that Mo Fan had described. The two women had already decided their agenda before getting off the yacht. They left on their own and completely forgot about the three men after the boat arrived at the dock. Heidi suddenly came to a stop. Oh, where is Apis? Is she sleeping? Why doesn't she come with us? Heidi asked after finally recalling that Apis was on the boat too. Oh, I'll go wake her up, Mo Fan nodded. Mo Fan went into the cabin and summoned Apis from the contract space. Apis seemed a little sleepy, as if she would never get enough sleep. She needed more rest after her soul was damaged. She had spent most of her time sleeping. The others assumed she was seasick, so they did not disturb her. Heidi and Brianka are asking you to go with them. Go on, but don't cause any trouble, Mo Fan said. I'm not going, Apis grunted. Mo Fan was about to say something when Heidi suddenly came into the room. She saw Apis standing at the door. She went up to her and grabbed her hand. We have reached Athens. Come with us, you will feel a lot better on land. I saw some duke skirts when I was surfing on the internet in Cairo. They seemed pretty and comfortable. I happened to find 3 different colors of them. We can buy one each. Duke skirts. It was Apis's first time hearing about them. She was not that knowledgeable about fashion. She knew what skirts were, but she had no idea what a duke skirt looked like. She was intrigued when she saw the excitement on Heidi's face. "Come with us, you shouldn't be sleeping all the time. It's not ideal for your growth. Let's go shopping, you will feel much better from the seasickness," Heidi exclaimed. Heidi was aware of Appa's pitiful background, so she had been treating her like a sister, and been quite friendly toward her. Appa seemed to be convinced. She looked at Mo-Fan. "Go on, I'll pay for you," Mo-Fan waved his hand. I'll change my clothes then," Appa said. "All right, I'll wait for you outside," Heidi stared at Mo-Fan before leaving the cabin. Appa's changed into simpler clothing. She looked at Mo-Fan after she came out of the cabin, as if he was a strange yet dangerous person. "You didn't tell them what I am?" Appa's asked. Zhao Manyang might have noticed it, but the others are still clueless. "I was thinking about it too, but I believe there's no need to tell the others. It's fine the way it is now, so you will still have to call me Big Brother whenever someone is around," Mo-Fan smiled. "I won't appreciate it," Appa's blurted out and ran after Heidi. "Don't just buy anything you want. Your master, I am not that rich. Heidi and Brianka are though, so don't just follow them blindly. By the way, Brianka is a very strong super mage. You better not show your snake tail to her," Mo-Fan reminded her. "I have my own money." Appa's blurted out and left as if she did not want to see Mo-Fan again. Mo-Fan was not worried about Appa's running away, since she was now bound to the contract. He only needed to cast a single spell to summon her back to the contract space, regardless of where she was. However, Mo-Fan did wonder what he should do with Appa's. It was best not to reveal her identity, as it might bring him some unwanted trouble. Healing the soul. I wonder if Xinxia can heal Appa's. If she can, I'm going to have another strong helper, Mo-Fan mumbled to himself. Appa's was quite powerful, but because his cultivation was lacking, her power was limited by the contract. Even if she recovered from her injuries, she would not necessarily be as strong as a Scorpion Lord Medusa. If so, she could easily have broken free from the contract. It seemed the contract summoning was well designed. Contracted beasts would not be able to fight back, even if they were stronger than their master, once they formed the contract. Unfortunately, it also meant the contract would suppress the contracted beast's strength by forcing it down to the same level as its master. Mo-Fan was quite pleased regardless. He did not have to worry that Appa's was going to turn on him after she recovered from her injuries. It also meant Appa's would become stronger once his cultivation improved, so he did not have to help her improve at all. Once he achieved the super level, Appa's would definitely be stronger than a Scorpion Lord Medusa. How should I explain this to Xinxia, then? Appa's is so good looking, but she's my contracted beast, just like Little Flame Bell too. How can I convince her that I'm an honorable summoner? Mo-Fan could not help but wonder. Appa's looked just like an ordinary girl. Mo-Fan had yet to see any features of a snake on her, apart from her eyes. As a matter of fact, the first Medusa was born human. If Appa's had inherited her lineage, it was reasonable that she looked like a human. It was possible that not many knew that the purer the lineage of a Medusa, the more human they seemed. Chapter 1622. Fruit of the Ice Realm. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan seriously wondered how Zhao Manyang was able to so easily find a place with pretty ladies in every city he visited. The men were not interested in shopping. They preferred to enjoy some high-quality services. Bai, you're not coming. Mo-Fan was surprised. I'm not feeling well. Bai shook his head. That's perfect, the place we're going to will make you feel great. Let's go, how could you miss out on it? I'll stake you. Zhao Manyang said. I'll pass, Bai directly rejected him. He headed for the hotel with a troubled face. Are you going to the auction later, then? Zhao Manyang asked him. I'll be there. The two did not force Bai any further, and went to a reflexology center. The two were not hoodlums. They did not bother visiting some questionable places. This was a clean, reputable place. They had a nice bath and went to the rooftop garden to enjoy a sunbath, with drinks and beautiful ladies.
Are you sure this place doesn't provide us with those kinds of services?
Mo Fan asked once again, just to make sure. Don't worry, it's a proper recreational center. The most you can do is have some drinks and eat some grilled cuttlefish, unless you're good enough to hook up with them on your own. Otherwise, these ladies will never be intimate with you. Zhao Manyang confirmed.
How did you learn about a place like this?
Mo Fan was confused. It's a famous club in my circle. Think about it, the wealthy have no trouble letting women fall for them, but if it's a place with strict obligations like this, rich people find it more challenging. They believe they can hook up with the women here, but little do they know, the women here have already seen too many rich people. Even a charming person with great inner qualities like me has yet to hook up with any of them. Zhao Manyang admitted. So you're only here to satisfy the needs of your lower body, Mo Fan confirmed.
You can't blame me if I manage to hook up with them with my own skills. I'm trying not to visit the hookers, but if I can't even have one-night stands or hook up with girls, what else can I do in my life?
Zhao Manyang said righteously. Mo Fan was left speechless, but he did know that this guy had been indulging in his desires since they were in college. He had to admit that Zhao Manyang had brought him to a good place. It was very soothing lying here in a hot spring filled with unique herbal fragrances. He sank into the hot towel behind his head. He could feel the effects of the herbs slowly penetrating his skin and muscles, releasing the tension in his nerves. He closed his eyes as his therapist softly massaged his head. The fragrance from the hot spring assailed his nostrils, as if he was lying on the chest of an elegant woman. Mo Fan soon fell asleep. It was a comfortable nap, and he completely lost track of the time. When he woke up, he realized that he had only been asleep for half an hour, yet he felt energetic, as if he had slept for a few days. Come on, let's grab some drinks. Zhao Manyang smiled when he saw Mo Fan was awake. Not bad, this is a nice place. Mo Fan complimented. Zhao Manyang did bring him to a great place this time. The herbs are refined by some reputable herbalists. The hot spring also has some healing effects that can treat our inner injuries. We were stuck in the pyramid for so long, there might be little injuries that we are not aware of. A short bath here can quickly take care of them, Zhao Manyang told him. I see, Mo Fan nodded. You should feel very relaxed, too. It's the combination of the blessing element and the psychic element. The Parthenon Temple is an expert at both. I was told that the owner of this reflexology center is actually someone from the Parthenon Temple. They have branches in every major city, Zhao Manyang went on. Oh, as expected of the Parthenon Temple, earning money is always so easy for them. A place like this would obviously be popular among the hunters. They are constantly tortured mentally in the wild, so it usually takes them a long time for them to recover, Mo Fan predicted. Mo Fan, you shouldn't just focus on your cultivation. You really should enjoy life sometime. If you somehow die all of a sudden, you might regret not enjoying life yet, Zhao Manyang chided him. You're right about that. They had some cocktails under the warm sunlight coming through the sunroof. It was indeed a relaxing afternoon. Time passed pretty quickly. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang, and Mu Bai had agreed to meet at the auction in the evening. They had just come out from the pyramid, so of course they had some valuable loot with them. It would have been tricky to sell them in Egypt, so they decided to sell them in Athens instead. They went back to the hotel and knocked on Mu Bai's door. Mu Bai finally opened the door after a while. He was still wearing the same stern face he'd had before they parted ways in the afternoon. Mo Fan sensed that something was not right. He asked in a serious tone, Mu Bai, is something troubling you? Just tell us, don't you trust us yet? Zhao Manyang noticed something was strange about Mu Bai, too. He blurted out, are you under a curse or something? Like you're being haunted by a female mummy from the pyramid. Mo Fan immediately glared at Zhao Manyang, forcing him to shut his mouth. Something is happening, Mu Bai confessed when the two asked about it.
He continued, "It's something about my cultivation. I've been stuck at the peak advanced level for quite some time." "The same goes with us," Mofan sighed. "I thought it was something serious. Just think about it, we are all stuck in the same situation. Unfortunately, the super level isn't that easy to achieve, even though some people have achieved it after observing flowers floating on the lake or listening to the falling leaves. It's more about building it up. If you want to turn a river into a sea, you have to gather 100 rivers. Take your time," Mofan advised. He knew why Mubai was feeling troubled. Mofan knew how diligent Mubai was. He even thought Mubai was working harder than him at times. The man had only come so far because of his hard work and effort in searching for opportunities. However, the super level was not achievable with mere diligence. Mofan and Zhao Manyang were searching for their path to the super level, too. Unfortunately, the pyramid did not have the things they were looking for. They had no choice but to place it in the hands of fate. Heidi was in a similar situation. Her foundation was firmer, yet she also could not touch the super level. Mofan is right, you shouldn't worry about it. It's not easy to break through to the super level. Not everyone can become a super mage. Just enjoy the present, don't think too much about it, Zhao Manyang consoled him. Mubai shook his head after hearing their comforting words. He said after a slight hesitation, "Well, I think I found the next step." "Oh, isn't that great? What the heck? Holy crap, what did you King say?" Mofan and Zhao Manyang's eyes went wide as they stared at Mubai. "I say, I might have probed the super level. My galaxies are shifting, my stars are trying to expand too. I've read about this in some books. They say it's a sign that I'm close to breaking through to the super level. I think I should find a safe place with a high level of energy to see if I can achieve the super level," Mubai said seriously. "How did this happen?" Zhao Manyang asked. "It was by chance. I found a fruit of the ice realm in the Qinling Mountains. 2 great ruler-level creatures were fighting over it. I accidentally fell into the valley they were fighting in, breaking more than 20 of my bones. I hid close to a mountain stream for half a month. In the end, the ruler of the valley defeated the beast from the Qinling Mountains. I noticed the creature was eating fruit from a tree with frozen leaves close to the mountain stream, so I used plant magic to turn some herbs with hypnotizing effects nearby into juice and had the roots of the tree with frozen leaves absorb it. I was actually hiding right under the tree's roots. It took half a month, but the fruits that the tree bore gained a certain hypnotizing effect. The ruler eventually fell into a deep slumber. I took the fruit of the ice realm from it and ran away," Mubai told them. "Was the thing really that good?" Mofan asked. Mofan could easily guess how dangerous the situation was, even though Mubai was plainly describing it. He would have died if anything went wrong. But there's a problem. The fruit of the ice realm will only mature with a unique poison. Tjat was said to be extinct. I wasn't sure if the poison of the huntsman spider in the pyramid would work, but it actually did when I tried it out, Mubai said. That's unbelievable. So you're saying that you've probed the super level with the fruit of the ice realm? Zhao Manyang exclaimed. I guess so. I think it's because my primary element is ice, and my secondary element is plant. The fruit matches perfectly with them. It was matured with poison too, and my tertiary element was poison even though it's pretty weak at the moment, Mubai said. Mofan and Zhao Manyang exchanged glances. Was this for real? They had only gone away to enjoy themselves a comfortable bath, and yet Mubai had already taken the lead and probed the super level before them. Was there anything worse than this? Chapter 1623. The Horn of the Deer God. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm thinking of dying now, what about you? I don't feel any better than you. We were worried he was in some kind of trouble, but it turns out that he's quitting our team of advanced mags. Should we take him out before he attempts the breakthrough? If he did break through to the super level, we will lose our only chance. Mofan, you're a madman.
The street lamps extended the shadows of the two depressed figures. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang were walking along the streets. Mu Bai had totally ruined their pleasant mood from the afternoon. Huh? Weren't they supposed to be happy for their friend? Happy my ass, they had put in so much effort looking for the totem beasts while saving countless lives, yet the heavens had let Mu Bai achieve the super level first. Mo Fan's cultivation was at least an entire street ahead of Mu Bai's back in high school, yet the goddamn bottleneck of the advanced level had allowed Mu Bai to take the lead. He could not deny Mu Bai's fortuitous discovery and diligence, but seriously, all 5 of his elements had already reached their peak. Either way, Mo Fan was seriously not happy. Even if Mu Bai could not defeat him after achieving the super level, he would still be displeased. Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang continued on their way to the auction, but they were clearly not in the mood anymore. During the auction, Mo Fan was constantly thinking about Mu Bai, ignoring how precious the items that were being auctioned off were. He had initially planned to get himself some reliable defensive equipment. The next item is an artifact from the east. I wonder if anyone here knows its origin. The artifact is called the Horn of the Deer God. An appraiser believes it's related to an ancient protector creature. It's definitely valuable in the eyes of a collector. The starting price is 13 million, the auctioneer briefly explained for the crowd. If an appraiser they found could determine the value of the ancient artifact, the auctioneer would only sell it at a satisfying price, or to some collector to earn a fortune. Since it was difficult to appraise the value of an ancient artifact, most people only collected them as a hobby. Some might have some special uses, raising the price of the artifact tenfold. Therefore, the prices between ancient artifacts with known powers and the artifacts with unknown abilities varied greatly. The auctioneer obviously had not discovered the abilities of the Horn of the Deer God, as they only had a brief description of it. The starting price was only set at 13 million because it was an antique that might appeal to rich collectors. Are they seriously selling that for almost €1 billion? Zhao Manyang blurted out. 13 million euros was around €1 billion Chinese yuan, an amount that many advanced mags could only earn by risking their lives. 15 million! Mo Fan suddenly yelled. Zhao Manyang was startled. He said, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you buy that thing?" 16 million, a man countered. 17 million. Mo Fan raised his bid without any hesitation. The other man did not raise his bid further. 17 million it is. It seems like this young man here is an impressive collector. I hope the Horn of Deer God will grant you immense luck, the MC said. Oh my, I know you aren't in a great mood, but you shouldn't vent your frustrations by wasting your money. We are bidding in euros, that thing just cost you 1.5 billion. Zhao Manyang swore at him. Mo Fan quickly paid the money to claim the item. The auctioneer would pay the tax on his behalf. Sir, do you want to take the item now? We can deliver it to your place. I'll take it now. Sure. Mo Fan felt much more at ease after claiming the Horn of the Deer God. Zhao Manyang came up to him while drinking a bottle of juice, his face depressed. I know you earned a fortune from the bounty for the tears of Medusa, but you shouldn't waste it like that. Why don't you tell me what the heck this shitty horn is good for? Old Zhao, can't you tell? Mo Fan asked seriously. Yes I can, you're an idiot. Are you a pig? I see money as more important than my life, so why would I waste my money on something useless? This thing, it's a totem artifact. Mo Fan declared. Zhao Manyang's expression immediately livened up. He took the Horn of the Deer God, currently sealed in a glass container, and studied it carefully. Why do you say it's a totem artifact? Look, there's a totem seal. Mo Fan pointed at the lines on the horn. The lines were not obvious because of the horn's condition. Some were thick, some were thin. Only people that were familiar with totem seals would notice them. I don't see it, Zhao Manyang admitted. The truth was, Mo Fan had not seen the totem seal either. He only knew it was related to a totem beast when Little Loach alerted him. Little Loach rarely showed any interest in other things, except stuff at the level of the Pharaoh's Spring and the totem artifacts.
Mo Fan bid decisively for the horn of God Deer when he noticed little Loach was interested in it. Mo Fan had immediately taken a closer look at the horn, and discovered that the lines on it did resemble a totem seal when looked at from certain angles. He was convinced that it once belonged to a totem beast. The totem artifacts were all long lost. Xiaosheng had tried looking for them, yet he only managed to find some hints of them. Mo Fan did not expect to find one of them here in Athens. It might mean that many totem artifacts had actually ended up in foreign countries. Some were being displayed in houses as rare collector's items, others were circulating in the auctions. It really belonged to a totem beast? What could it be? Zhao Manyang exclaimed, choosing to believe in Mo Fan. If they could track down another totem beast, they might have a chance to break the chains of the advanced level, too. Mu Bai had already found his path to the super level. The two of them would have to work harder. It did not feel good knowing that Mu Bai had now caught up to them. It must be. We'll look for information about a totem beast that resembles a deer with the totem seal. We should be able to find more information about it. Perhaps we can find a totem beast like the moon moth phoenix, or something stronger. Mo Fan conjectured happily. Ha ha ha, we stumbled across it by luck, despite having no luck when we were actually looking for it. Chapter 1624. Her intelligence is several times yours. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan initially planned to visit Xinxia, but was disappointed to learn that she was not at the Parthenon Temple. She was currently in England. Mo Fan was utterly speechless. He did not even bother to check Xinxia's schedule before coming all the way here. She was still a candidate, after all, so she had to be extremely busy with a lot of things. After asking around, Mo Fan learned that Xinxia had paid a visit to Elaine's clan. Does Elaine have some influence in England? Mo Fan asked, looking confused as he stood at the foot of the mountain. The Parthenon Temple was as crowded as usual. The mountain paths were full of believers slowly making their way to the Hall of Faith, even on a rainy day. The truth was, many believers did not come for their own sake. They were here on behalf of their family members. If they could receive the blessings of the mountain of the goddess, their families would be freed from sickness and disease. It was normal for people to get sick, be it serious or trivial. Those sicknesses would not necessarily cost them their lives, but would still torture them from the moment they woke up to when they could finally sleep. The pain would accompany them always, be it on sunny or rainy days. The blessings and the power of faith of the Parthenon Temple were not purely psychological. Its ability to drive away plague and pain was matchless. Only the people that had been through torture and pain from disease knew how precious being healthy was. Therefore, the Parthenon Temple was never short on disciples. Elaine might only be around our age, but her status in England is quite extraordinary. She's from the reputable Victoria clan, who once had an impressive queen. Their queen earned a lot of respect from many important parties during the political crisis. You know how strong an influence the Cassars have in Europe, right? As a matter of fact, the Cassars were once vassals to the Victoria clan. The nobility might not have as much power as the royalty, but they still have a huge say at the international level. Xinxia is smart to cooperate with the Victoria clan. They are rather conservative, and they believe in resolving conflicts peacefully and putting people first, Zhao Manyang said. Zhao Manyang knew Mo Fan was clueless about things like this. Does Elaine have a say, too? Mo Fan asked. Of course she does, she's the primary successor. It's why she is called the Great Duchess of England. Xinxia is around the same age as Elaine. I bet they will become friends very easily. From what I know, the Victoria clan is not fond of the way Xinxia was ruling the Parthenon Temple. It's unlikely they will support her now that she has resurrected, Zhao Manyang stated firmly. So Xinxia is attending to some serious business in England. I was hoping she would be back soon. Forget it, I won't disturb her at a time like this. Mo Fan shook his head, and gave up on the thought of giving Xinxia a call. Xinxia would be worried if she knew he was in Athens. He had been missing for quite some time, after all. Xinxia is pretty good at grasping the big picture. If she manages to get the Victoria clan support, the situation might not be as one-sided as after Xinxia secured the Casa's support, Zhao Manyang judged. Is she really that brilliant? Why didn't I notice it before? Mo Fan raised his brows. The two of you grew up together. In your eyes, Xinxia will always be the little sister under your protection. You assumed she was weak and unable to protect herself because she couldn't walk, but you've really underestimated her. Her intelligence is several times yours. How did she survive the deceptions at the Parthenon Temple, where everyone is trying to outwit one another? Look at how she's competing with Xinxia. Don't you know who Xinxia is? If she wants to kill someone, the person might even kneel and thank her for her kindness. What about the incident at the Alps? She was killing 3 birds with a single arrow. Xinxia is going up against someone like her. The very fact that she hasn't lost yet indicates how wise and insightful she is. I initially thought she was going to lose for sure once the Casas were involved, and she would soon be sent back to our homeland, but she immediately set her eyes on England to obtain support from the conservative Victorian clan. She managed to recover some lost ground. Zhao Manyang pointed out. Is she really that smart? Mo Fan exclaimed in shock. Brother, the Victoria clan is just like the Mu clan in our country. They might hold a grudge against Xinxia, but that doesn't mean they will support another candidate. The candidate must have the bearing of a leader and know how to assess and control the situation in order to win their support. It is important to understand the complicated relationships between factions of different countries, too. Sharing the same beliefs isn't a good enough reason for them to work together. Most importantly, it is how she negotiated and convinced the Victoria clan to reach a mutual agreement and support her. She couldn't just win over their support by remaining silent. You must understand, if the Victoria clan does not intervene in the election for the goddess, it's unlikely that Xinxia would do anything to them if Xinxia lost. However, if they choose to support Xinxia, what do you think Xinxia is going to do to them if Xinxia loses? The Victoria clan are not idiots. Them being conservative means they won't easily take a side, but Xinxia managed to convince them to side with her. Man, am I playing the lute to a cow now? Can you please spend more time learning about the current news? Yes, you might not be interested, but you should know the basics so you understand the situation your woman is in, Zhao Manyang told him sharply. Mo Fan immediately felt awkward. He was more ashamed than ever. I finally realized something. You two might have grown up together, but Xinxia has all the brains, while you took all the muscles, Zhao Manyang said disdainfully. You sound like I'm so useless, yet why do you only know how to waste money when your family is so good at earning it? Mo Fan rebuked. What do you know? I'm just not interested in money. Zhao Manyang refuted promptly. Exactly. I'm not interested in authority, either. Mo Fan declared. Fine, we are both cultivators. Speaking of which, how does the election of the Parthenon Temple work? Mo Fan asked. Through votes, of course, votes from the magic associations across the world. The Parthenon Temple has temples all over the world, which means their believers are everywhere, too. I'm not too sure about the ratios, but I think the votes from mags weigh more. Governments aren't allowed to vote, so the Parthenon Temple has fostered close ties with the renowned clans. Apart from them, votes from schools and institutions are very important, too. The higher their rankings, the more weighty their votes are, Zhao Manyang explained for him. What about the Alps Institute? Does their vote count? Mo Fan asked. Of course, and their vote matters a lot, too. The Alps Institute visit different countries and take in orphans. They have built many orphanages in many countries. They have a good reputation, and since these orphans strive unremittingly to become better, the Alps Institute always has great talents among their students. You know how hostile the Alps Institute is toward the Parthenon Temple. Even though their vote means a lot, they have never voted in the election for the goddess. They might be a great opportunity for Xinxia. If she can obtain their support, Xinxia would surely panic. Zhao Manyang said. The Alps Institute had orphanages across the world. Those orphanages were teaching orphans magic like normal schools.
They would bring the talented ones to the Alps Institute. Every graduate of the Alps Institute was extremely grateful to the school once they moved on with their life. Therefore, the orphanages were kind of like a religion, too, and a strong one at that. The approaches that the Alps Institute and the Parthenon Temple take are very similar, but they are involved in different fields. The Parthenon Temple focuses on healing the sick, while the Alps are helping the homeless kids and fostering them into people that make great contributions to society. If the Alps Institute and the Parthenon Temple could work together, it would help the Parthenon Temple recruit more believers in a different field. In return, the locals might pay more respect to the leaders of the temples, too. Zhao Manyang declared. Would that really work? Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. Your eyes are only fixed on the beauties of the Alps Institute, you only care about their bodies and their good looks. You have no idea that they are as influential as living Buddhas in society, Zhao Manyang sniffed. F***K me, who was the one that was acting like an aroused dog at the Alps Institute? Who kept telling me that his flag was raised 24 hours a day? Mo Fan immediately swore. Are you seriously thinking of helping Xinxia build a connection with the Alps Institute? Zhao Manyang realized what Mo Fan was thinking. Xinxia has been working so hard. Shouldn't I, as her man, give her some support? Heidi and Brianka are going to be in charge of the Alps Institute in the future. I can work on them first, then slowly convince Headmistress Perry and Miss Celan. It's been generations, why do they have to hold on to the grudge still? Mo Fan said with a smile. That's not a bad idea. The Alps Institute has already provoked the Cassers, meaning that they have lost one of their backers. If the Parthenon Temple can let go of the past with Xinxia's help and help the Alps Institute overcome their financial difficulties, it's not impossible for them to be working together, Zhao Manyang admitted. Chapter 1625. The Insider with information on the Dear God. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Headmistress Perry had clearly offended the Cassers by protecting the traitor. She had still had a chance to alleviate the conflict between them and the Cassers if she had handed the culprit over. However, Mo Fan could not help but think that Headmistress Perry totally deserved his respect whenever he recalled her words. Even if the girl had betrayed the Alps Institute and brought so much trouble to the school, as long as she was still a student of the Alps Institute, Headmistress Perry would still make sure that she was judged fairly, instead of letting the Cassers torture her. It was rare to witness such integrity in the current day. Only the Alps Institute, which had remained true to their principles and values by secluding itself from the world, could do so. Mo Fan believed the Alps Institute should not be blamed for what had happened. They were using their resources to help orphanages across the world. He believed Headmistress Perry and the others were working hard to secure the funds needed. The Parthenon Temple was resourceful, and their businesses were all over the place. The reflexology center that Zhao Manyang brought him to was a huge money-making machine, not to mention the lands, or veins, and herb gardens they owned, and the donations from their believers. Xinxia might not be the treasurer, but she was a candidate. She had to have a certain say in the finances. If Xinxia could help the Parthenon Temple and the Alps Institute bury the hatchet and break the barrier between the two factions, Headmistress Perry would no longer have to worry about funds. She might even get more money for the orphanages. After all, the Parthenon Temple obviously had a greater influence. In addition to that, many factions that were worried about provoking the Parthenon Temple could finally work closely with the Alps Institute. Mo Fan, it's not that easy to bury the hatchet. I think you should let Xinxia talk to the Alps Institute in person. Brianka and Heidi are definitely the Alps Institute successors. You can settle them first. Invite them out for dinner, and have a pleasant conversation with the women. As long as you don't leave a bad impression and try to play some mind games, it's easy to become good friends with them. Don't mention a word about your plan to work together with them. Just be friends first. When they notice how pure and kind Xinxia is, you can then spill the beans. It's a lot easier that way. Zhao Manyang said. You're right, one step at a time, Mo Fan nodded. Brianka and Heidi were biased against the Parthenon Temple. They did not even want to come to Athens in the first place.
If he told them a candidate was interested in working with them, they might assume the candidate had an ulterior motive. Then I guess we'll stay in Athens for a while. I like this city, ha ha. Zhao Manyang laughed. It's not a bad place. Mo Fan, I've provided you with so many insights. Can't you sneak me into the Hall of the Goddess? I heard it's the paradise every man is looking for. The whole place is full of beauties, the servants, the muses, the saintess, and female knights. Man, I'm already getting excited from the thought of it, Zhao Manyang exclaimed. The knights are all men. Damn, I want to be a knight, then. Are they recruiting? Mo Fan still paid a visit to the mountain of the goddess. Zhao Manyang did not sneak in with Mo Fan as he had hoped. The mountain of the goddess was heavily guarded, and no one could set foot on it without permission. Zhao Manyang had no choice but to wander around in other areas. Mo Fan went straight to the mountain allocated to people who were convalescing in the Parthenon temple. The mountain of the goddess was pretty huge, with a complicated layout. One would see a new utopia after crossing every rise. They might be residences of the servants, the muses, or even just gardens where some special plants were nurtured. A probationary servant was guiding Mo Fan. She was very chatty, and kept asking Mo Fan about his relationship with Xinxia. Mo Fan had no idea what to say to her. They finally arrived at a little residence covered in greenery. When Mo Fan went inside, he saw a skinny woman standing below a tree, holding a little bird that had been knocked to the ground by the strong wind. She seemed to be searching for the little guy's nest, to put it back. Senior Sister Lung Ching, I'll do it. Mo Fan went up and took the little bird before leaping up into the tree. Mo Fan placed the bird back into its nest in just a few seconds, then nimbly jumped back down from the tree like a monkey. Mo Fan, when did you arrive? Lung Ching smiled. Mo Fan was the only person that could visit her while she was recovering here. I just got here. How are you? Mo Fan asked. Not bad, just a little weak. I feel like the wind could easily knock me down, Leng Qing sighed. Lang Qing had slimmed down a lot. Even though Xinxia managed to drag her back from the depths of hell, she would need a long time to recover from her injuries, especially her cultivation. He could no longer feel the powerful aura of a super mage from Ling Qing. In fact, she looked weaker than a normal person. He wondered how long it would take for her to reclaim the imposing bearing of an elder of the magic court. Take your time, Mo Fan said softly. It doesn't feel too bad to be like this. Lung Qing went indoors. Lingling contacted me not long ago. She sounded like there was something urgent, but she didn't want to tell me on the phone. Do you know what it was? Mo Fan asked. Lung Qing lifted her gaze. She also sounded like she wanted to tell me something the last time we were on the phone, Leng Qing admitted. Oh, she might have found something, Mo Fan mused. Why are you in Athens? I thought Xinxia wasn't here, Leng Qing asked curiously, changing the topic. I just came to take a look at the auctions. Nothing much. Mo Fan did not tell her about the pyramid. It would be too complicated to explain it all again. Did you find anything interesting? The auctions in Athens are pretty famous, Leng Qing asked, interested. I only bought an artifact. It might be related to a totem beast. It's called the Horn of the Deer God or something, Mo Fan said. The Horn of the Deer God. Lung Qing was astounded. Did you know about it? Mo Fan was surprised. Do you remember the Enforcement Union's oath tree? An ancient deer god once lived under it. I heard Tang Rong and a senior talking about it. You should ask Tang Rong for some of the details, Lung Qing said. Mo Fan was overjoyed. It turned out that someone from his homeland knew the information he was looking for, and it was someone he was familiar with, too. That old man Tang Rong, why didn't he tell me he had information on another totem beast? Chapter 1626. The Huge Shadow in the Sea at Nigh. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. He brought Leng Qing down the mountain to have dinner with the others. Mo Fan was thinking of having pizza as dinner, but Zhao Manyang immediately rejected his proposal. Mo Fan's thoughts were full of pizzas whenever he was around the Mediterranean Sea. He would rather go to Pizza Hut if he had a choice. Zhao Manyang's choice was completely different. It was on a mountainside facing the calm sea. The food was delicious, and opposite him were some gorgeous ladies. It was perfect for the atmosphere. Hey, why was Mu Bai here, too? Who invited this *****? Why didn't he go die instead? And this is? Brianka asked politely. Langqing, my senior sister. She's also the vice head of the Lingyan Enforcement Union. She has been convalescing here lately. Mo Fan introduced her. Nice to meet you. Mo Fan told me that you two are from the Alps Institute. I've always wanted to visit it. Langqing smiled. She surprisingly had a gentle, elegant demeanor, perhaps because she had spent quite some time resting in the Parthenon temple. She was not like that in the past. She was simply so busy with the Enforcement Union that she had simply put everything else aside. It was true that a person's frame of mind would change after experiencing death. That being said, why did his habit of courting death never change, even though he was constantly roaming in front of the gates of hell? China's Enforcement Union, a reputable organization. I didn't expect their elders to be so young, Brianka complimented her. Stop fawning on one another, will you? It will only make us feel worse, Zhao Manyang groaned. Lingqing was around the same age as Brianka, but both of them were already super mags. Zhao Manyang's mood worsened as soon as he thought about it. Speaking of which, Miss Brianka, where did you go after you left us? Mo Fan asked curiously. I went to investigate something, Brianka glanced at Lingqing. She paused briefly before spilling the beans. A candidate of the Parthenon Temple might be responsible for the conspiracy at the Alps Institute. Oh, I see. Mo Fan nodded. He did not go any further. Mo Fan already knew Edith was taking orders from Xinxia. Xinxia was the one who had put Herr Kassa under the poisonous curse, but as long as Edith did not admit it, Mo Fan could not afford to shed light on it. He had not told Brianka and Heidi about it. To his surprise, Headmistress Perry, Miss Celan, and Miss Brianka were not easy to fool, either. If they had already figured it out, the situation was clearly heading the way Mo Fan favored. Otherwise, that detestable Xinxia would still act like she had nothing to do with it, even though she was the one pulling the strings. What candidate are you referring to? Lingqing asked. It must be Xinxia, Mo Fan said. Brianka glanced at Mo Fan before nodding. The whole thing isn't as simple as it seems. Edith also admitted something shocking at the Holy Judgment Court. It looks like Headmistress Perry's decision was right. Mo Fan wondered. Headmistress Perry was willing to protect Edith, even if it meant provoking the Kassas. Edith did not completely lose her rationality. She had admitted Xinxia was behind it in the end, but did not confess much. Therefore, Brianka had to investigate further. As for the details of the conspiracy, or if Xinxia was up to something worse behind the scenes, the Alps Institute would have to seek out the truth themselves. After all, he did not know much about it, either. Humph, the people of the Parthenon Temple are no good. Heidi said. Not everyone there is hateful, Mo Fan countered awkwardly. Mo Fan suddenly realized something troublesome. Heidi and Brianka had never bothered differentiating between Xinxia and Xinxia since they were both from the Parthenon Temple. It was all the Parthenon Temple's fault. The Parthenon Temple were the bad guys. At this rate, considering how stubborn the people of the Alps Institute were, they would never accept any funding from the Parthenon Temple, even if it meant closing orphanages. Mo Fan was thinking of building a bridge between them, but was already getting a huge headache from it. Let's just eat. Why do we have to talk about something so complicated while we are having dinner? Zhao Manyang interrupted with a sigh. Mo Fan rubbed his temples. It seemed it was unwise for him to introduce Xinxia to them soon. He sighed. Why did women have to be so complicated? Couldn't they just sit down and gossip or discuss cosmetics peacefully? Why did they have to fight for power until their heads bled? Does anyone feel the table shaking? Mu Bai, who had been quiet, suddenly said. Zhao Manyang must be shaking his leg, Mo Fan immediately commented. Bullshit. The plates on the table suddenly bounced into the air as they were talking. Their food scattered across the table. Their glasses were softly knocking into one another, clinking. The tables and chairs were shaking. An earthquake? Mo Fan asked. Look out the window. Lung Qing pointed outside. The spacious windows made it easy for the people inside to enjoy a beautiful view of the sea at night. It felt like they were hanging right above the water. To their astonishment, a huge shadow had appeared from the darkness. The waves from the sea could only reach its knees. Every step it took triggered a huge quake, and its head almost touched the clouds. When it headed toward one of the cliffs, it turned out that the cliff only reached its waist. The huge figure easily strode right over it. Our honorable guests, please remain calm. It's only a tyrant titan. We are very close to the Parthenon Temple's Mountain of the God Seal, and to the south and west are areas the tyrant titans are active in. Our restaurant is located inside the safe zone. The tyrant titan is actually quite far away from us. If it comes any closer, the powerful mags of the Parthenon Temple will drive it away. Please enjoy your meals, a voice announced through the sound system. It sounded like a cabin crew member on a plane, reminding the passengers to sit tight and put their seatbelts on when turbulence occurred. Zhao Manyang and Mo Fan almost dropped their jaws. Holy crap, to think that they would see a tyrant titan while they were having dinner, not to mention how the restaurant was brushing it off so calmly. To their surprise, the people in the restaurant did not panic at all. Some of the kids even ran to the windows to take pictures, like they were looking at an elephant in a zoo. Weren't Russians normally known for being fearless? Since when were the Greeks so fearless, too? It's pretty common for tyrant titans to show up in Athens. I bet the people here have already gotten used to it. These tyrant titans aren't that hostile to normal civilians. They are mainly after the mags and the Parthenon Temple, so the Athenians aren't that afraid of them, Leng Qing explained. Mo Fan had been told that the Parthenon Temple was constantly fighting the tyrant titans. He was quite shocked to witness it in person for the first time. It's at least a silver moon tyrant titan, he noticed. I noticed it roaming close to the safe zone lately. It would hide in the water when the mags showed up. The government also claims that this tyrant titan isn't aggressive, so the people aren't worried, Leng Qing said. The tyrant titan's cry sounded like the cry of a whale. The deep cry broadcasting its strength echoed through the night sky. Mo Fan turned around to take a closer look. He saw the tyrant titan slowly disappearing into the mists on the sea, but its cry was still echoing in his mind. It sounds desperate, Apis said softly. How can you tell? Why do I feel like it's showing off its strength, like it is trying to attract a female tyrant titan to it? Zhao Manyang said. The despair will soon turn into violence. You should warn the people in Athens about it. It's going to bring a bloodbath, Apis said. The others looked at Apis. They did not expect a young woman like her to say something like that in such a firm voice. Are you sure? Mo Fan asked. Its cry is full of sorrow. I think someone has taken something precious from it, and it doesn't know where to look for it. If it was roaming close to the city lately, it means it hasn't given up yet, but its cry just then, it means it has lost all hope, Apis said. The others were confused after hearing Apis' explanation. Mo Fan, come to think of it, do you remember the heart of a young tyrant titan that was auctioned off a few days ago? It's definitely something that a basic or intermediate earth mage could only dream of. A renowned clan ended up buying it for a huge sum. They gave it to the young disciple of another renowned clan they were trying to establish a connection with on the spot. Zhao Manyang spoke up after remembering something. Oh, I remember that, too, Mo Fan nodded. The heart of a young tyrant titan. Mo Fan remembered it was the item right after the horn of the dear god. He had even exclaimed how lucky it was to be a disciple of a renowned clan. They could afford to spend so much money on these rare resources for young mags below the age of 20. These young mags were clearly going to be unbeatable among the people of their age. Chapter 1627. Splitting Up. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. If she's right, the Parthenon Temple should be on alert, Lung Qing frowned. If the city was in danger, they could not afford to take it lightly. If the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan suddenly attacked the city while the mags were not ready, the casualties would be horrendous in mere seconds. It would turn into a disaster. It's very smart. It has been wandering around looking for the city's weak spot, Apers pointed out. Oh, I have to call someone. Mo Fan realized that the situation was a lot more serious than he had imagined. The Parthenon Temple was responsible for Athens' safety, especially when a Tyrant Titan was involved. If the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was really planning its attack, things would go south real fast if the people naively thought the creature was not aggressive. Mo Fan went to a corner and dialed Xinxia's number. As he thought, the person that picked up his call was the old woman, Tata. Tata told Mo Fan that Xinxia had gone to bed. She would not allow them to have a long phone call late at night. I have something important to tell her, I promise, Mo Fan said. You can tell me, then, Tata grunted back. Mo Fan always called Xinxia late at night. His calls usually lasted for at least an hour or two. Xinxia was already worn out from her duties that morning as a candidate for the role of the goddess. It would be terrible if she did not get enough rest at night. She was no longer a university student. Ask the Hall of Knights to keep a close eye on the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan that has been showing up close to Athens lately. It's on the verge of losing its mind. It's a ticking time bomb that might endanger the city. Mo Fan said. We have experts observing the Tyrant Titan. Don't you worry about it. If there's nothing else, I will be hanging up, Tata said. Why do you always have to be so stubborn, you old hag? Mo Fan snarled. This old woman kept on intervening whenever he gave Xinxia a call. He would have to prepare a private phone for Xinxia that could only call him or accept his call. Did he really have to book a time in advance just to call his wife? Kid, when are you going to learn to be respectful toward your elders? Tata grunted back. Mo Fan was enraged when the other end hung up. He had an urge to go to England right away and teach that old woman a lesson. How was it? Lung Qing asked. Tata didn't take my warning seriously. She believes in the Hall of Knights' decision, Mo Fan said helplessly. Can we trust the little girl's words? Lung Qing said. Yes, she can understand demon creatures, and she's very talented with the psychic element, too, Mo Fan said. Was this a joke question? Apes was the successor of the Medusa Queen, a creature that had been around for as long as the Tyrant Titans. They most likely shared the same language. Besides, Apes' ability to see through someone's thoughts was insane. She could easily read the Tyrant Titan's mind from experience and instinct alone. The Tyrant Titan was clearly not as gentle and peaceful as the Hall of Knights claimed. It was only the calm before the storm. What should we do now? Mu Bai believed Apes, and began to worry. Aren't you a super mage? We'll leave it in the hands of the super mags, then. Us advanced mags will just sit here and eat our food while enjoying the show you're going to put up, Zhao Manyang said. He sounded envious. Mu Bai was speechless. Was it my fault for advancing first? Why is this idiot acting like he is going to break all ties? The people of the Parthenon Temple are so unreliable. Why do they even have so many believers? Heidi harumphed coldly, showing her bias against the Parthenon Temple again. We should follow it, I have a bad feeling about it, Brianka said. Miss Brianka, we should let the Parthenon Temple handle it instead. They would be held responsible if anything happens, Heidi countered. But so many innocent lives are in danger. We shouldn't be gloating in a situation like this. Let's hope we were wrong about it. It's better than witnessing a tragedy, Brianka said. Zhao Manyang was utterly speechless. He had a sudden feeling that he would be involved in all kinds of messes whenever he was with these living Buddhas. They had just escaped from the cruel ocean serpent not long ago, but they were now going after a Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was obviously stronger than the Cruel Ocean Serpent. Why couldn't they just enjoy their dinner in peace and pretend they did not see it? Why couldn't they just enjoy their vacation? It really complied with the saying, the world really isn't that eventful, but a person that loves meddling in other people's business will find themselves in all kinds of trouble. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan won't necessarily attack now, right? We aren't sure when it's going to make its move. We can't just keep following it, Zhao Manyang interrupted hastily. How about this? We'll split into two groups. Some of us will keep an eye on the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, and hold it back until the people of the Parthenon Temple arrive if it happens to go berserk. The other group will look into the heart of the young Tyrant Titan that the renowned clan bought during the auction. If the heart really belongs to the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's kin, we must tell the Hall of Knights. Without that connection, the Hall of Knights is going to lean toward their academics. Once we manage to convince the Hall of Knights, it should be able to keep the situation under control, Langqing advised them. As expected of an elder of the Enforcement Union, Langqing immediately proposed the necessary arrangements. They could not afford to keep waiting and following the Tyrant Titan around. At least it was still behaving calmly for now, which was why the people did not assume it was aggressive. However, once they found out the truth about the heart of the young Tyrant Titan, the Hall of Knights would treat it more seriously. All right. Heidi, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, and I will keep an eye on the Tyrant Titan. Mo Fan, Apers, and Langqing, you will investigate the two renowned clans. Brianka agreed with the arrangements, and quickly allocated the teams. Why do I have to keep an eye on the Tyrant Titan? Why can't I investigate the renowned clans? Shouldn't Mo Fan be in the other group? Zhao Manyang quickly protested. You are a defensive mage. If the Tyrant Titan goes berserk, you are our best bet to protect the people. Brianka said. Their main focus was to protect the people, not to fight the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. Got it. Langqing, do you know anyone from the two renowned clans? Mo Fan asked. I do know a few. One of them is the supplier of the high-quality 100 blood leaves for the Parthenon Temple. They are related to a reputable old man in charge of the Hall of Faith. Langqing was fairly familiar with the network in the Parthenon Temple. After all, she had quite a lot of free time while she was convalescing. Chapter 1628. Stumbling into old enemies in a foreign country. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Berlans were a relatively new renowned clan in Greece. They had risen abruptly in recent years, managed by a woman from a small family that people had almost forgotten. To Mo Fan's surprise, the reflexology center that Zhao Manyang and him visited was owned by the Berlans. Every renowned clan that rose quickly would normally have a legendary member who had attracted many mags to join them. It would also gather others with the same surname into their clan, but the Berlans were slightly different, as they did not care much about their surname. Therefore, the clan's members had different surnames. I met her twice. She's indeed an impressive person. By the way, she's a beauty too, Langqing informed them. Good to know, it's easier for a man like me to come to terms with a beautiful lady, Mo Fan said shamelessly. He then pointed at Apers and added, see, even such a good-looking angel was conquered by my charm. Right, Apers. Apers laughed half-heartedly, a strong disdain in her eyes. Langqing was amused by the brief exchange between them as they waited before the door to the manor. It opened soon. Please inform your head that Langqing from China's Magic City is here, Langqing said. Yes, madam. Please wait here for the time being, the tuxedoed butler nodded. They did not wait for too long. The butler ushered them to a garden full of fragrant blue flowers. The garden was delicately decorated, with a man-made pond at the center. It was perfectly clear, like a huge blue gem embedded in the garden. There was a building beside the lake, and a glass corridor extended out across the lake from it. On the lake were a few white pavilions with dining tables and chairs. The woman who was the head of the clan was seated in the main pavilion, waiting for her sudden guests. What's going on here? Aren't we just paying her a visit? Why did it feel like we are attending a secret date? Mo Fan was utterly confused. Lang Qing was very surprised. The dining tables and drinks were clearly prepared in advance, yet they had only waited briefly at the entrance. Please follow me, the butler politely ushered them on. The three followed the butler to meet the head of the clan. She was indeed a beauty, especially her eyes, which were as blue as the lake, and as gorgeous as the stars. They could sense a unique noble bearing from her even before she spoke. The head murmured when Lang Qing and the others came closer. Rosie! Lang Qing called out when she noticed the head of the clan seemed a little surprised. Meanwhile, another butler had brought 3 Asians to the pavilion. They happened to be coming from the opposite direction. Rosie was startled, and looked at the other group. The butler that led Mo Fan and his group realized he might have brought in the wrong guests. He immediately put on an apologetic face and turned to Lang Qing, Mo Fan, and Apers, I'm sorry, my mistress is going to be busy receiving 3 important. Lang Qing, you came just in time. I'm about to receive 3 guests that are also from China's Magic City. I was thinking that since you are all from the same place, it would be easier for us to get along. Do you mind? Rosie did not let the butler finish the sentence. She rose to her feet and walked up to Lang Qing to receive her in person. Lang Qing already felt a little awkward. It was obvious that the butler had mistaken them for the other group. Rosie happened to have prepared the place to receive 3 other guests from China. The butler must have struggled to distinguish between Asian faces. He had assumed Mo Fan and his group were the guests, and therefore immediately ushered them in. However, the other butler happened to be ushering the actual guests that Rosie had invited in right after them. However, Lang Qing immediately shook off the awkward feeling after hearing Rosie's words. Rosie invited them to take a seat before heading to the glass corridor to receive the other 3 important guests. I happen to have some guests from the same city as yours today. I've boldly invited them to have dinner with us. I hope you won't mind, Rosie said with a gentle smile, while nodding at Mo Fan and the others who had taken their seats. Why would we? We know you have a lot of connections. We are pleased to meet other young talented mags too, the young lady walking ahead of the group said. The woman had a gentle and soothing voice. I don't mind, as long as they aren't irritating, a handsome man said. He happened to glance at Apers as he finished the sentence. His eyes glittered after seeing Apers' unusual temperament. Innocent and alluring were opposite traits for a girl, yet he was seeing both traits from Apers. His first impression toward Apers was innocent and pure, yet her skin, body, and eyebrows were surprisingly alluring. Rosie noticed that the handsome man was not acting friendly, but she had to play the proper hostess under the circumstances. Luckily, the table was big enough to hold both groups. There were some vacant chairs on the side too. They just needed to move the chairs and set up the table with cutlery. It did not look like the table was set at the very last moment. It's you. The Asian lady was surprised as soon as she saw Mo Fan. Oh. Mo Fan let out a weird sound. It's the young master of the Bai clan. How surprising to see you enjoying the foreign culture in Greece. Or perhaps you are interested in Rosie, the beauty of the Berlins. Mui Nushin sat opposite Mo Fan with a smile. She sounded collected, but with an obvious hint of surprise. Mo Fan immediately felt awkward. The woman still remembered what had happened in the past. What a coincidence, there was a misunderstanding when he had visited the Mui clan too. Mui Nushin mistook him as Bai Hongfei from the Bai clan, which had ended up as a joke. He did not expect to stumble into Mui Nushin again in Greece, especially after how the butler had mistaken them as Rose's guests. Bai clan? You're Bai Hongfei? Humph, the handsome man glared at Mo Fan and grunted. Mo Fan was utterly speechless. What did Bai Hongfei do this time? Why did the guy act like he was about to challenge him to a duel as soon as the name was mentioned? Oh wow, it sounds like Lang Qing is going to introduce an impressive handsome man to me. It's great that you two know one another already, Rosie said smoothly. Rosie was not too surprised that the two groups actually knew one another. China might have a huge population, but the upper class and the renowned clans in China were fairly small, not to mention that they were both from the same city. It was reasonable for them to know one another. Of course he is. I've always wanted to invite this mysterious young man to be my guest, but he never showed up. It seems like I'm not as charming as Sister Rosie. I wouldn't have had the chance to meet him if it wasn't for you. Mui Nushin stared at Mo Fan. Mui Nushin, don't flatter me. Why are you in Athens? Mo Fan inquired. I have some business here lately, and Sister Rosie and I happen to have some common goals, Mui Nushin said. Mo Fan remembered that Mui Nushin was a businesswoman engrossed in earning money. She might not understand anything about magic, but she was in charge of the Mui clan's financial affairs despite her age. It sounds like you often visit other countries to earn money from foreigners, Mo Fan said. Ha ha, you can say that. Mui Nushin laughed. She was in a good mood after Mo Fan's sudden appearance. Stop having a conversation on your own. Shouldn't you introduce them to us properly? Nushin, the older of the two men, prodded her. He had thick eyebrows and seemed to be in his 30s, yet he had the serious bearing of a man around 50. He was most likely the main guest, considering how Rosie had served him fruits first. Sure, well, this is... By Mui Nushin was a little hesitant. I am Mo Fan. Mo Fan looked up and introduced himself calmly. Mo Fan was somewhat observant. He initially thought Mui Nushin was calling him by Hongfei just to fool with him. However, he soon realized that she was trying to hide his identity on purpose. The only reason Mui Nushin would do so was because the two men with her might have some grudge against him, the kind of grudge that everyone was well aware of. Mo Fan had offended a lot of people in his country, especially people from other renowned clans. However, he was not afraid of stirring up trouble. He did not need Mui Nushin to cover up for him. He preferred to get right to the point. As he thought, the expressions of the two men sank as soon as they heard his name. The handsome young man was only acting a little disdainful at the mention of Bai Hongfei's name. However, when he realized the guy was actually Mo Fan, he immediately rose to his feet and glared at Mo Fan like he was going to throw a punch at him at any second. The other guy's straight face twisted slightly. He was obviously withholding his anger as he spoke. Mo Fan, humph, very well. It's your turn to introduce yourself, Mo Fan reminded them fearlessly. Rosie was utterly speechless about how the situation had developed. If she had known something like this would happen, she would rather have split them up. Her efforts to be smooth and slick while adjudicating between the two groups were completely in vain. Mui Nushin seemed to have a headache, too. She patted Rosie on the shoulder to comfort her. Wearing a fake smile was never going to work on someone as hot-tempered as Mo Fan. Chapter 1629. Enemies on a Narrow Path. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhu Xiangtian, the man with thick brows, said. He sounded like the others would immediately know who he was as soon as he mentioned his name. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had never really cared about the renowned clans and their prominent figures. He was about to ask the man who he was when Lang Qing tugged his sleeve, hinting to him that there was no need to complicate the matter any further. How ignorant can you be? You should know who Zhu Jiming is, right? The proud handsome man spoke up. Zhu Jiming, it sounds a little familiar, Mo Fan recalled. The name sounded familiar, but he was struggling to remember who the person was. He was a member of the national team, the handsome man snapped. Oh, that guy. Are you two from the same clan as him? Mo Fan finally realized. So it was that idiot Zhu Jiming, the guy that did nothing apart from sneering and trying to set them up. Even Guan Yu was less of an eyesore than Zhu Jiming. That Zhu Jiming was nothing but a retard. Zhu Jiming was replaced in the last match during the World College Tournament, Mui Nujiao taking his spot. Zhu Jiming had visited many countries during the training that had lasted for more than a year, yet his contributions were inferior to Mui Nujiao, who only took part in the last match during the World College Tournament. That being said, Zhu Jiming was only a side character. The one who was influential back then was the chairman's secretary, Zhu Huiyin. She was a powerful government official, yet she had lost her job under pressure from the people of the ancient capital because of her inappropriate remarks. The chairman's secretary was comparable to the role of a councilman, and their status was slightly higher than one. However, not only had the Zhu clan failed to earn any recognition during the World College Tournament and lost an important government position, they were greatly condemned by the people, too. It was obvious why the people of the Zhu clan hated Mo Fan so much. The Zhu clan was famous in China. The Mu clan was known for their mags, the Zhao clan was known for their wealth, while the Zhu clan was said to be the country's pride. The Zhu clan was extremely resourceful, with a massive network of connections. Many of their people were appointed officials, and Zhu Huiyin was one of the future leaders that the clan had high hopes for. The clan needed to hold a certain power in the country to be able to be well received internationally. It was the key to extending their influence, so Zhu Huiyin had been playing an important role in the clan. She had always behaved herself and worked diligently. Even though Councilman Xiaozheng was not too fond of her, he never had a reasonable excuse to stop her from climbing higher. To her surprise, she fell so miserably due to some insignificant remarks, paying a great price for her words. Fortunately, the Zhu clan's main assets and influence leaned toward the international level, or the clan would have been severely impacted after their reputation was ruined in China. Zhu Xiangqian was Zhu Jiming's elder brother. He had been a member of the national team during the previous World College Tournament. He was quite famous at the international level, on par with someone like Herr Kassa. As a matter of fact, those that had managed to earn a reputation during the World College Tournament in the past had often secured great fame and status from their achievements. The greatest factor in their success was their ability to achieve the super level at a young age. The reputation they earned during the World College Tournament. Strength in the super level at a young age. Their formidable backgrounds. Any of the three criteria above was enough for a person to shine brightly, let alone someone that had met all three criteria at a young age. It explained why Rosie had delicately prepared the dinner to receive them. She was receiving Zhu Xiangqian, who was on the same level as Herr Kassa. That being said, Rosie did not expect Mo Fan to ruin it all. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, Lengqing, it was a surprise that you came to visit me all of a sudden. Was there something urgent? Rosie attempted to switch the topic after noticing how tense the atmosphere was. Mo Fan had no idea who Zhu Xiangqian was, but Lengqing was well aware of the man's identity, hence she had signaled Mo Fan not to make the situation worse. Lengqing could not have cared less if he was just an ordinary disciple of a renowned clan, but Zhu Xiangqian was no ordinary person. Oh, we only came to ask something. Did you buy the heart of a young tyrant titan from an auction recently? We noticed a potential threat that might endanger the lives of the folk in Athens, so we came to ask where the heart of the young tyrant titan was from and who the seller was. Lengqing said. Well, Rosie did not know how to answer that. Humph, our subsidiary clan in Greece got it. What about it? Do you want it? The handsome man grinned coldly. Basically, we were looking for a tyrant titan's heart, and the Luba clan happened to find one. They were planning to sell it at a later date, but since we needed it urgently, we asked the Luba clan to auction it off, and we'd bid for it at the highest price. The Luba clan has done us a favor, therefore, I've invited their person in charge here to express my gratitude. I also hope that we can have more cooperation in the future, Rosie explained. Rosie was feeling troubled now. She was trying to switch the topic, yet it somehow pointed back at the same issue. In other words, the Zhu clan was the one that had provided her with the tyrant titan's heart. The Luba clan in Greece was a subsidiary to the Zhu clan. You guys took the heart from a young tyrant titan recently, right? Mo Fan asked blatantly. How is that your concern? Zhu Guangli said. Are you seriously telling me that you didn't know a mature Silver Moon tyrant titan is roaming on the outskirts of the city? Mo Fan retorted. Is that true? Zhu Xiangqian looked at Rosie. Rosie nodded silently. Even so, it's the Parthenon Temple's concern. You're not from the Parthenon Temple. What right do you have to criticize us? Zhu Guangli said. Yes, I believe the Hall of Knights will handle it appropriately. Let's not worry about it, Rosie said. We noticed that the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan might turn hostile from despair, but the Hall of Knights claims it's not going to do anything crazy. We are afraid that it's going to be a threat, so we came to find out the truth. We hope you will tell us if you obtained the Tyrant Titan's heart from the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's kin. If so, we have to let the Hall of Knights know, and they will treat the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan more seriously, Lengqing explained calmly. Chapter 1630. The Person Enchanted by Apes. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Are you sure that's the case? Nui Nushin looked surprised. Rosie fell into deep thought for a moment before she asked, "Do you have any evidence to support your claim?" "Our evidence," Lengqing looked at Apes, who was sitting there quietly. She was suddenly lost for words. Their evidence was based on trust, yet if she told them it was from a young girl's instinct, not only would the Parthenon Temple not believe them, any person with common sense would struggle to believe them. It was their biggest problem. They did not have clear evidence to prove that the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was going to attack Athens. You didn't have any evidence, but you're fearing the sky is falling. You're really a busybody. Zhu Guangli scoffed. You can go ahead and ask where they got the Tyrant Titan's heart from, provided that they are willing to say the truth, Mo Fan said. Even if that's the case, we aren't responsible for it, either. Seriously, meeting you here has completely ruined my evening, Zhu Guangli exclaimed. It's true that even if the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan does turn hostile and kill many innocent people in the city, none of you have to bear any responsibility for their deaths. It's the Hall of Knights that will have neglected their duties, but I only hope that you can bear some conscience for the things you did, Lengqing said, speaking as an elder of the Enforcement Union. It's the reason why we are here today. Leave personal grudges aside, this is a potential threat to the city. Since we don't have the same concerns, we shall excuse ourselves. Lengqing rose to her feet. She had no intention to stay any longer. Mo Fan stood up and patted Apes beside him. Apes was constantly observing everyone throughout the confrontation. She seemed rather interested in everyone's reactions. "Hope you won't mind if I don't send you off," Rosie said. She remained seated. Nui Nushin surprisingly rose to her feet and said, "I'll come with you." Zhu Guangli was staring at Apes as she left. He said after some time, "Are we really going to let them leave just like that?" "We aren't savages." Zhu Xiangqian watched Mo Fan and the others leave. He said with a grin, "We have many civilized ways to deal with a person." "I'm sorry, I didn't know there was a conflict between you." "If I had," Rosie said apologetically. "It's fine, I've long wanted to see what kind of a person that Mo Fan was. I kept wondering if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, but he seemed pretty ordinary to me." Zhu Xiangqian declared. "A guy like that only knows how to please the crowd. He's nothing apart from having some luck." Nui Nushin followed the 3 of them out. She said after noticing the weird atmosphere, "I couldn't even stop you if I tried, so why do you always behave like an ox?" "There's no point in hiding," Mo Fan replied. "You've stated your stance clearly since you've come with us. I'm afraid those 2 aren't going to treat you nicely." Lengqing was quite observant. She was actually quite surprised that Nui Nushin, who was initially tagging along with Zhu Xiangqian and Zhu Guangli, was now sending them out instead. It's only business. If we can reach a deal, we can be business partners, but if we can't, it's not like we are going to fall out with one another right away. Well, I'm more worried that someone might end the cooperation with our Mu clan in the Kunlun mountain range if I don't come and send him off. In my opinion, he's the last person whose tail I want to step on, Nui Nushin said, looking at Mo Fan with a smile. Am I that narrow-minded? If I do so, your sister is going to stab me to death in the middle of the night. Mo Fan exclaimed. You don't have to send us off. You should go back to them, Lengqing said. Nui Nushin shook her head and said, forget it, I don't think I will be reaching a deal with them after what happened. There's no point in me going back. Besides, I haven't had any time to enjoy myself, even after being here for a few days. I wouldn't mind following you guys around. Miss Nui Nushin, we didn't come here for a vacation. We are worried about the people's safety, Fan stated. Then allow me to witness your heroic bearing. As the Tyrant Titan's heart, I might be able to ask someone for help. Give me some time, Nushin said. That would be doing us a huge favor. Nushin dialed a number and talked on the phone briefly. She looked at Apes after she was done and asked with glittering eyes, Fan, you haven't introduced the little girl to me yet. I was wondering, where did you even find such a gorgeous young lady? Even I feel ashamed of myself. Oh, her? I found her on my way to Cairo. She told me that she was deeply attracted to my mysterious charm of an Asian man after taking a quick glance at my elegance, so she's been following me around and insisting that I treat her like my sister. You do know that a gentleman like me can never turn a beautiful lady's request down, Fan rambled on. Apes rolled her eyes. Her disdainful expression clearly told Nushin that it was nothing like he had said. Nushin giggled. She conveniently gave Fan a push when she saw his mouth was going to keep wandering, so that's how my sister fell for you. Isn't that obvious? After we fought one another during the orientation, she quickly found out where I was staying and insisted on being my flatmate. Fan sighed. Fan, I will tell Xinxia everything you just said. Lengqing could not stand it any further. If she did not remind him now, he might even forget that they had some important matters to attend to. Cough cough, I was just kidding. Aren't we waiting for her news anyway? Why can't I fool around to kill some time? Fan protested. Big brother, something caught my attention, Apes said smoothly. Apes' voice was so soothing that it surged through Fan's body like an electric shock. He simply had an urge to hug her tightly and let her whisper into his ears with that voice. However, every time Apes talked to him like that, it meant that she was up to something. What is it? Fan asked quickly. One of the guys was having very strong thoughts about me, if I'm not mistaken. He might have started asking about me and is trying to find out how I am related to you as soon as we left. He will look for a chance to get close to me at all costs, Apes said. How could I not notice it as a man? That Zhu Guangli's eyes were about to pounce at you. Fan said. I wasn't referring to him. Apes smiled, which soon turned into a cunning and seductive grin. Chapter 1631. The Titan Loses Its Calm. Translated by Zed. Edited by Aelrianth. Fan was stunned after hearing Apes' words. Who else could it be if Apes was not referring to that long-faced Zhu Guangli? Zhu Guangli was obviously lusting after Apes the moment he saw her. If Fan had not been there, he might have tried his best to approach Apes. Fan was fully aware of it at the dining table, but he did not really think too much about it. Apes' beauty was disastrous. Fan was already aware of how easily he could attract hatred by bringing Apes along somewhere. If you weren't referring to Zhu Guangli, doesn't that mean? Fan's face was filled with disbelief. Nushin and Lengqing were ahead of them, discussing something else. Fan had purposely slowed down behind them. After a while, he still thought something was strange about what Apes just said. Apes, I thought I was overdoing it just then, but I didn't expect you to be more confident than I am. I do admit that you're pretty good looking, just as pretty as my first wife. It's normal for a man to have some thoughts about a beautiful girl, but why do you sound like that Zhu Xiangqian was going to eat you alive? Shouldn't it be that Zhu Guangli instead? Fan had to ask. Apes shook her head. She said in a very serious voice, the reason I can tell the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan is about to go berserk is by observing minor things like its voice, expression, movements, state of mind, and psychological struggles. It's like how some spiders in a desert can avoid danger by predicting it through the movement of the wind and the temperature of their foe's blood. Predict danger. Fan repeated. He had heard that some special creatures were capable of doing so instinctively. Something like that, Apes nodded. A person's expression, eyes, limbs, and state of mind are a direct reflection of their thoughts no matter how hard they are trying to hide them. That Zhu Guangli seemed pretty interested in me, but that's a normal reaction for a man. It's just that he wasn't good at concealing it, or perhaps he didn't bother concealing it. You were just like him when you saw me, Apis said. Mo Fan blushed. Fine, he did admit that he had been struck by Apis' beauty. What about that Zhu Xiangqian? Mo Fan said hastily. Apis was now his contracted beast. She had no reason to trick him. You might think that Zhu Xiangqian wasn't paying any attention to me. He had a stern face, and his eyes were perfectly calm, but I could sense his true emotions under his calm appearance. He was already treating me like prey as we left. Apis claimed. His prey. Mo Fan harumphed coldly, so you're telling me that he's worse than that Zhu Guangli? He's extremely good at concealing his emotions. I think it has something to do with his sexual orientation. I noticed that he wasn't interested in Rosie and Langqing, who were mature, nor was he interested in Mui Nushin, yet he had strong thoughts about me, Apis went on. Oh. Mo Fan raised his brows. Apis was still a teenage girl. She might be good-looking, but most people would prefer Rosie or Mui Nushin, who had a more mature womanly temperament, yet Zhu Xiangqian was particularly interested in Apis. I've heard that some men prefer younger women the older they get. I didn't expect that Zhu Xiangqian to have such a fetish. He's hiding it pretty well. Mo Fan said. You're being too easy on him, his obsession, it might be worse than that, Apis clarified. Mo Fan's jaw dropped. Was she claiming that Zhu Xiangqian had seriously treated her as his delicate prey, and would try to pull something soon? Mo Fan was still baffled by Apis' words when Langqing suddenly came to a stop. She turned around and waited for Mo Fan with a stern face. I've received news from the west of the city. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan has climbed over the wall and tossed a huge boulder at the city. It razed 4 streets to the ground, Langqing said. Did the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan really go berserk? Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. Mui Nushin was startled, too. She was still waiting for her people to get back to her, yet something tragic had taken place before she could find out the truth. She quickly took out her phone and looked for the clips that people had uploaded. The trail left by the huge boulder as it rolled through the streets was utterly shocking. The debris of the houses it had knocked to the ground were scattered across the place. One of the clips was a gourmet streaming live outdoors. The live stream happened to capture the enormous Tyrant Titan. Many viewers even saw the deadly boulder rolling at the gourmet as he had nowhere to run. Mui Nushin stared at her phone. The clips she saw were sending chills down her spine. She was overwhelmed by fear of the Tyrant Titan. I told you it might go berserk at any second, including tonight. Apis reminded them. Mo Fan looked at Apis, no longer doubting her words. She was indeed sensitive to things like this. Quick, let's head to the city's west. The others won't be able to fend off the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. Langqing said. Unfortunately, Langqing was just like an ordinary woman now, as her cultivation had not recovered. She had trouble keeping pace. The Hall of Knights should be heading there now. Let's hope that can make it in time. Mo Fan knew it was too late even if they headed toward the place now. They were currently on the other side of the city. Mo Fan was utterly helpless against a powerful creature like the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. He could only place his hopes on Brianka, Heidi, Mu Bai, and Zhao Manyang being able to stop the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan from taking more innocent lives before the Hall of Knights arrived. Mo Fan shifted his gaze back to Apis. He frowned after recalling what Apis just told him. Zhu Xiangqian was clearly one of the people that wanted him dead. The Zhu clan was not going to forgive him, and now Apis was caught in the middle. He would really have to keep an eye on that Zhu Xiangqian. Chapter 1632. Golden Sun Combat Officer. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Gourmet's live stream happened to capture the whole incident. Someone on the internet turned the final minute of the Gourmet's life into a clip which spread rapidly among the people. In less than an hour, the whole of Europe knew Athens was being attacked by a Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. There were many kinds of demon creatures in the wild, some with massive builds and bodies, while some were so ghastly that they could easily leave someone with recurring nightmares. Because of that, many countries forbade their people from spreading clips or images of demon creatures on the internet. Many bold people who were not mags could only satisfy their imaginations with information about summoned beasts that was made available to them. Unfortunately, the dead gourmet had quite a following, and thousands of people had seen the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's true appearance during the live stream. Even though Tyrant Titans would occasionally roam along the outskirts of Athens, they never came within 3 kilometers of the safe zone. Most people only saw their distant silhouettes and have never seen anything like the massive creature in the live stream. The streets involved were at the foot of the mountains. The gentle slopes around Athens were like natural barriers, but a head with bloodshot eyes and a menacing look in them had suddenly risen from them. The visual impact was shocking even to a mage, let alone the common folk. The news spread wildly on the internet. Many people were wondering how many casualties were caused by the attack. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan could easily raze a whole district to the ground within a few minutes, seeing how huge it was. Damn it, those ***** of the Hall of Knights. If they had come any later, I might be dead already. That Silver Moon Tyrant Titan is crazy strong. It broke through all my defenses with a single punch. I flew across a few streets and slammed hard into an office building. Luckily, it was after office hours, or I could have killed a few pretty white-collar ladies. It's too scary. Why didn't you tell me how strong the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was beforehand? I'm only a petty advanced mage. Can't you stop torturing me for once? Zhao Manyang almost broke into tears. It's fine, don't worry, you are now in Athens. Your broken left hand, right shoulder, ribs, back, dislocated jaw, crushed palm, and fractured knees aren't really a great deal for the healers in the Parthenon Temple. Mo Fan comforted Zhao Manyang, who was currently lying on a white stretcher. If Zhao Manyang had not been injured, he would immediately have bounced to his feet and fought Mo Fan with his life. It was lucky Zhao Manyang was around when it happened. He managed to protect the people on the streets from the boulder in time. Brianka said, "I'm retiring, I don't want to fool around anymore." The other advanced mags are scared when they stumble into a commander-level creature once a year, but the number of ruler-level creatures I've encountered this year is higher than the number of girls I've hooked up with. I can't take it anymore. Zhao Manyang shouted. Look at you, you are perfectly fine. Apers, let him have a nice dream. It's nothing serious really, just some minor injuries, Mo Fan said. We did a thorough checkup on him. His inner organs are bleeding, with different degrees of damage. We can only treat his bones, we don't dare treat his organs, the healer from the hospital said. Zhao Manyang's eyes widened. He was about to lose his mind. Apers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up! Mo Fan blurted out. Apers was standing between Mo Fan and Zhao Manyang. Her eyes suddenly turned golden, as dazzling as the sunrise. Zhao Manyang's wild expression quickly calmed down. A few seconds later, he was sound asleep on the stretcher. Nurse, can you arrange someone to bring him to the Parthenon Temple? Mo Fan said. The Parthenon Temple isn't a place you can just visit as you wish, the healer Mo Fan had called a nurse grunted. I'll ask Knight Dravo to pick him up, Lang Qing said. How did he end up like this? Mo Fan could not help but ask. Mu Bai, who was not really injured, chuckled and said, he's a pretty noble guy, despite his annoying mouth. We had already prepared our retreat. The boulder didn't really hit anyone, including the gourmet that was in the middle of his broadcast, who Heidi saved. The live broadcast was only interrupted after his equipment was messed up by the space magic. He wasn't killed by the boulder like the people on the internet claimed. When we were about to leave, Heidi heard a little kid was playing hide-and-seek nearby. His friends had all run for their lives, yet he was hiding without making any noise. We thought the kid wouldn't make it, but Zhao Manyang stepped forward bravely, and so he ended up like this. Even Miss Brianka was knocked flying by the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. If a Silver Moon Knight hadn't arrived in time, Zhao Manyang would most likely be dead now. It was such a close call. The kid was basically right under the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's foot, Heidi agreed. She also had a different impression of Zhao Manyang after what happened. Impressive, well done, Mo Fan nodded. He turned to Apers and asked, Apers, is it too late to alter the dream? We should have given him a nice dream. Heidi, Mu Bai, Brianka, and Lung Qing were left speechless. Despite the rumors that had spread rapidly on the internet, the government soon clarified the situation, putting an end to the farce. However, unlike the Tyrant Titans the city had fended off in the past, this Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was quite determined to bring the city down with it. It showed no sign of retreating even after the people from the Hall of Knights showed up. When Mo Fan headed to the west of the city, he saw the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan throwing a tantrum in the deserted streets. A few Silver Moon Knights were flying in the sky, and a few squads of Blue Star Knights were on standby on the ground. A Golden Sun Knight was standing on a tall telecommunication tower while the Junior Knights were establishing magic formations. A Lightning Punishment formation had trapped the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan like a purple cage. The light of different elements flickered across the dark streets, forming an elemental storm whipping the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan fiercely. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan cried out loudly. The entire city could hear it, yet the creature did not back away, despite facing the concentrated attacks. It recklessly smashed through the Lightning Punishment formation and charged at the Golden Sun Knight who was giving orders. It took the Golden Sun Knight by surprise, and he quickly cast a super wind spell in a panic. The Thousand-Leaf Saber spell swept across the sky like blue sides. The wind razors landed on the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, giving rise to many metallic clanking sounds. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's skin was sturdier than steel. The wind spell did not inflict any damage on it. It suddenly threw a punch forward with all its might. The punch produced a strong wind, sweeping at the Golden Sun Knight with ominous power and shattering the Thousand-Leaf Saber. The wind spell did not stand a chance at all. The blast sent the Golden Sun Knight flying. The loud rumble echoed throughout the city. The people in Athens stared at the trembling night sky. Athens had always been safe. The people would normally enjoy their peaceful lives even when a battle broke out in the city's west, but the strong wind produced by that punch had interrupted their routines. However, the disturbance did not last for long. The people simply asked what was going on before continuing on with their lives, knowing that the Hall of Knights was already on the move. It was like a stone thrown into a lake. The ripples it stirred up soon dissipated. It could have killed the Golden Sun Knight with the punch, but it was off target slightly, Mo Fan said after witnessing everything. It wasn't off target, it was aiming it at the city. Apers corrected him. Was it trying to? Mo Fan looked behind him. The Parthenon Temple was located in Athens. Even if anything happened, only the districts along the outskirts would be in danger. It was unlikely any danger would befall the city's heart. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was trying to make its way toward the city's center, even though it knew it had no chance of breaking through the line of defense set up by the knights. Even without Apers' analysis, Mo Fan could easily sense the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's anger and despair. It was like a middle-aged man who had lost his only kin, spurred into doing something crazy after behaving calmly for a few days. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan could have run away, but it chose not to. Its blood was pouring out like a stream, but it was still heading for the center of the city. Spells were blasting it like cannons, yet they did not stop it from moving its feet. Strong winds produced by the impact swept in all directions continuously. Mo Fan and Apers were standing on the top of a building. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was very close to him, but it did not pay attention to the people that were not blocking its path. Mo Fan watched the creature stride past him. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan suddenly turned around and stared at the two tiny figures on the top of the building. They were not sure which of them caught its attention. All unauthorized personnel are to leave at once, a Silver Moon Knight yelled at them. Mo Fan and Apers did not move, not planning to leave. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan stared at Apers and Mo Fan. Its eyes were too big and filled with blood-red lines. It was difficult to tell who they were focusing on.
Chapter 1633. Contac. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Axis of Death? A loud voice sounded as Fang was being baffled by the Tyrant Titan's reaction. Another Golden Sun Knight had appeared out of nowhere, his golden robe drifting in the wind. His figure did not seem small in front of the Tyrant Titan. The silver brilliance encapsulating him set off his noble bearing. He was continuously blinking through the air, leaving a special spatial point at his previous positions. The spatial points eventually combined into a silver compass, which fired a deadly ray at the forehead of the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. The Golden Sun Knight stopped moving after the deadly ray lanced through the air, pausing at the same height as the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's head. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan's lifeless body slowly fell backwards. The Golden Sun Knight had his back to the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, but did not bother turning around to look at the creature. Its giant head barely missed him as it fell to the ground, yet it felt like everything was under his control. He knew the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan would not touch him. The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan landed heavily on the ground. It could only see the bottom of the Golden Sun Knight's feet. It never had the chance to take a close look at his face. Fang was amazed by the overwhelming power of the space magic. It had claimed its target's life in an instant. Even the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan, known for its tenacity, stood no chance against it. The space magic dissipated as swiftly as how it had appeared, but it left an inerasible scene in Fang's mind. Dead! The Silver Moon Tyrant Titan had died, just like that. Unlike the first Golden Sun Knight, he could sense a suffocating pressure from the Golden Sun Knight with the space element after witnessing his strength. Take care of its remains, recover the order of the city as soon as possible, the Golden Sun Knight coldly ordered the rest of the knights that had regrouped around him. Affirmative. It's a relief that Master Norman showed up in time to take care of the berserk Silver Moon Tyrant Titan. For some reason, the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan wasn't afraid of dying. It kept charging at the city recklessly. Only low-level creatures would behave like that. Why would a Silver Moon Tyrant Titan behave like that too? The Wind Super Mage who was commanding the knights wondered aloud. You can report to the Silver Moon Hall of Knights for now. You aren't ready to wear the Golden Sun badge. The Golden Sun Knight the knights called Norman spoke up coldly. Master Norman, I? Norman did not give him any chance to speak. He looked briefly at Fang and Apers, also a little confused as to why the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was staring at them. However, he was not the kind of person to get to the heart of every matter. Silver dust surrounded him even though he was not constructing a star constellation. He suddenly vanished into thin air, despite the pleading of the Golden Sun Knight in charge of the battle. Fang quickly looked around to see how far a mage like him could travel with blink. To Fang's surprise, there was no sign of the man, as if he had disappeared completely. The silver dust in the air slowly dissipated. A Blue Star Knight jumped onto the building and said with a cold face, "You two, the show is over. Please leave at once. You shouldn't have disturbed us by entering the area without permission." Who was that Golden Sun Knight? I don't think I met him in the Parthenon Temple, Fang asked blithely. Are you referring to Master Norman? The Blue Star Knight was around the age of 20. It was obvious that he had never participated in a battle at this level. His stern face was a disguise. His hands were still trembling. Yeah, your commander is a Golden Sun Knight too, so why did that man have the right to demote your commander? Fang asked. Master Norman was our Golden Sun Knight's combat officer for many years. He might have retired, but his reputation is still around, the young Blue Star Knight said. Oh, isn't a combat officer the trainer of the knights? Fang went on. Exactly, Master Norman specifically trains the Golden Sun Knights. The Blue Star Knights and the Silver Moon Knights are not qualified to be trained by him, the Blue Star Knight said. He suddenly wondered why he was even talking to the two strangers. He immediately straightened his face and said, "You haven't told me who you are." So he's the Golden Sun Knight's combat officer. He's the main instructor, then. No wonder the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan didn't stand a chance against him.
I bet someone like him wouldn't show himself easily, Mo Fan continued on blithely. Of course, it's our honor to see Master Norman in action today. Damn it, why do you keep interrupting me? Please leave at once, we still have to clean up the mess. No unauthorized personnel are allowed to stay here, the Blue Star Knight said anxiously. Mo Fan did not recall seeing Norman back when he caused a huge scene in the Parthenon Temple. It was very likely that Norman had happened to be away. Otherwise, he would have been a huge problem for Mo Fan, even in his demon form. The Parthenon Temple was indeed stacked. Mo Fan was relieved that he had not stumbled into a monster like Norman. Well, we were the ones that first noticed the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan was about to go berserk. My friends were evacuating the streets and protecting the people before the Hall of Knights came, Mo Fan explained. So it was you and your friends, thank you so much. If it weren't for you and your friends, it would have been a lot worse, the Blue Star Knight smiled sincerely. He seemed a little muddlehead. It's nothing, my friends, and I lack many things, money, girlfriends, resources, but we never lack a sense of justice. Mo Fan proclaimed heartily. Right, you have the spirit of a knight. I thank you on behalf of the Hall of Knights, the Blue Star Knight said. Apis remained silent. She was still in deep thought when the Blue Star Knight left. Mo Fan placed his palm on her head and asked, was it talking to us? It knew we were looking for the young Tyrant Titan's heart. How did it know? Mo Fan asked, confused. I told it. It knew I am a Medusa, too, Apis replied. Were you two communicating through eye contact? Mo Fan asked speechlessly. Things are a lot more complicated than we imagined, Apis told him instead. Chapter 1634. Love at First Sigh. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The incident calmed down quickly since there were no casualties. Xinxia called Mo Fan early in the morning the next day to ask about it. Mo Fan conveniently accused Tata of not treating his warning seriously. Brother Mo Fan, it's a relief that you and your friends were there. Xinxia was utterly clueless about Mo Fan's attempt to warn her. She was currently in England, and due to the time difference, she was asleep by the time Mo Fan called her. Tata did not tell her about the call either, so she only knew what had happened when she saw the news the following day. She was relieved that there were no injuries. You should get another phone, with only my number in it. Mo Fan was extremely annoyed by Tata's intervention. Sure, brother Mo Fan, stay a few more days in Athens. I'll be going back once I'm done with my stuff here. I'll invite your friends to the mountain of the goddess to express my gratitude, Xinxia agreed cheerfully. Oh, that won't be necessary. Speaking of which, will someone dying in the incident affect you? I mean the election, Mo Fan asked. Athens' safety is indeed part of my responsibilities, but the problem is that the Hall of Knights doesn't take orders from me directly, especially when it comes to protecting the city. Tata didn't ignore your call on purpose, it's just that she knew telling me wouldn't make any difference. The Hall of Knights will only treat a matter seriously if there's enough evidence to prove it is a threat, therefore, in a situation like this, I can only ask the people that are supporting me behind the scenes for help. As for the Hall of Knights, Xinxia trailed off. Mo Fan could easily sense how helpless Xinxia felt. Xinxia was an outsider in the Parthenon Temple. She did not have many connections, nor a strong background. The authorities of the Parthenon Temple were currently doing things their own ways, and were hesitant to clarify which candidate they were supporting. As a result, the candidates could only rely on their external influence to convince the internal authorities of the Parthenon Temple, hence why Xinxia and Xinxia had been focusing on obtaining support from other countries recently. I'm sorry to hear that, Mo Fan sighed. Mo Fan was constantly worrying about Xinxia after he agreed to let her stay at the Parthenon Temple. It was extremely difficult for someone like Xinxia, who had grown up in China, to obtain support from the old cunning foxes in the Parthenon Temple. If the people had not been suspicious of Xinxia's resurrection and the chaos she had brought upon the Parthenon Temple recently, there was no chance Xinxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, would have stood a chance in the election. Xinxia could have easily crushed her with her connections alone. Mo Fan only knew that apart from Halen, the Hall Master of the Hall of Knights, who had clearly indicated that he was supporting Xinxia. The others holding key positions in the Parthenon temple were similar to a military clique, and could not afford to offend any of the candidates. The problem was that, even though Halen was the Hall Master, the Hall of Knights had a very complicated structure, too. Different knights were appointed to different muses and servants. Meanwhile, the Blue Star Knights, Silver Moon Knights, and Golden Sun Knights had their own leaders. Halen was in a situation similar to Xinxia. Not everyone in the Hall of Knights necessarily took orders from him, despite his position. Halen was now Xinxia's trump card. She did not want Halen to publicly declare his stance until the situation became clearer, thus allowing Halen to observe and pull strings behind the scenes in Xinxia's favor. Otherwise, knowing Xinxia, once Halen declared his stance, she would do everything she could to impeach him. There were many people in the Parthenon temple waiting to replace him. Mo Fan was not very familiar with the complicated situation of the Parthenon temple, but he was sure about one thing: Xinxia would be held responsible if the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan had killed a lot of people in West Athens. If a candidate could not even guarantee the city's safety, she would immediately lose a lot of support and become the object of derision from the other candidates. After chatting with Xinxia, Mo Fan began to wonder if the Tyrant Titan's heart was another one of Xinxia's conspiracies. However, after asking Tata about it, the old woman stated that even though Xinxia was the kind of ruler that would use all kinds of tricks to guarantee her status, she was a true protector of Athens. She would not treat the blood of her people as a red carpet leading to her throne. Brother Mo Fan, let's not assume Xinxia is behind it. I don't think she would do something like that. It would not help her. Asheria is also a candidate, apart from us. She would be dooming herself if she did something like that. Xinxia said. Fine, I guess I'm worrying too much about it, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan paid Zhao Manyang a visit that afternoon. Zhao Manyang's injuries were a lot more serious than he had thought. A servant of the Parthenon temple had come to treat him, yet he still had not recovered. Mo Fan received a call from Mui Nushin when the sky was about to darken. He had nothing better to do, so he gladly accepted her invitation. Mu Bai, are you sure you don't want to go? Mui Nushin is a great beauty, I can introduce her to you, Mo Fan urged him. That only works on Zhao Manyang. If you tell him that, he would go with you even if he was limping. I'm planning to go to the auctions or look around at the marketplace to see if I can find anything useful for my breakthrough, Mu Bai answered. You shouldn't rush it. We'll figure out a way together. I'll try and ask around to see if there are any suitable resources for you, Mo Fan said. I doubt it's going to be easy looking for them. Mu Bai said. It's not going to be easy if you look for them yourself. Don't forget that you still have Fanshui Mountain behind you, Mo Fan reminded him. Well, it's my own cultivation, I shouldn't rely on Fanshui Mountain's resources, it's still growing, Mu Bai said. You are now a member of Fanshui Mountain. Once you achieve the super level, you are going to play an important role. Don't be shy, that Mui Nushin is the Mui clan's treasurer. She's also an important business partner of our Fanshui Mountain. It won't be a waste of your time. Perhaps we might even ask her for help to look for the resources you need, Mo Fan suggested. All right, Mu Bai finally nodded. Mu Bai also knew how difficult it would be for him to attempt the breakthrough on his own. He had already had a few goes at it, but it felt like he was only getting himself badly bruised. He had to rest up for a long time before the next attempt. He had nothing useful to use for now. Any artifacts or springs that could help him recover a bit quicker would definitely speed the process up. He was fortunate to have even probed the super level. If he did not take hold of the opportunity, he would lose it soon. The chance only occurred once in a blue moon. He had to seize the opportunity while he could. Mo Fan invited Heidi along, too. Brianka was still recovering from her injuries, and did not come along. They arrived at the highest floor of the building, which had a spectacular view from the window. They could easily enjoy the night view of Athens. Mo Fan had noticed that wealthy people like Mui Nushin and Zhao Manyang were quite fussy about the environment of restaurants. Mo Fan always felt like his eyes widened on their own when seeing the places they invited him to. If he had to make the decision, he would most likely have ended up in a pizza shop at the corner of a street. The waiter ushered the group of four to a table with an excellent view. Fang glanced at the table and saw a glamorous woman seated beside Nushin. The woman was listening attentively to Nushin. Her eyebrows were long and elegant. Fang could see her tender, pale skin through the curtain of water. She was wearing a black dress, her collarbone slightly revealed from her posture. Her smooth shoulders were exceedingly alluring. Fang kept staring at the woman as he approached the table. It was his first time being so attracted to a woman's shoulders. Normally, he would be staring at their bust, but not this time. Most people would have some moles or blackheads on their skin, but the woman's skin was in perfect condition. "What did I tell you? You can't regret coming with me. The girl sitting beside Nushin is pretty hot," Fang said. "She looks a little familiar," Bai said. "Yeah, I find every good-looking girl familiar too," Fang laughed. He was obviously in a good mood. The group went over to the table that Nushin had reserved. Nushin received them with a smile and invited them to take their seats with a polite gesture. "Aren't you going to introduce this gorgeous lady to us first?" Fang said mischievously, looked at the woman he found interesting. Nushin was stunned. The woman in a black dress slowly turned around, revealing her face. Her eyes were like a pair of black gems, looking at Fang. Her long hair was tied up with a red headscarf. Fang only then noticed that her hair was as silver white as snow. When Fang saw her face, he opened his mouth so wide that it could hold an entire plate in it. Nushin giggled when she saw Fang's reaction. She inquired after a moment, "Do I still need to introduce her to you?" "Well, cough cough, I was wondering why I felt like I was shot by Cupid when I saw you." "Shue, when did you come to Athens?" Nushin, why didn't you tell me she was here?" Allow me to introduce you, this is Bai." It was impossible to describe Fang's expression in a word or two. "I know him," Xinxia said expressionlessly. This is," Fang pointed at Apes, who was very close to him. Apes and Fang were standing closer than normal acquaintances. Fang could already sense Xinxia's icy gaze. He was suddenly lost for words when he tried to explain who Apes was. Would Xinxia believe him if he told her Apes was his contracted beast? Chapter 1635. Bad Things Smashed Together. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Fang had barely come up with an explanation for Xinxia. He had not come up with an explanation for Xinxia yet. The speech he had prepared for Xinxia was useless on Xinxia. He was not mentally prepared at all. He did not even realize that the girl who made his heart race as he slowly approached the table was Xinxia. Xinxia was dressed differently than normal, wearing a black evening gown. She was incredibly sexy, especially how her shoulders were exposed. Fang believed he could kiss her shoulders for a year without getting enough of them. She looked so different that he did not even recognize her from the side, especially with how her hair was tied up with a headscarf. Fang had never seen Xinxia dressed up like that. She was young but mature, sexy but composed. She no longer had her normal unapproachable demeanor. Fang was already used to her icy bearing, and was completely enticed by her charm. He simply had the urge to carry her into a room, onto a huge bed. "My great Castellan, aren't you amusing? Weren't you supposed to know if Xinxia is here? Why should I tell you?" Nushin giggled, especially amused after seeing Fang's reaction. "It's hard to explain it in a few words. Shue, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Seriously, you're so gorgeous today, I couldn't even recognize you. It's such a relief that it was you. I initially thought I was such a scum that I would be so easily allured by any woman, but it turned out to be you, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. That's great." Fang sat down beside Xinxia and quickly blurted out some comforting words. Apes and Heidi took their seats, too. They were rather surprised. Fang had always been fearless. He even dared to intimidate the Scorpion Lord Medusa, yet was there really someone he was afraid of? Bai, who is she? Heidi whispered curiously. The new woman was extremely good-looking. Heidi was always confident in her appearance, but somehow she was a little ashamed when facing this woman with an unusual bearing. Someone that Fan likes, Bai said. He was not too sure how to explain their relationship. Xinxia had never clarified that she was going to marry Fan. It had been a long time since Bai had last contacted anyone from Xinxia's family. He had no idea if Fan had succeeded in winning her affection. He only knew the relationship between them was a little ambiguous, especially since they had established Fanshui Mountain together. He likes every good-looking woman. Isn't that what he said? Apis piped up with a gloating grin. You're right. In that case, you can think of her as Fan's goddess, Bai said. Oh, I think I understand now, Heidi nodded. She could not wait to enjoy the show. If Fan had known Xinxia was here, he would never have brought Apis along. He would have tossed her into the contract space instead, but it was too late now. Let's eat first, Xinxia told Nushin. She was not in the mood to listen to Fan's explanation. Nushin nodded. Ah, I have something to tell you, it's about Bai. He's close to reaching the super level. I was thinking that since he's one of us, we should help him collect the resources he might need, Fan said. I'm not in a rush, Bai said. Of course you are, having a super mage means having another reliable helper, Fan said. I'll stick to Xinxia's decision. She's in charge of Fanshui Mountain, you only have a title with no obligations, Bai said. The invitation was both shocking and exciting for Fan. He was planning to go back to Fanshui Mountain after paying Xinxia a visit. It had been so long since he last saw Xinxia, considering he had spent almost half a year at the Alps and in Egypt. Imagine if a couple had not met for half a year, yet the wife saw her husband walking closely with a gorgeous young girl as soon as they met. Fan was seriously worried that Xinxia would end his life once and for all with her ice crystal bow. Xinxia, did you come to Athens for something urgent? Bai believed he had gloated enough. He sensibly changed the topic. We found an island with quartz reefs in the East China Sea. We are planning to export the ores to Europe, most likely to Athens. Nushin happened to have enough resources here. We also plan to buy a batch of defensive equipment. Our Mage stationed on the quartz reef island had a lot of casualties recently, Xinxia said. What creatures are there on the island? Fan asked. A bunch of tyrannical demon shellfish. They are fond of the ores, too. Before we found the island, the tyrannical demon shellfish that reached the warrior level would cultivate on the island to evolve into golden demon shellfish. These golden demon shellfish have been quite a nuisance for us, Xinxia said. Speaking of which, Fan, this was the reason why I went with Zhu Xiangtian to meet Rosie. She's our first option for reaching a deal with, Nushin chimed in. Nushin explained everything that had happened to Xinxia. If that's her attitude toward the incident, it shows us that she doesn't have any principles. She's not a reliable business partner, Xinxia stated. Xinxia was extremely strict about the personalities of her business partners. Fan was quite surprised. He was actually worried that Xinxia would blame him for ruining her plan. Fan did not have a positive first impression of Rosie, either. She was reluctant to tell them the truth about the young Tyrant Titan's heart, even though Lingqing had already explained how much of a threat the Tyrant Titan would be to the people. Perhaps I have already gotten used to it after staying in this circle for a long time, but it's good that you only choose to work with people who can stick to their principles. At least it won't give Fanshui Mountain a bad name, Nushin admitted. When it came to Fanshui Mountain's growth, its safety was Xinxia's priority, followed by its reputation. If she did not care about principles, like how Rosie had disregarded the safety of the people in Athens, how could a little clan in Athens possibly outgrow Fanshui Mountain? We have another problem. If we want to sell the high-quality ore in Europe, we'll need approval from Europe's Magic Ores Association, and their appraisal. Unfortunately, the person in charge is from the Zhu clan, Mui Nushin said. Mo Fan was left speechless. Why did the bad things always come bundled up together? Chapter 1636. He didn't have a here. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Late at night, the lights under the Parthenon temple faded away. At this particular time of the season, a bright cold moon hung in the sky above the mountain of the goddess. Its light covered the mountain like a silver veil, adding a mystical feeling to the elegant mountain. At the foot of the mountain, behind a small hill, stood a simple wooden hut close to a stream. A man in a white robe sat on the roof staring at the blurred outline of the mountain of the goddess under the moonlight in melancholy. Soft footsteps sounded from the path in the woods. The man looked into the woods. His grey-blue eyes glittered in the night. "What do you want?" the man asked. "Can't I pay you a visit?" "Either way, you're still my brother," the woman replied, still approaching the man. "Just spill it," the man sniffed. "Have you seen her, Norman?" Asheruia asked. "Who?" Norman said. "You know who, her identity was already revealed. I bet you're back because you want to see the sister you've never met before, right?" Asheruia said. "I'll see her when the time comes." "I don't need you to remind me," Norman said patiently. "Why do I feel like you are very disappointed in me? We haven't seen each other for so many years. Father took us both in, so we should be like a family," Asheruia said. "You know the things that you've done," Norman harumphed coldly. "I need to find a way to survive in a place where everyone is trying to outwit one another. When I needed you to step forward to protect me, you were feeling depressed in some forgotten corner across the world instead. What did you want me to do? Stick to the principles Father and you taught me? If I had done that, not even my bones would be left now." Asheruia raised her voice slightly, her face cold. Norman was briefly startled. He looked at Asheruia, who had stopped in her tracks. "Even so, you should never set your foot into, forget it, there's no chance you will leave even if I said anything." Norman shook his head. He did not want to speak about it. "So, did you come back to make clear whose side you're on?" Asheruia asked him. "I don't know," Norman replied. "You do know that the whole Hall of Knights will only listen to you. Xinxia tried everything she could to look for you. She wanted to convince you that she would bring back the glory that the Parthenon temple once had," Asheruia said. "She did find me, but something feels strange about her," Norman said. We can't even tell if she's a human or a demon creature now. She clearly didn't master the spell of resurrection, yet she managed to come back to life," Asheruia said. "The Parthenon temple is no longer the place I was familiar with. I think I no longer belong here, either." Norman looked at the mountain of the goddess. His mind was constantly recalling the past, the grief and the sorrow he had experienced here, and the countless bodies buried under its brilliance. It was a place with unsurpassed authority, a world-class reputation, endless fortune, and the spell of resurrection that was considered a blessing from the gods. "I hope you will side with me," Asheruia said. "Do you think that's possible? Ask yourself honestly, would Father still acknowledge you as his daughter if he knew what you had done?" Norman answered quickly. "You won't side with Xinxia, and you're not willing to side with me either. That leaves only one choice," Asheruia said. "I won't decide until I see her. If there's nothing else, you should get some rest. You may only call me your brother once you've given up on your other side," Norman said. "I won't give it up, it can protect me better than you," Asheruia said. "I can't talk to you if you keep persisting in going the wrong way." Norman rose to his feet. He jumped down from the roof and headed for the door. Asheruia bit her lips while staring at Norman's back. She said after a moment, "I went to look for Austin, but he doesn't recognize me." "You found Austin?" Norman halted in his tracks. He glanced at Asheruia curiously. "I'm the only person that knew his existence and location before, but someone else has found him. They are preparing a delicate dragon hunting ritual for him, too," Asheruia said. Norman frowned. He stared at Asheruia, trying to confirm she was not lying to him. "Who is it?" he finally asked. Someone with a formidable background, someone that has control over many powerful officials, someone that even Xinxia wouldn't dare provoke, Asheruia said.
Austin is so powerful, even Xinxia couldn't do anything to him, Norman said. They found a way to weaken him. A dragon has its weaknesses, too, Asheruia said. Norman fell into deep thought. They are carrying out their plan in a few days. If you want to do something about it, you should start preparing now. See, despite being a brother, you've never cared for me. Your honorable father was all that mattered. I have had to stand on my own feet since my first year of college, yet I still couldn't help but remind you about something that doesn't concern me, Asheruia said mockingly. Norman wanted to say something, but Asheruia had already left. Mo Fan sat on his couch, meditating with his eyes closed. His eyes sprang open as soon as he heard the chair being moved in the next room. He might be meditating, but he was not focused at all. His cultivation was currently stuck at a bottleneck. Cultivating or not would not make any difference. There was hardly any motivation for him to cultivate diligently. Mo Fan hurried over to the balcony. He turned into a shadow and moved to the next balcony. The door was open, and the curtains were drifting in the wind. Mo Fan happened to see Mu Ningxue stretching beside her table. He almost drooled at the sight of her alluring figure. He did not have enough at dinner. There were too many people around, so he was ashamed to keep staring at her. However, the two of them were now alone in the middle of the night. He could just be reckless. Are you done with your business? Mo Fan asked. Only the first phase, Mu Ningxue said. She noticed the passionate look in Mo Fan's eyes and easily read his mind. She spoke first to prevent Mo Fan from taking the initiative. Let's take a walk. When it's already so late. Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. Why would they go out for a walk in the middle of the night? Since they were still so young and energetic, shouldn't they not waste their time and have a few rounds before daylight? In the end, Mo Fan went for a walk with Mu Ningxue. The place they were staying at had a nice environment. The clean streets and trees were oddly calm and soothing at night. Mo Fan took the initiative to hold Mu Ningxue's hand. She did not reject it. Mo Fan slowed down and kept to her pace. Mu Ningxue signaled for them to enjoy the breeze while they were crossing a bridge. Can't you leave the business side in Mu Linqing's hands? Why did you have to come to Athens in person? Mu Linqing asked. Mu Ningxue might be in charge of Fanxue Mountain, but she mostly spent her time cultivating. She was obsessed with pursuing a higher level of cultivation, just like Mo Fan. As the ruler of Fanxue Mountain, how could she survive amid the wolves and tigers if she was not strong enough? The reasons that Mu Ningxue explained during dinner were not strong enough to convince him that she had to come to Athens in person. Mo Fan did not want to ask her in front of the others. Is there something else bothering you? Mo Fan asked. Mu Ningxue lifted her gaze and looked at Mo Fan. She was a little surprised that Mo Fan could tell she had something else in mind. There's indeed one thing that is bothering me. I had no choice but to come here to find out the truth, Mu Ningxue said. Is it that serious? Mo Fan asked. Do you remember the incident when we first visited Faniao City? Mu Ningxue asked in a serious voice. Yeah, a bunch of sea monsters showed up. Didn't we already take care of them? Mo Fan recalled. Jiang Yu went to investigate some of the local officials and discovered that someone was purposely hiding the truth about the missing children, which resulted in the tragedy, Mu Ningxue informed him. Mo Fan immediately recalled the infuriating scene of them finding a child's corpse inside the belly of one of the sea monsters. But we weren't able to find out who was behind it, Mo Fan nodded. Jiang Yu mentioned that when he tried investigating further, he realized the person was not just trying to hide the facts about the missing children, it was much more complicated than that. But the trail had ended after the local official was busted. They were not able to track down the culprit behind the scenes. When Xiao Yu was patrolling the coast, someone reported a similar incident to her. While she was investigating it, she found a warehouse where the missing children were kept. The missing children were no longer there, but there were a lot of baby goods there.
I immediately contacted Jiangyu and asked him to look into it, Mu Ningxue said. Fanshui Mountain was very close to Faniao City. There had been no follow-up regarding the case of the missing children since then. To Mo Fan's surprise, Mu Ningxue had actually found some new clues. No one could possibly turn a blind eye to such an unforgivable act. Mo Fan clenched his fists and said, I see. Don't worry, once we found who the culprit is, I'm going to snap his neck in half. I seriously don't understand how they could do such a cruel thing to the children. Mu Ningxue began to tremble. What is it? Mo Fan looked at Mu Ningxue. He noticed her panicking a little. Mo Fan, the kid we found inside the sea monster's belly. Did you know? He didn't have a heart. Mu Ningxue was pinching the back of Mo Fan's hand while uttering her words. Chapter 1637. A Greater Secre. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan felt the pinch. Mu Ningxue would not behave like this if she was not overwhelmed by anger and sorrow. His heart skipped a beat. He didn't have a heart? Mo Fan clearly remembered Jiangtu taking the kid out of the scarlet soaring demon's belly. He had even lent a hand to bury the body, but he had never checked to see if the kid still had a heart. Why is that? Mo Fan was both shocked and confused. The reason that the missing kid ended up in the scarlet soaring demon's belly was that he wasn't eaten by the scarlet soaring demon, but someone was using the scarlet soaring demon's trait of eating little kids to conceal their crime of kidnapping them for their hearts. Mu Ningxue told him. What? Mo Fan almost yelled at the top of his lungs. He was utterly dumbfounded by Mu Ningxue's words. The kids had already lost their hearts before they were eaten by the scarlet soaring demons. Mo Fan's heart shuddered. Why did something that was already so cruel have to be tied up with an even scarier truth? I came to Athens on my own because I didn't want the culprit to know we are making a move, Mu Ningxue said. The culprit is here in Athens. Mo Fan asked curiously. We've tracked the children's hearts to here. Mu Ningxue said. Mo Fan now realized why Mu Ningxue was having dinner in a luxurious restaurant in an evening gown. The culprit must have a strong background, so Fanshui Mountain would easily arouse suspicion with their investigation. Therefore, Mu Ningxue had pretended to come for a business trip. What else do you know? Mo Fan growled. Jiangyu has dug very deep into the matter, but he also warned me that the person involved is extremely dangerous. He asked me to be very careful. We aren't sure who the culprit is, but the hearts are indeed here in Athens. Jiangyu will be here in 2 days. He will explain the details to us, Mu Ningxue said. Stealing children's hearts. What are they up to? Mo Fan could not understand the reason behind it. Not stealing, they are collecting. Mu Ningxue corrected him. From what Mu Ningxue knew, the true number of missing children was far higher than what they knew of. It was not just in Faniao City, the same incidents were happening in other cities, even other countries. Collecting hearts. Mo Fan was lost in thought after learning the terrifying, disappointing truth. He had only found out about the despicable act of General Ethan and his subordinate Gangma in Egypt. Those pricks, driven by their greed, considered themselves honorable despite their evil acts. Their twisted personalities and hearts were even more disgusting than the demon snakes and scorpions. Apa's accusations of humans also left Mo Fan in deep thought. He did not expect the people of Fanshui Mountain to find out the truth about the missing children in Faniao City after he had just left Egypt. He was once again disheartened by the truth. He could not help but despise his own kind. How many could the demon creatures possibly eat? Humans were eating more than the demon creatures. What was wrong with humans? Why did they have to devastate one another? Gangma had kidnapped the young girls to satiate his own desires, and to expand his connections. They were feeding the young girls to the Medusa in return for temporary peace. But what kind of reason would someone have for collecting children's hearts? Mo Fan had assumed the Black Vatican was the definition of evil. No one could possibly be worse than the Black Vatican. The members of the Black Vatican were not even worthy to be called humans, but after the things he had been through, he suddenly felt that evil was nothing but a bottomless abyss. Whenever he thought he had seen the darkest side of humans, something worse was still happening just beyond his sight. "I'm sorry, it was meant to be a relaxing walk, but I end up saying these things to you," Mu Ningxue sighed when she noticed the icy aura Mo Fan was emitting. "I'm the least of your worries. I will never forgive the people behind it." Mo Fan swore. He had plenty of time to flirt with Mu Ningxue, but if he did not take out the culprit, it would feel like an annoying fishbone was stuck in his throat. Jiang Yu arrived in Athens in the afternoon the next day. It had been a long time since Mo Fan had last seen him, and they had barely contacted one another after the national team was disbanded. It went without saying that everyone on the national team was going to have great achievements in their respective fields. Zhao Manyang had almost recovered by now. He happily invited Jiang Yu to the reflexology center when he heard Jiang Yu had come to Athens. Jiang Yu might have seemed like an honest man, but he was surprisingly playful too. However, he was not in the mood, since he was here for some serious business. Damn it, how is that even possible? Zhao Manyang also had a strong reaction after hearing Jiang Yu's message. Zhao Manyang was around when they were looking for the missing children. Even a heartless man like him was disheartened by the truth. He had tried so hard to find the kid that had been kidnapped. Little did Zhao Manyang know, there was a greater secret behind it. "It's not like I didn't want to find out the truth, but the person behind it is too powerful. I was warned as soon as I tried to look into it," Jiang Yu said helplessly. "Who warned you?" Mo Fan asked. "Not sure, but one of the elders warned me." "He must have been pressured by someone else," Jiang Yu said. "Who exactly is it, acting so arrogantly after doing such a heartless thing?" Zhao Manyang cursed. There was a sudden knock on the door while they were in the middle of the discussion. "Who is it?" Mo Fan asked patiently. They had all gathered in Mo Fan's room. Everyone that was supposed to be here was inside the room, including Brianka and Heidi. They were also enraged after hearing the truth, and swore to hunt the culprit down. "Room service, sir, didn't you ask me to come service you?" an alluring voice said outside the door. It completely ruined the tense atmosphere inside the room. Everyone looked at Mo Fan with weird faces. Mo Fan's eyes widened, too. Since when did he ask for some special room service? Why would he even think about it at a time like this? He would only do so after he was done with the matter. Speaking of which, the seductive voice sounded a little familiar. Mo Fan walked to the door under everyone's suspicious eyes, and opened the door. As he thought, Asheruya was standing at the door with a naughty grin. "It's really you, you little cunning vixen," Mo Fan blurted out. The woman always seemed to know where to find him. Chapter 1638. The Guild of the Wicked. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. There are so many people here. Asheruya poked her head into the room and walked inside before Mo Fan gave his permission. She did not treat herself as an outsider. "What do you want?" "We are discussing something important. If you have any other thoughts, we'll meet somewhere else." "No, I wanted to say, you should stop bothering me. I'm taken already." "Asheruya, you are a nice woman," Mo Fan blabbered. "Isn't she a Zhao Manyang's eyes straightened when he saw Asheruya. "She's Yi Mengyi. Wait, your surname is Yi too," Mo Fan quickly interrupted Zhao Manyang. Heidi and Brianka were present. If they knew the woman was Asheruya, one of the candidates for the role of the goddess of the Parthenon temple, the situation would seriously get out of control. Even though Asheruya was a public figure in Europe, she wore a veil most of the time, thus not many people had seen her face. Asheruya was still wearing a veil to cover her face slightly, even here. Knowing the problems between the Alps Institute and the Parthenon temple, Mo Fan did not want Zhao Manyang to say Asheruya's name. He called her by the Chinese name she gave him when they first met instead. However, Mo Fan suddenly realized that her Chinese name had the surname Yi too, just like Yi Xinxia. Surely it was not a mere coincidence. Zhao Manyang quickly realized why Mo Fan had interrupted him.
I suddenly noticed that we have gathered some of the most beautiful women in the world in the same room, Zhao Manyang exclaimed as a way to change the topic. Mo Fan briefly scanned the women in the room. Zhao Manyang was absolutely right about that. Brianka, Heidi, Asheruya, and Mu Ningxue were all beauties among beauties, as was Apis, currently sitting on the couch playing with little Flame Bell. The 5 of them could easily outshine every woman on the street. I know what you are looking for, Asheruya cut straight to the topic. You know? How do you know? Right, it's not difficult to find out that we are looking for the source of the young tyrant Titan's heart, especially for an information vendor like you, Mo Fan said. Asheruya shook her head. She looked at Mu Ningxue and asked, "Are you investigating the incidents of missing children?" Mu Ningxue's gaze sharpened. She immediately put on a hostile face. She had only mentioned it to Mo Fan. Only those in the room knew the truth, so how did this uninvited guest know too? Unless Asheruya was the culprit she was looking for, or at least she was somehow related to the culprit. I do want to have a showdown with you, but not now. I know you're looking for the person behind it because this guy here was getting some information from my people. I happen to be investigating the same matter lately, so I didn't have trouble tracking him to Fanxue Mountain. Asheruya pointed at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu dropped his jaw. He finally realized something after staring at Asheruya for some time. Your people? I got the information from a master. Wait, you are from the network, too? What network? What the hell are you talking about? Mo Fan was utterly confused. The Hunter Network, a network of information across countries. The secret tipping scrolls purchased from our country's Hunter Union is one of the projects handled by the Hunter Network. They specialize in gathering information on demon creatures, organizations, mags, equipment. Their organization branched off from the Hunter Union. It even has information about the Black Vatican, Hall of Assassins, and other independent factions, resistances, and cults. When you asked me to look into the incident of the missing children in Faniao City, I couldn't find any information about it through official channels in our country, so I had to collect the information through the Hunter Network. It was a master of the Hunter Network who tipped me that the culprit we are looking for is one of the clans in Athens. Jiang Yu said. Mo Fan had heard about the secret tipping scrolls before. Many hunters sold valuable information they had found through them. Other hunters could then buy the secret tipping scrolls that contained information about the things they were looking for. Mo Fan spent a fortune on the secret tipping scrolls when he was looking for the young Medusa, which had allowed him to narrow down the search area to the temple. To Mo Fan's surprise, these informers had formed a network, and were referred to as the Hunter Network. But I told the master not to reveal who I am. Jiang Yu protested. There's no such thing as absolute secrecy in this world. You were exposed the moment you bought the information from the Hunter Network, so it was not difficult to find out what Fanxue Mountain is up to, Asheruya said. So are you saying, the Hunter Network is like Baidu for mags? Mo Fan asked curiously. The Hunter Network was obviously not the same as Baidu, because it was selling some of the most confidential intel in the world. If you can find out our intention so easily, wouldn't that mean the culprit is also aware of why we are in Athens? Mu Ningxue asked. Asheruya shook her head and said, they might suspect something, but their information is nowhere as accurate as mine. Well, I'm not that proficient either, but the person he contacted happened to be one of my men. I've always been keeping an eye on your Fanxue Mountain. She definitely has a high clearance in the Hunter Network, Jiang Yu muttered. All right, we'll learn more about the Hunter Network next time. Asheruya, if you know what we are up to, why did you purposely visit us? I can't imagine you telling us some important information out of kindness, Mo Fan said. It's part of a chain. The people involved have done a lot of outrageous acts. They are called the Wicked, and their influence has extended to many places across the world. They eventually turned into a guild, Asheruya told them. The Wicked? Brianka said. Miss Brianka, do you know of the guild? Mo Fan said. Our Alps Institute mainly focuses on helping and raising orphans. I have never met anyone from the guild before,
but I heard Miss Celan and a few other teachers mention that a student of our school was killed by some sort of a guild while she was trying to save a child. I believe it's the same guild you are referring to, Brianka answered. Why does it feel like an international criminal organization to me? Mo Fan murmured. Yes, they have recruited criminals who are wanted by the Magic Association and the governments of different countries to commit crimes. Mo Fan, do you remember the Red Ornaments Guild that we took out in the Caribbean Sea? Jiang Yu said. How could I forget them? Do they have something to do with the missing children, too? Mo Fan said. Not really, but the Red Ornaments Guild is a side branch of the Guild of the Wicked. You could say that the Guild of the Wicked was supporting them behind the scenes. Why do you think the government was struggling to take them out? Jiang Yu said. Zhao Manyang immediately recalled the Red Ornaments Guild. The people of the Red Ornaments Guild were indeed despicable. Not only were they bullying ordinary people that did not know magic, they even proceeded to torture them to get their revenge. He had thought the Red Ornaments Guild was just a bunch of hoodlums, but they were actually tied to a worse organization instead. The pirates of the Red Ornaments Guild were just using the name of the Guild of the Wicked to intimidate their prey. The Guild of the Wicked are the real scum that can do anything for their own gain and greed, Asheruia stated. Which means, we just have to take out this Guild of the Wicked. Mo Fan spoke up. What are we waiting for? Let's find those scum and kill them all. They might even have a bounty on them. We can earn ourselves a fortune while serving justice. Zhao Manyang exclaimed, swinging his fists around. I doubt it's that easy, Heidi cooled him off. Even if he knows what I just explained, I wouldn't be here if it was that simple. Asheruia pointed at Jiang Yu as if he was just a rookie. Jiang Yu wanted to say something, but soon swallowed the words back. It was true that Jiang Yu had only just figured out the Guild of the Wicked was responsible for the disappearance of the young children. It had an entire operation dedicated to kidnapping the children and transporting their hearts to Athens. However, he had no clue about the identities of its members or how many people it had in Athens, so the Guild of the Wicked was still in the dark. I can honestly tell you that if you stick to your current plan, there are only two possible outcomes. First, the culprit will arrange a few scapegoats for you to kill and vent your frustrations. You will soon forget about it while feeling proud that you've taken out a poisonous tumor endangering society. Second, someone here is going to die, and the culprit will threaten you with the life of the others to stop you from investigating any further. They will make you suffocate in darkness. Asheruia declared. Asheruia sounded extremely serious, and was looking at Brianka. It was obvious that Asheruia knew Brianka was a super mage, yet even so, she would not be able to stop the second outcome. Mo Fan and I have caught a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican, why would we be afraid of the Guild of the Wicked? Zhao Manyang harumphed coldly. The Black Vatican and the Guild of the Wicked are different. The world has zero tolerance for the Black Vatican. If they know someone is a member of the Black Vatican, many different organizations, governments, and the magic associations will join hands to annihilate them. But the Guild of the Wicked is simply the other side of society. They are rotten meat, but they aren't poisonous tumors that you can simply remove as you please. They commit crimes for personal gains. Some of the organizations among us are tied up with them. If we start trying to get rid of it, many organizations are going to suffer because of it, Asheruia informed him. Chapter 1639. Silver Ornament Master Bartholomew. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. If Mo Fan had not gone through the things in Egypt, he would have scoffed at Asheruia's remark. Evil was evil, a person that did evil had to be annihilated. They had no reason to live in this world. However, was that the case? Gangma had kidnapped many teenaged girls for the government and military officials. From that perspective, those officials were unforgivable too. However, from another perspective, these officials might have no idea that Gangma had kidnapped those girls. They were simply trying to fulfill their own desires. Some of the officials even took care of the girls and provided for their needs. If Mo Fan proceeded to track down the officials, what should he do about them? Kill them all? Therefore, Mo Fan had not pursued the matter any further. He had already killed Gangma with his own hands, and General Ethan was being constantly tortured by Medusa's curse. It might not fully serve justice for the others, but it was the most that he could do. The Guild of the Wicked was a similar situation. They were different from the Black Vatican. The Black Vatican was trying to destroy the whole of mankind. They were no longer people, but a bunch of cultists that treated bringing harm to other people as their religion. The members of the Guild of the Wicked were after personal gains, and would do anything to achieve their goals. They are no different from the Black Vatican if they were responsible for the outrageous acts in Faniao City, Mu Ningxue declared coldly. Indeed, these people are unforgivable. I know you will want to get to the heart of the matter, but I must warn you so you won't fall into a deep abyss. The stakes are higher than you can imagine. Asheruia said. Just spill the beans, Asheruia, Mo Fan said solemnly. It seemed like they were up to something serious once again. Somehow, they constantly found themselves in great trouble whenever they tried to do a good deed. The Guild of the Wicked is collecting the hearts of young children on behalf of someone, Asheruia said. Who is it? Mo Fan asked. You don't have to know who the person is for now. Let me ask another question. You happened to stumble into the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan when it attacked the city. Were you investigating the young Tyrant Titan's heart? Asheruia said. Yes, Mo Fan nodded. You will never find the truth. The young Tyrant Titan's heart that Rosie was looking for was just an accident, Asheruia said confidently. What do you mean by that? Brianka asked. Rosie needs a young Tyrant Titan's heart, and she knew the Luba clan had it. Since the young Tyrant Titan's heart did not meet the Luba clan's requirements, they decided to auction it off so Rosie could buy it, Asheruia said. Apis, who had remained silent until now, leaned closer and said softly, the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan only went berserk because so many young Tyrant Titans were killed. Many young Tyrant Titans were killed. Mo Fan repeated in surprise. Ah? So the Silver Moon Tyrant Titan wasn't just trying to avenge his kin. Zhao Manyang exclaimed. Getting revenge is one thing, being overwhelmed by despair is another. The Tyrant Titan was a ruler-level creature. It knew it was going to die if it attacked the city, yet it still charged in. It only behaved so recklessly due to the hatred and despair that had long accumulated in its heart, Apis said. Mo Fan recalled the Tyrant Titan's behavior during the attack. It did seem to have gone mad. It did not look like an intelligent ruler-level creature. It was simply venting its hatred on the city. The hearts of young Tyrant Titans, the hearts of young children, Mu Ningxue murmured the keywords. Yes, that's right, their hearts are missing. Are they somehow related? Zhao Manyang finally realized the connection between the two incidents. The hearts of the young children you are looking for are substitutes for the hearts of the young Tyrant Titans, Asheruia said. Everyone in the room gasped at the same time. Substitutes for the hearts of the young Tyrant Titans? The kids whose hearts were stolen and bodies tossed into the ocean before the sea monkey monsters offered them to other sea monsters. Tyrant Titans are born with innate strength. Even a young Tyrant Titan is 100 times stronger than a normal human child in every aspect. Therefore, they need at least 100 children's hearts to make up for a young Tyrant Titan's heart, Asheruia stated firmly. Why would they do that? Mo Fan was dumbfounded. The young Tyrant Titan's hearts and the hearts of the missing children were two different things. How were they even related? To conduct a ritual. The hearts of young Tyrant Titans are the key to it. However, there aren't many Tyrant Titans left in Europe. Since they couldn't find enough young Tyrant Titans' hearts, they could only use the hearts of children, Asheruia went on. The shocking news sent chills down everyone's spines. To think that someone would really use the hearts of children as a substitute ingredient. Who is he? Mo Fan's voice turned icy. It's a little complicated, Asheruia said. Just tell me who he is. Mo Fan snarled. The people collecting the young Tyrant Titan's hearts are from the Luba clan. I bet you already know who's really in charge of the Luba clan, Asheruia said. The Zhu clan. Mo Fan said.
As for the person collecting the young children's hearts, it's a silver ornament master of the Guild of the Wicked called Bartholomew. I haven't found his exact location, but I know the person he's dealing with. I've already asked my people to keep a close eye on him. If you really want to kill him, I'll notify you as soon as I know where they are. Asheruia said. Asheruia's information was a lot more accurate than Jiang Yu's. Jiang Yu had only found out about the Guild of the Wicked instead of the Mastermind, but Asheruia had given them the name of the Mastermind right away, saving them a lot of work. That being said, they would need someone reliable to verify the information. They could not blindly trust Asheruia's words. Asheruia left the room after giving them the information, not giving them a chance to question her. We now have a target, but there's one thing I don't understand. Why is she helping us? The information she gave us would easily cost a fortune, Jiang Yu commented. The information provided by the Hunter Network was very costly. It was unlikely that anyone in the circle would be willing to share their information for free. After all, information was basically money to them. Chapter 1640. Flipping over right away. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If she's willing to help us, I don't think we should worry about her intentions. It's not like someone's unexplainable relationship with her during the World College tournament isn't in play here, Zhao Manyang said. Mo Fang glared at Zhao Manyang, indicating he should shut his mouth. Let's get some rest for now. We'll make our move once we receive the update from her, Xinxia said. The meeting was dismissed. Brianka and Heidi were the last to leave Mo Fan's room. Mo Fan walked them to the door and waved his hand to say goodbye, but Brianka suddenly turned around and looked at Mo Fan. What is it? Mo Fan asked. The woman just then was Asheruia, one of the candidates of the Parthenon Temple, right? You two seem pretty close to one another, Brianka asked him. How did you know? Mo Fan's eyes widened. You said her name when you were demanding the name of the culprit from her. I didn't want to interrupt since you looked very serious just then, Heidi replied stiffly. Who? Did I say her name? Am I that stupid? Mo Fan was stunned. He recalled the meeting and realized he did call her actual name. He was burning with rage and completely forgot about the opposition between them. Humph, I kept wondering why I have so many medicines of the Parthenon Temple. You've been keeping it a secret for so long. Are you seriously treating us like 3-year-olds? Heidi said. I knew her even before the World College tournament. We did one another some favors, but we weren't that close, either. Please don't misunderstand, I was only keeping it a secret because I know how opposed you two are to the Parthenon Temple. To be honest, not everyone in the Parthenon Temple is a snob, Mo Fan explained in an awkward tone. We aren't unreasonable, either. If you had told us right away, why would we be biased against you? After all, you're not from the Parthenon Temple. You shouldn't have hidden it from us, it will only make us more suspicious, Brianka scolded him. I got it, Mo Fan nodded. He immediately thought about Xinxia, and was wondering if he should tell them now. They were already overreacting because of Asheruia. If he told them about Xinxia now, they were most likely going to explode. He seriously did not understand, the people of the Alps Institute were very womanlike in terms of their attitude toward the Parthenon Temple. You are not allowed to have a pleasant conversation with the people I hate, it's a form of betrayal. It seemed like it was going to be difficult to convince the Alps Institute to cooperate with Xinxia. Asheruia was very efficient. She found out Silver Ornament Master Bartholomew's whereabouts by the next day. The group disguised themselves as tourists as they headed to Lunmu Mountain to the north of Athens. Lunmu Mountain was a scenic area with only a few structures. The mountain was like a huge national park, covered in rare and beautiful plants. The colorful shrubs were well taken care of, unlike a primitive forest. The mountain had a retro-style railway for tourists to enjoy its scenic views. Since spring was approaching its end, most of the tourists had already left, so the number of them on Lunmu Mountain was greatly reduced. The railcar that Mo Fan and Xinxia were in only had 4 people. A couple sat in front of them. They had to be from a European country,
and were talking in their own language. They were still in the phase of falling head over heels in love, completely immersed in their own world. They could not have cared less about the scenery. It was the essence of traveling, it did not necessarily have to be the right season or weather. The trip was still going to be pleasant with the right person. Fan was in the same mood. They were waiting idly for their target to show up, but even so, it did not stop him and Ningxue from enjoying their ride on the retro railcar, a rare moment of peace and comfort. I feel like we rarely go out on a date like this, Fan said. Ningxue vaguely replied. Why don't we travel around Europe after we are done here? There's no rush going back to Fanxue Mountain, Fan suggested. I don't think I can. The threat of the sea monsters is still around, especially at the Quartz Reef Island. I should hurry back and deliver the defensive equipment to them, Ningxue responded. Ningxue would not have left Fanxue Mountain if it wasn't for the disheartening incident. There were a lot of things she had to handle there. She was already falling behind with her cultivation. All right, I'll go back with you. Faniao City's view isn't too bad, either. Besides, our Fanxue Mountain should be a lot better now. Fan did not force her. As they were talking softly, the couple in front of them suddenly raised their voices. The brunette shoved the man's hand away. The man raised his voice after his ego was hurt. The brunette looked at him and said something along the line of, "Did you just yell at me?" even though Fan could not understand a word they said. The railcar of love flips over pretty quickly, don't you think? Fan said. Wasn't I like that, too? Ningxue said. Ningxue recalled how she used to have a bad temper in the past. She would keep a straight face and leave if anything did not go according to her will. Luckily, Fan was able to cheer her up with some antics all the time. Ningxue realized how relaxing it was back then, being able to both throw a tantrum and laugh happily at any time. However, too many things had happened. She did not even realize her emotions had slowly faded away. She was no longer touched by the little things, nor would she run away from things she could not handle. She continued along on her path expressionlessly. Everything other than magic had lost its brilliance in her eyes. Meanwhile, Fan was still the same. Ningxue liked to hang around Fan when she was young because Fan was always brimming with life and energy. His heart was warm, just like his blood. He was full of vigor every day, he was still the same now, his heart and blood were still hot, and even the greatest sorrow and despair could not overwhelm his passion and desire. She could not help but look forward to tomorrow and the future when she was staying with him. Chapter 1641. My name is Bartholomew. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It was noon. A man wearing a silver leather jacket was walking slowly along Mount Lanmu. He passed by a flower garden with a lot of butterflies, crowded with tourists. They were listening to the ranger's explanation of some of the unique flowers. The man suddenly came to a stop. He was staring at a grey flower surrounded by fences. His deep eyes glittered all of a sudden. "Sir, you can't go inside there. That stalk of verdant dusk is a protected magical flower. It has the ability to regulate the rains on the mountain. If it rains a lot, it will store the rainwater in the soil. During the dry season, it will use the water it's stored to moisten the soil. The butterflies around you are the verdant dusk's protectors. If you go any closer, they will become hostile to you," a young ranger said politely to the man. "I didn't expect to find one here, not to mention its impressive quality," the man said, staring at the dusk flower. "You seem familiar with the verdant dusk. A mage called Sigh brought it here from the Verdant Gorge, but he eventually died due to the deadly poison of the Verdant Gorge. Without this verdant dusk, Mount Lanmu won't have its beautiful scenery. One can say that Mount Lanmu has blossomed under Master Syvil's nurturing," the young ranger said. He deeply admired the mage called Syvil. "Indeed, it's kind of a waste for such a rare flower to be planted here just for display and to maintain the mountain," the man said. "It's not a waste. Master Syvil wanted people to appreciate the beauty of nature. It can cleanse the hatred and grudge in our hearts. Humans will be friendlier towards one another, just like these butterflies, hence people like us have inherited Master Syval's will to look after Mount Lanmu. Many visitors from different countries visit us every year. I believe the Verdant Dusk has lived up to its value, and Master Syval can also receive our praises in heaven, the young ranger replied. That's interesting, you're saying that this flower can help bring peace to the world, the man inquired. That's what we are hoping, the young ranger said. You mentioned that it can cleanse the hatred and grudge in a person's heart, but I don't really feel anything. You should stop daydreaming, the man scoffed at the young ranger. He went over the fence with a cold harumph. Sir, please stop, the young ranger exclaimed. The man ignored the rules. He set his foot on the soil, trampling the flowers nearby to death. He moved closer to the Verdant Dusk, which was similar in size to a morning glory, and reached out to pluck it. The butterflies that were flying around the tourists immediately reacted. They beat their wings wildly and flew at the man angrily. Their numbers were shocking. They soon formed a small tornado of butterflies around the man while sprinkling pollen with a hypnotizing effect. How petty, the man said disdainfully. A cold gust descended as he waved his hand. The strong frost turned the cloud of butterflies into frozen specimens. They fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The butterflies were wiped out in an instant. The young ranger could not believe it. These butterflies were members of rare species that they delicately took care of. Some of them could only be found here on Mount Lanmu in all of Europe, yet the man had killed them all just like that. Damn it, everything on Mount Lanmu is under the protection of the Greek Magic Association's laws. Stop it at once, or I have the right to execute you according to the laws, the ranger that was explaining to the tourists quickly came over and shouted. Execute me? Ha ha ha, I remembered a Holy Court mage of the Holy Judgment Court said the same thing to me 3 years ago. His pitiful family is still grieving for him today. Young mage, are you sure you want to execute me? Do you know who I am? The man burst out laughing. Holy Court mage. The ranger was stunned. How respectable and powerful were the Holy Court mags? The difference between him and a Holy Court mage was like comparing a dragon to a tiny lizard, and the man claimed he had killed a Holy Court mage before. I'm only interested in the flower, thank you for taking care of it for so many years. I'll be taking it today, please thank Syval on my behalf, too, the man smiled. He casually plucked the Verdant Dusk. The man was in a great mood after he put the Verdant Dusk away. He continued on his way up the mountain. Stop right there, I don't care who you are, you are a scoundrel. I won't let you take it, the young ranger suddenly ran at the man, calling out angrily. Didn't you notice? That intermediate mage already lost the courage to face me. Do you, a little rookie who has just awakened, seriously think you can stop me? Ah, little kid, who was Syval to you? You seem to admire him, the man said. He was my father. Put the Verdant Dusk down, the young ranger said. Ah, your father must have missed you. I'll send you to him instead. That way, he won't have to lie on the floor in heavens listening to the praises from the mundane world. You can tell him in person, the man grinned. He raised his hand once again, and the deadly frost fell from the sky. Barbaro, don't do anything stupid, run away, the ranger yelled. I won't let him take the Verdant Dusk, the young man Barbaro yelled angrily. The Verdant Dusk was his father's soul. He would not let anyone take it away. The man let out a scornful laugh. He glanced at the relentless young man with chilling eyes. I forgot to tell you, my name is Bartholomew. I've sent a lot of people to heaven personally, so don't forget to greet them on my behalf. Chapter 1642. Snow Swan Silver Feathers. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The difference in strength was too great. The frost immediately froze the young man solid. The process only took a few seconds. The ranger was dumbfounded. He stood there, too scared to intervene. The tourists were terrified too. They did not expect the alive and well young man to turn into ice and die so quickly. Bartholomew smiled after glancing at his artwork.
He turned around and went up the mountain. No one dared to stop him. The ranger even forgot to alert the Magic Association. Bartholomew soon disappeared from their sight. Bartholomew went into the woods. He halted in his track, as if he was waiting for someone. Some time later, a man wearing a hat concealing half his face came by. He had a chilly aura. "Did you bring it?" the man with a hat said. "Of course." Bartholomew tossed the briefcase he was carrying to the man. The man treated the briefcase very seriously. He quickly caught it and carefully opened it to check its contents. "Don't worry, we have a brilliant pharmacist, too. It should be on par with a tyrant titan's heart," Bartholomew said. "It's very important to us, we can't afford anything to go wrong," the man said. "That won't happen on my side," Bartholomew smiled. The man was about to say something when he heard some movement from the trees nearby. "Someone is following you," the man grunted. "It's not that big of a deal, I took something just now. I bet the Magic Association has sent someone over because of it. I can handle them myself," Bartholomew smiled. "Humph, you know the consequences if anything goes wrong," the man snorted, before hiding behind a tree. His figure faded away under the shadow. It was difficult to notice his existence without taking a close look. "Come on. I, Bartholomew, have been in the Guild of the Wicked for so many years. Do I really need to be scared of a little Magic Association?" "Just go, leave it to me," Bartholomew said indifferently. The man backed away to a certain distance, but he did not leave the area. He was even more cautious now. He wanted to see who the people were. He had been told that someone was on their trail recently. He did not want any trouble, as it would only displease someone. Some time later, a young man and woman showed up in the woods. They went straight for Bartholomew with menacing faces. "What now? Did they only send you two here? Is that really how Athens' Magic Association treats the Verdant Dusk?" Bartholomew was a madman. He chose not to leave even after he knew the people of the Magic Association were going to show up soon. "What Verdant Dusk?" Fan replied, confused. "Oh? That's not why you are here." Bartholomew raised his brows. He subconsciously glanced at Xinxia. Her icy sacred bearing had attracted his attention. Bartholomew had never lacked for women. Not just every woman was able to catch his attention either, yet he could not shift his gaze away as soon as he saw Xinxia. How was it possible for a woman to be so gorgeous? It was his first time thinking that an Asian woman was actually truly attractive to him. "I don't know you two, but it's normal for me to forget a thing or two, considering the number of things I've done. Why don't you remind me who you are?" Bartholomew asked. He was not worried at all. Shue, I think we might have found the wrong guy." "This guy is a retard," Fan said after seeing Bartholomew's strange reaction. "He should be the guy," Xinxia said. "It's me, of course it's me, I'm honored to be in the thoughts of a beauty like you," Bartholomew blurted out. "Are you Bartholomew?" Fan stepped forward and asked. "Yes, I am Bartholomew. The Silver Ornament Master of the Guild of the Wicked, Bartholomew." Fan asked. "That's me, thank you for introducing me to the beauty beside you," Bartholomew replied smoothly. "So you're the one collecting young children's hearts and feeding them to the sea monsters?" Fan went on. Bartholomew was startled. "So that was the reason why the two of them were here?" Bartholomew was a little surprised. After all, he had done his best to hide his activities, making it unlikely for anyone to notice. However, Bartholomew was still not worried. There was no point worrying, since they had already found him. "That's me. Are you the parents of one of the children?" TSK, so the beauty is already a mother. "Such a pity, I prefer girls that are still pure and clean," Bartholomew shook his head as he spoke, continuing to mock them. "Oh, so you're the one we are looking for," Fan nodded. His eyes suddenly flickered with strong murderous intent. A wild aura surged at Bartholomew as Fan snapped, "Go to hell, then."
3 soul-grade flames engulfed Mo-Fan. He had suddenly erupted like a living volcano without any sign beforehand. Mo-Fan charged at Bartholomew like a burning shadow. A ferocious fiery dragon followed Mo-Fan's punch and lunged forward. The sprouting flame set off its imperious bearing. Mo-Fan was extremely quick with his move. His punch was filled with overwhelming rage. He had encountered many bad guys, including members of the Black Vatican who proudly shared their beliefs to justify their evil deeds, but he found Bartholomew the most annoying. Even saying a word further to him was a disgrace to his soul. He only had the urge to blast him to pieces now. Bartholomew was taken by surprise too. How did such a young man attack with such great might all so suddenly? Luckily, his cultivation was impressive enough for him to form a thick layer of ice in front of himself quickly. The ice served like several layers of armor. The fiery dragon had difficulties breaking through them. Bartholomew stared at Mo-Fan coldly, waiting until the flames were gone before walking out from the ice. What a surprise! Your cultivation is pretty impressive considering your age. If you were going up against someone else, they might struggle against you, but unfortunately, your opponent is I, Bartholomew. You are simply courting your, Bartholomew grunted. Shut the F***K up and die. Mo-Fan was enraged. Wild lightning bolts fell from the sky as soon as the flames dissipated. The lightning poured down like a great storm, blasting the area that Bartholomew was in. Bartholomew tried to use the trees as his cover, yet he realized the trees were being blasted to pieces instantly. He suddenly found himself in a large exposed area, targeted by hundreds of lightning strikes. Bartholomew no longer dared to lower his guard. He immediately put on his defensive equipment while shaping rocks to defend himself. Do you know the consequences of making me mad? Bartholomew's expression darkened. Frost scattered in the air as the temperature fell rapidly. It looked like icy dust was falling from the sky continuously, gradually forming a domain around Bartholomew. Mo-Fan's flames and lightning were immediately suppressed by it. The flames faded away, while the lightning dissipated. Piss off! Bartholomew raised his hands. The icy particles flew at Mo-Fan, each as fast as a bullet, freezing the rocks, trees, and flowers that they landed on. The icy bullets were too dense, and even Mo-Fan's soul-grade flames could not stop them. He was forced to back away. His opponent was obviously a super mage. His ice magic and domain could easily outmatch Mo-Fan's fire element. Humph, so you're only an advanced mage. Bartholomew had a disdainful grin after figuring out Mo-Fan's cultivation level. Mo-Fan's spells were quite unstoppable at first, extremely close to the super level, hence Bartholomew had panicked a little. However, after a few rounds, Bartholomew discovered that despite the outstanding strength of his opponent's fire and lightning elements, they still had not reached the super level. His domain was still able to suppress his opponent's magic. It was surprising for an advanced mage to possess such strength, but an advanced mage did not stand a chance against a super mage. Nirvana Ice Domain. Mu Ningxue unleashed her domain too. Silver-white frost scattered in the air. Snowflakes resembling goose feathers fell from the sky rapidly, forming a silver feather close to her. Mu Ningxue stepped on the silver feather like an elegant snow fairy. Ice element, ha ha ha, you dare use your ice domain against me? Aren't you making a fool of yourself? Bartholomew burst out laughing. Mu Ningxue was not willing to say even a word to this scum. More silver-white feathers appeared in her Nirvana Ice domain. Some scattered across the ground, some circled her, while the rest drifted in the air, awaiting their queen's orders. Deadly ice motes remained on one side and the snow swan silver feathers on the other. The two domains clashed with one another in the woods like two armies of ice magic. Chapter 1643. Demon Fang Impale. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The deadly frost and the silver feathers clashed with one another. Mu Ningxue's silver feathers were growing like a rising storm, weaving an elegant silver veil across the place with an irresistible icy aura. Bartholomew's deadly frost was spreading across the area too. It covered a massive area, but as Mu Ningxue's silver feathers danced wildly in the air, Bartholomew's frost eventually dissipated. Mu Ningxue's storm of silver feathers grew continuously. Bartholomew's deadly frost domain was being suppressed, leaving Bartholomew in disbelief. He was a super ice mage. How could his ice domain lose to a woman who seemed to only be in her 20s? A strong sense of humiliation rose inside him, soon replaced by anger. Countless silver feathers drifted around Bartholomew like aggressive snow fairies. Their chill constantly penetrated Bartholomew's flesh as they drifted in the wind. Bartholomew was an ice mage, but it was too risky for him to be covered by the venomous frost. Despite his rage, he had no choice but to back away to escape Mu Ningxue's silver feather storm. As soon as Bartholomew found himself at a disadvantage, Mo Fan's flames lunged at him fiercely. Mo Fan had transformed into a fiery demon while Mu Ningxue was keeping Bartholomew busy, and sprinted across the woods. The flames rammed at Bartholomew in the form of a fierce dragon. A few icy mirror barriers still stood in front of Bartholomew. They were quite sturdy, and Bartholomew assumed they were enough to stop the angry kid engulfed in flames, but the fiery dragon simply smashed the mirrors into pieces with its shocking strength. Mo Fan charged up to Bartholomew, still covered in flames. Bartholomew immediately summoned a piece of water defensive equipment in a panic. It forcibly knocked Mo Fan, now resembling an enraged fiery beast, away. That advanced mage is a monster! Bartholomew skidded quite a distance across the ground after the impact. He cursed when he noticed his arms were slightly burned. The water defensive equipment was his gauntlets, which were now aflame. Normally, Bartholomew could easily slap the advanced mags he stumbled into down with a single spell. However, these two advanced mags were surprisingly strong. They could easily match the strength of a normal super mage. Luckily, he had developed the habit of not underestimating his opponents from his experience. He would easily lose ground if he was not prepared to defend himself against their attacks. You've seriously made me angry. I won't forgive you easily. Bartholomew grunted with a twisted expression. It did not matter if his ice magic was being suppressed, as he did not rely solely on his ice element. He withdrew his deadly frost domain, suddenly emitting a dark green light while murmuring a chant. Several strange wooden spikes burst out of the ground. Demon Fang! Bartholomew ordered. The sharp wood lunged at his opponents. Mo Fan was recovering his energy and quickly ran away with the fleeing shadow, but he was still a little too slow. The demon Fang swept past his face and left a shallow cut on it. Mo Fan swiftly backed away to some thick shrubs. To his surprise, the demon fangs followed right after him. The brush could not stop them at all. Mo Fan had no choice but to jump behind a huge rock, but the demon fangs easily drilled through the rock, too. Mo Fan barely dodged the deadly wooden spikes. He turned around and saw more demon fangs approaching him dangerously fast. He was struggling to track where they were all. Mo Fan did not dare to lower his guard, and immediately cast Blink. The demon fangs immediately turned the area he was in a second ago into a beehive. What the hell are those things? Mo Fan had never seen anything like them. They had to be a unique species of Bartholomew's plant element. They were extremely dangerous. A demon fang suddenly burst out of the ground at Mo Fan's feet as he was cursing, aiming right at his head. Mo Fan was given a great scare as it came out of nowhere, and subconsciously rolled to the side. The thing almost went through his body and staked him in place. Where are you going to hide now? Bartholomew laughed cruelly, a vicious look in his eyes. Mo Fan felt a powerful movement below the ground. It was obviously from the terrifying demon fangs. The demon fangs were oddly quick, yet Mo Fan also noticed their tips were hooked. If he was caught by any of them, they would drag him around and restrict his ability to move. More demon fangs would then puncture his body and his organs. Mo Fan finally realized how scary it was to face a super plant mage. The demon fangs were right under Mo Fan's feet, and he had already used Blink. He was struggling to come up with a better way to dodge them. Mo Fan! Mo Fan heard Mu Ningxue's voice above him. He looked up and saw her hovering above him, beating her wings. Mo Fan jumped up and grabbed her wrist. She immediately flapped her wings and rose into the sky. Countless demon fangs burst out of the ground from the woods below them. Mo Fan took a quick glance down. It looked like a ghastly demon was opening its mouth wide. If Xinxia had not lifted him into the sky in time, he would have had no chance of dodging the attack, even if he could cast Blink a few times consecutively. This guy is pretty tough. Mo Fan hovered in the sky with Xinxia's help. Xinxia nodded. Many silver feathers were following her around. The silver feathers poured down at Bartholomew at her command. Bartholomew's demon fangs were effective for both offense and defense. They lined up in a row and blocked Xinxia's silver feathers. Even their frost was having trouble reaching Bartholomew. Bartholomew looked up and laughed hysterically. "You attack him, I'll harass him with my shadow element," Mo Fan said. "Be careful," Xinxia said. Their opponent was an experienced super mage. Their lives would be at risk if they were careless. Xinxia was obviously worried about his safety. After all, his defense could not endure even a single attack from the super mage. "Don't worry, I still have the Dark Noble Mantle," Mo Fan said confidently. Chapter 1644. Tough Opponen. Translated by Zephyr. Edited by Aelrianth. "You dare to come back down?" Bartholomew sent the deadly demon fangs after Mo Fan when he saw him falling back to the ground. Mo Fan straightened himself up, before suddenly splitting into four shadows moving in four different directions. The demon fangs went after the shadow that went down the slope first. When they impaled the shadow, it vanished into thin air. Bartholomew was not bothered by it. He sent the demon fangs after the other three shadows and got rid of them. "Your little tricks won't work against me," Bartholomew snarled. He seemed to have located Mo Fan's position. The demon fangs lined up and lunged at a dark figure hiding in a corner. Mo Fan's appearance was revealed when the dark figure was being threatened. "Die!" Bartholomew yelled. The demon fangs nailed Mo Fan on the spot. Xinxia's heart skipped a beat when she saw the demon fangs landing on Mo Fan. She was about to withdraw her ice magic to save him when she noticed he was not bleeding. She looked behind Bartholomew and noticed a shadowy figure sneaking up on Bartholomew, who was currently quite pleased with himself. Shadow clone. The figure that Bartholomew attacked was a decoy, too. It was the special ability of the Dark Noble Mantle, the ability to summon a shadow clone that looked the same as Mo Fan to confuse an enemy. The real Mo Fan was approaching Bartholomew from behind. The lightning he had been holding back suddenly burst out of his body. The lightning crackled wildly as Mo Fan shoved out the energy he had stored in his arms, firing a strong burst of lightning like a pair of electro cannons. They were deadly at such a close distance. Bartholomew was quick to react. He immediately set up a defense when he sensed the restless energy of the lightning. A super-level mag's defense was outstanding. The electro cannon was one of Mo Fan's strongest attacks, yet it failed to break through the shield of demon fangs. Mo Fan really did not expect Bartholomew to nullify his electro cannon so easily. Nirvana Ice, Feathery Sparrows. Xinxia's imperious voice came from the sky. The snow swan's silver feathers scattered across the sky, the ground, and the woods rose into the sky and formed 9 heavenly sparrows with icy feathers. The ice sparrows had huge wings with long feathers. They dove at Bartholomew from the sky like a plunging blizzard. The first ice feather sparrow charged at Bartholomew. He took a step back and stomped the ground. A tree with steel leaves rose from the ground like an umbrella. Its sturdy trunk and leaves perfectly protected Bartholomew beneath them. The ice feather sparrow landed on the steel tree, leaving a cloud of frost which eventually gathered into a sphere. Bartholomew might have blocked the first ice feather sparrow's dive, but there were still 8 ice feather sparrows in the sky. They dove at Bartholomew ferociously after receiving the order from Xinxia. Bartholomew was having trouble fending off the ice feather sparrows. Their deadly frost had penetrated his skin, and their deadly feathers left several cuts on him. The wounds froze in an instant. Bartholomew was surrounded by the icy feathers, but Mu Ningxue's attack did not stop there. She pointed at the remains of the ice feather sparrows. Their feathers shattered into pieces, which cascaded in all directions. The number of feathers was overwhelming, not to mention the shards they produced after exploding. Every little corner was swept by the splinters more than a dozen times. Bartholomew was forced to summon his magic armor. It was a very high-quality piece of equipment. The ice splinters only left him with some minor injuries. Mu Ningxue frowned. Bartholomew was stronger than she had imagined. She and Mo Fan had basically used their strongest spells, yet they only managed to inflict some minor injuries on him. Bartholomew was now about to launch his counterattack. His aura grew unusually strong. Their lives might be in danger if the fight continued. Mo Fan, we are no match for him. Mu Ningxue called out. They were pushing themselves too much trying to take on a super mage while they were only advanced mags. Mu Ningxue was not that naive to believe they could defeat the super mage now. Mo Fan also realized how strong Bartholomew was. He immediately cast Blink to distance himself from the super mage. A terrifying energy of the light element had gathered around Bartholomew. The scorching light even melted the icy feathers nearby. The star patterns combined into star palaces, which further merged into a spectacular star palace. It's the super light spell, Holy Extermination. Mo Fan was dumbfounded. Holy Extermination was easily the strongest single-target spell among the super spells. Even Zhao Manyang might die instantly to the spell, let alone Mo Fan, who did not have much defense. He began to panic when he saw the star palace taking shape. Try running away from this. Bartholomew fixed his eyes on Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt a terrifying glow flickering above him the moment the stare locked onto him. It was most likely the tip of the Demon Judgment Sword. Mo Fan quickly cast Blink a few times, yet somehow the light kept following him around. He could not shake it off. There's no use struggling, you're already a dead soul to the Demon Judgment Sword. Bartholomew proclaimed. The enormous sword of light fell on top of Mo Fan with overwhelming murderous intent. Rays of light spread across the sky like the brilliance of the sun. Mo Fan could not help but feel minuscule facing it. Crap! Mo Fan did not expect his opponent to finish channeling a super spell so quickly. Bartholomew already had 3 elements at the super level. His light magic had taken Mo Fan by surprise. Mo Fan completely lost his will to resist the Demon Judgment Sword. Mu Ningxue immediately expended her energy to direct her snow swan ice feathers toward Mo Fan when she saw the Demon Judgment Sword locking onto him. The ice feathers were not only effective as attacks. They continuously attached to Mo Fan and formed thick layers over him like sturdy armor. Mo Fan would never resign himself to his fate. He activated the Hand of Silent Thunder to transform the energy of the Demon Judgment Sword into the lightning element. The Hand of Silent Thunder had an upper limit in terms of the amount of energy it could transform. When the level of energy surpassed its limit, it would fail to transform the energy into the lightning element. The Demon Judgment Sword was unstoppable. Its power did not decline much even when the Hand of Silent Thunder reached its limit. The Sword of Light descended upon Mo Fan. His head was in great pain from the loud buzzing, and the ice feathers on him were melting too. He was struggling to hold his ground even after the Hand of Silent Thunder transformed a portion of the light spell's energy into the lightning element. Mo Fan's skin was blistering under the scorching light when another sacred blue light encapsulated him. It was a defensive water spell. Mo Fan was relieved when the spell appeared. It was the defense from his Venice ring, the special version that Mu Ningxue had given him. It was preventing the Demon Judgment Sword from slashing Mo Fan in half. Icebound Coffin! Mu Ningxue cast an ice spell when she saw Mo Fan having trouble fending off the attack. The Icebound Coffin was actually targeting Mo Fan, not the Demon Judgment Sword. The thick layers of ice surrounded him as a way of defending him, preventing the scorching light of the Demon Judgment Sword from reaching Mo Fan. The Demon Judgment Sword finally weakened as it expended itself against the protection of the Venice ring and the Icebound Coffin.
Fan found himself in a deep ravine, his body severely burned. He could not believe that he had survived the super light spell. His legs were going soft from the trauma. He had been bold to challenge an experienced super mage. This Bartholomew was countless times stronger than Vonnie. Apers! Fan did not dare to hold back any further. He immediately summoned his second contract beast. His second contracted beast was none other than Apers. She walked out from a lunar white crack wearing the retro Duchess dress she had bought in Athens. Her costume was somehow very incompatible with the surroundings. Bartholomew almost burst out laughing when he saw the young woman. It's too late to beg for mercy now. I'll snap your head off even if you offer me these beauties. Bartholomew scoffed. Bartholomew subconsciously looked at the young girl and noticed she had a gorgeous face. Bartholomew began to envy Fan a little, having two such gorgeous beauties by his side. However, they would belong to him from today on. Apers remained calm when facing Bartholomew's ardent stare. She was also staring at him, but her stare was gradually emitting a dangerous aura. Chapter 1645. Self-harming within an illusion. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Golden mote slowly appeared, and Bartholomew's eyes widened. He could not shift his gaze away from Apers' eyes, as if he was lost in her beauty. Bartholomew stared at her for a long time. He felt a chill running down his spine, yet he completely ignored it. His mind was occupied with the thoughts of violating the glamorous young woman. Still, he forced himself to turn his head around. Bartholomew noticed a deadly ice rose blossoming as soon as he looked away. Its sharp petals were only a few meters away. If he had not reacted sooner, the ice rose would have left him with plenty of holes. Bartholomew quickly cast Rampart. The sturdy barrier stopped the deadly rose from coming any closer. Bartholomew applied another layer of defense on himself as a safety precaution in case his mind wandered off again. Bartholomew regained his awareness after the close call. He glanced at Apers cautiously. Damn it, what just happened? Bartholomew did not understand what kind of spell he was put under. Did he almost lose his life because he was too occupied with the young woman's charm? The girl might be gorgeous, yet Bartholomew treated his life as more important than anything else. The woman with the ice element was just as gorgeous, so why was he able to remain calm? It did not make any sense. Was it the psychic element? But he did not detect the slightest trace of that magic. Apers frowned as Bartholomew broke out in a cold sweat. The guy actually broke free from her stare. You're restricting too much of my power. I can't assert control over him, Apers blamed Fan with a disgusted look. The restrictions of the contract between her and Fan was indeed limiting her power. Otherwise, against someone like Bartholomew who was defenseless mentally, Apers could easily place him under a looping illusion with a single stare. Can you disturb him? At least stop him from using powerful spells like the Demon Judgment Sword, Fan said. I don't have an ability like that. Apers sniffed. Only psychic mags were capable of disrupting the channeling of spells. Apers' power greatly differed from that, even though they both targeted the mind of their enemy. Hurry up and transform then. Fan said. What transform? Apers asked with a confused look. Transform into your Medusa form. If you can't control his mind, bite him with your venomous fangs. Fan said. Do you think I'm a dog? Apers almost fell out with Fan right away. The Medusa with noble lineages looked just like her. They had no ability to transform into monsters with snakes for hair, let alone biting people. We're going to die if you don't use your true power. Fan exclaimed. I got it. Apers took a step forward. Her hair suddenly drifted in the air. Her hair surprisingly left her head and turned into black poisonous snakes, lunging at Bartholomew. The writhing snakes were unbelievably quick, and Bartholomew's defenses could not hold them off in time. They went through his light barrier and ice element defense before wrapping around him. Get off me! Bartholomew yelled angrily.
He seemed to be afraid of the snakes, and nervously attacked the black snakes with the demon fangs. The demon fangs stabbed wildly, killing many of the twisting snakes. However, Bartholomew was covered in bleeding wounds too. He cried out in pain as he sped the demon fangs up. Not far away, Fan stared at Bartholomew, who had gone mad all of a sudden, with a confused face. What was Bartholomew doing? Why was he attacking himself with the demon fangs? It's an illusion. I made him imagine he was being attacked by poisonous snakes. The illusion will slowly fade away the more pain he is in. The pain will help him to come to his senses. Apis told him urgently. Oh, I see, Fan nodded. What are you waiting for then? Attack him, Apis said anxiously. Xinxia was already channeling an icy storm, using both her ice magic and wind magic. She first summoned a huge storm to sweep up the silver feathers nearby, gathering a huge storm of ice feathers. The storm of silver feathers poured down from the sky, covering half of the woods. Bartholomew realized he was under an illusion after hurting himself a couple of times, and quickly set up his defenses, which were rather impressive. However, he did not have enough time to cast a super spell to defend himself since he was still coming out of the illusion. Even Fan and Xinxia's strongest attack had no chance of overwhelming a super spell. Apis had been a great help. Fan did not cast his magic immediately when he saw Xinxia's icy storm forming, worried that his fire magic would counteract her ice magic. Only after Xinxia's icy storm encapsulated Bartholomew did Fan's 3 soul-grade flames rise like 3 fiery dragons, their flames spreading wildly. Serpents of the burning lake. As Fan threw a fist into the sky, the fiery dragon soared into the sky and set everything aflame. Fan knew normal attacks were not going to inflict any injuries on Bartholomew. He purposely let the fiery dragons fly in the sky for some time. The fiery dragons would become stronger and accumulate strength under the special effects of the Meteor Scarlet and the Ardent Sunset. Their damage would multiply. Xinxia's icy storm had bought Fan enough time. The fiery dragon swept across the clouds before diving back down fiercely. The Meteor Scarlet's effects also came into play when the flames were plunging from the sky. The fiery dragons had grown 3 times bigger when they finally approached the storm. Even the people under Mount Lunmu could see the spectacular flames. The fiery dragons dove at Bartholomew, who had basically used up everything to defend himself from the shredding storm, including some defensive equipment that was supposed to be his trump card. He was completely unaware of the fiery dragons diving down at him, as he was trapped in the icy storm. Its cold had even concealed the approaching heat. Chapter 1646. The Unreasonable Pries. Translated by Zed. Edited by Aelrianth. The wind howled as the blazing red flames penetrated the silver feathers as the scorching heat finally arrived. Bartholomew already knew the strength of his opponents. It might have taken him by surprise, but he managed to react pretty quickly. Demon fangs sprang up and intertwined above Bartholomew, forming a wall to protect him. The raging flames struck the demon fangs. The 3 soul-grade flames were significantly stronger after covering a certain distance. On top of it, the fire element naturally oppressed the plant element. Fan's fiery dragons were comparable to a super spell. The flames soon tore through the demon fangs. The scorching heat swept over Bartholomew, causing him great pain. He could not believe a mere advanced mage had the strength of a super mage. The flames were actually strong enough to inflict serious injury on him. Bartholomew's skin blistered. He applied a layer of frost on himself as he forcibly broke free from the storm and the flames. He charged away like a wild beast, but his actions were far from enough to extinguish the flames. "I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you," Bartholomew yelled furiously. His eyes were bloodshot, his face greatly contorted. "How simple-minded," a black figure hiding on the edge of the woods muttered. Bartholomew was in a pinch. Burns and chills were torturing him at the same time. He had no way of channeling his super spells now, especially with Apis keeping an eye on him. Appa's strength might be restricted, but as the noblest Medusa, many of her abilities were still deadly against a super mage, even when her power was limited. The previous illusion was a perfect example. As a person became mentally unstable, they became easier to influence with magic. Bartholomew was on the verge of losing his mind from anger, which allowed Appas to take further advantage of him. She had still not used the curse element. The man in the woods noticed Bartholomew in deep trouble. He suddenly showed up in front of Bartholomew. "Time to go," the man said. Bartholomew was not pleased with the outcome. He was about to say something when the man summoned a black wind to surround them. The wind provided cover for them. When Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue came over to finish Bartholomew off, there was no sign of Bartholomew and the mysterious man. They ran away. Mo Fan scanned his surroundings, confused. He could sense traces of the shadow element, but their opponents were extremely cunning. The traces flew in several different directions, making it difficult for Mo Fan to guess where they actually went. "They left," Appas said. "We'll leave it in the others' hands," Mu Ningxue said, looking at the winds that were fading away. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were not planning to take Bartholomew out here. Bartholomew had come for a meeting, which meant another party was involved. Bartholomew deserved to die, but they did not plan on letting the buyer of the children's hearts go, either. The two waited patiently. Bianca was following Bartholomew and the mysterious man. She had purposely let Mu Ningxue and Mo Fan deal with Bartholomew to lure out the bigger fish behind the scenes. Young Tyrant Titan's hearts, why are they collecting them? Mo Fan wanted to know. The man that saved Bartholomew might be very strong, but he doesn't want any more trouble, Mu Ningxue said. "I think I'm very close to the super level, but if you and Appas weren't here, I wouldn't stand a chance against that guy," Mo Fan sighed. Bartholomew was a tough opponent, having 3 elements in the super level. Mo Fan was already struggling when he had only used the ice element. If Mu Ningxue had not been suppressing his ice magic with her innate talent, Mo Fan would not have been able to hurt Bartholomew, even after expending all his energy. On top of that, Bartholomew's plant element and light element were extremely powerful. Mo Fan was still traumatized by the demon judgment sword, he could still feel the burns all over himself. He had some serious injuries. Luckily, the little beauty that he had captured recently was as strong as a tiger. The illusion that she had placed Bartholomew under at the perfect time had given Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue the upper hand. Otherwise, Bianca would have had to intervene to save their lives, making it more difficult to track down their target. I have been too busy with other things at Fanshui Mountain. It's time for me to attempt my breakthrough, too, Mu Ningxue nodded. She would hardly have any influence before reaching the super level. In the past, when they were weaker, they had no choice but to report incidents that involved super mags to the Magic Association, and wait for the Magic Association or the Enforcement Union to make their move. However, their enemies would be long gone by the time the Magic Association and the Enforcement Union finally received the instructions from their superiors. They had to be strong enough to take matters into their own hands, especially when an international crime organization like the Guild of the Wicked was involved. They could not afford to lower their guard. If you don't treat your injuries any sooner, your muscles and blood will be destroyed by the light. It doesn't matter if you die, but make sure you forfeit the contract first, Appas said with a displeased expression when she saw Mo Fan still chatting with Mu Ningxue. "Oh, it's troublesome not having a healer around. I guess I'll have to visit the Parthenon Temple," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had only been fighting either super mags or ruler-level creatures recently. He had been injured a lot of times, mainly because he had yet to achieve the super level. If he could break through to the super level, he could easily beat the crap out of other super mags. More importantly, after reaching the super level, he would awaken his 7th and 8th elements. Having 8 elements basically turned him into a one-man army. The thought alone was making his heart pound heavily. If all 8 of his elements reached the super level, he would be unbeatable. "Can you stop daydreaming and go treat your wounds?" Appas demanded coldly. Mo Fan was startled and looked at Appa's beautiful face. "Stop reading my mind, that's very impolite."
Mo Fan said. No one can really read another person's mind, even the greatest psychic mage, unless the person is showing it through their emotions and reactions. Mo Fan had no idea how to respond to that. I'll give you a ride. Brianka will contact us again if she finds something. Mu Ningxue grinned when she saw the two arguing. Mu Ningxue summoned her wind wings. She lifted Mo Fan into the sky, riding a white wind. Mo Fan took hold of the opportunity to tug Mu Ningxue closer and sink his nose into her neck, indulging in her body fragrance while his hands were sneaking up to her inviolable parts. Behave yourself. Mu Ningxue glared at Mo Fan. She was blushing from Mo Fan's touch. How was he still having lewd thoughts while he was covered in bruises and bleeding wounds? Was touching her going to make him feel less pain? Xue, where was the black dress you were wearing the other day? You should wear it again. I rarely see you like that. You're like a perfect elegant black swan. Mo Fan replied. He seemed to have forgotten about the intense battle and his injuries, and the fear the demon judgment sword had brought him. Mu Ningxue was utterly impressed by how thick-skinned Mo Fan was. She replied, someone worse must be pulling the strings. Why don't you think about how we are going to get through this? Bartholomew was already a tough opponent, yet he seemed to be taking orders from someone else. Mu Ningxue would not dare take the risk if she did not have the ice crystal bow, but she still did not have full control over its power. We'll take it one step at a time. It's no use thinking too much about it. Mo Fan was not too bothered by it. If he had to worry about everything, he would never be able to enjoy life. They arrived at the Parthenon Temple soon. The Parthenon Temple did not allow mags to fly around within its territory. Its powerful magic formation would burn any intruder to ashes. They landed at the foot of the mountain. A group of mags happened to arrive at the same time. The 5 people were staring at Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue with strong hostility. Humph, you're pretty bold to come and turn yourself in, the person leading the group said. What do you mean by turning myself in? Mo Fan was confused. Did you use magic on Mount Lanmu? The mage asked. We did, but even if the place forbids the use of magic, it's the Magic Association's concern. Since when are the Mags of Faith of the Parthenon Temple in charge now? Who are you? Mo Fan said. I am the priest of the Hall of Faith's Thousand Prayers altar. You've admitted using magic on Mount Lanmu, which also means you've admitted to the murder of the young man Barbaro and stealing the verdant Dusk, the priest Beas declared. Are you retarded or what? How did you even come up with the conclusion? We were fighting a bad guy, so it's very likely that he's responsible for the things you mentioned. Why are you accusing us instead? Step aside, I still need to go to the mountain of the goddess to treat my wounds. Mo Fan swore at him. How dare you insult me, a priest of the Thousand Prayers altar? Did you just say you're going to the mountain of the goddess? The mountain of the goddess is a sacred place of the Parthenon Temple. It's not a place where someone who disregards human life like you can visit. Take him down. Beas ordered. Mo Fan was enraged. Where did this unreasonable prick come from? How did he become a priest of the Thousand Prayers altar? Chapter 1647. Xinxia is back. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The other 4 Mags of Faith immediately pressed forward, but they were a little hesitant to get any closer. There were many guards at the foot of the mountain. A bunch of them quickly gathered when they saw a priest confronting a man and a woman. The Parthenon Temple was heavily guarded. Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue were completely surrounded by the people of the Parthenon Temple in a few seconds. Mo Fan had the urge to chop the priest up right on the spot. How could the guy not be able to distinguish between right and wrong? Normally, Mo Fan would go straight up to the mountain of the goddess. The knights guarding the path would recognize him. The Mags of Faith and the guards at the foot of the mountain clearly had no idea who he was, thus they believed the priest instead. Surrender now, or we have the right to execute you right on the spot. Beas said coldly. Surrender my ass, I dare you to touch me. Mo Fan grunted back. Mo Fan, stay calm. Mu Ningxue held Mo Fan back.
If they ended up provoking a priest of the Parthenon Temple, it would attract more guards of the Parthenon Temple, who were obviously inclined to side with the priest. Brianka is still chasing after the enemy. She might need our backup soon. We can't afford to waste our time here, Mofan said. He was planning to treat his injuries and regroup with Brianka and the rest, yet he was caught in something so absurd. Can't you tell? He's doing it intentionally, Mu Ningxue whispered. Intentionally? Mofan was stunned. She was right. If the guy had been chasing him all the way from Mount Lanmu, he could easily find out who was responsible for the crimes by asking the people that had witnessed them. Why would he insist Mofan was the culprit, and even accuse him of trying to trespass into the mountain of the goddess? He was obviously asking for trouble. It seems like the people we are investigating have a powerful background, Mu Ningxue said softly. Mofan frowned too. The priest had shown up out of nowhere to accuse him. His name would eventually be cleared, but it was going to waste a lot of time. It was very likely that the man who had saved Bartholomew had arranged for the priest to keep them busy and stop them from investigating any further. Luckily, they had asked Brianka to keep an eye in the dark. Otherwise, the trail would have ended after Bartholomew escaped. You're still injured, there's no need to confront them. Let's compromise for now, they won't do anything to us, Mu Ningxue said. All right, Mofan nodded reluctantly. The two gave up on resisting, displaying their identities as participants of the World College tournament. There was a huge crowd around, and some among the crowd did recognize them. A few of the guards also verified Mofan and Mu Ningxue's identities. Priest Bu did not expect them to have such a high reputation, but insisted stubbornly, we have witnesses saying that they were using destructive magic on Mount Lanmu, and they are suspected of killing young Barbaro and stealing the Verdant Dusk. We have to interrogate them. We may assist you with the investigation, but we can swear with our souls that we are not responsible for the crimes on Mount Lanmu. I hope you will find out the truth soon and not waste time on us and let the real culprit escape, Mu Ningxue replied sternly. They are honorable mags from reputable schools. They would never commit such crimes. Priest, you need to have evidence before accusing them. It's going to be troublesome if you end up catching the wrong person, a young guard spoke up on behalf of Mofan and Mu Ningxue. He greatly admired them. I do have the evidence, arrest them. Bude clenched his teeth. He could not care less what the others said. Fine, remember your words. I don't know what benefits the guy promised you, but I'll make you pay 10 times the benefits you're getting. Mofan said. Mofan was now convinced that this Bude was only messing with them. The person behind him must have a formidable background. Otherwise, Bude would not have dared to set them up. The two did not put up any meaningless resistance. They followed the priest and the mags of faith to the Hall of Faith. The Hall of Faith had its own interrogation room. Bude clearly did not want them to have a pleasant time. Get a healer here to treat his wounds, Mu Ningxue said. Every healer of the Parthenon Temple is very busy. They won't have time for you, we are not a hospital, a Mager of Faith exclaimed. Mashata, don't bother wasting your time on them. Just let them be, Bude said. He was only told to restrict their freedom, and did not plan on doing anything further. He knew the two were not responsible for the crimes on Mount Lanmu, but he had listened to the man's order even if it meant he was not fulfilling his obligations. The little favor might give him a chance to be promoted to a great priest. A great priest? Bude had been waiting for the chance for 10 years. He's badly injured. His life might be in danger if he isn't treated in time. Even a prisoner has the right to be healed, not to mention that we are only assisting with the investigation, Mu Ningxue emphasized with a frown. Fine, I'll look for a healer, the Mager of Faith said. She turned around and left. Priest Bude let out a hollow laugh and left too. Rights? You have the right to be healed, but there was no guarantee when the healer will arrive. Mu Ningxue already noticed what they were thinking from their reaction. She glanced at Mofan, whose face had turned pale. The injuries inflicted by the demon judgment sword were deadly, and the burns were getting worse. If Mofan was treated quickly, he could recover in no time. However, his situation would only worsen if they kept dragging it out. I'm fine, help me treat my wounds with these medicines. Fan still had some medicine in his space bracelet. It should be able to stop his injuries from worsening. They aren't good enough to treat your wounds. After all, they are the work of a super mage, Xinxia told him. I didn't think they would be able to manipulate a priest like that. I wonder who's behind all this, Fan muttered. As Xinxia was treating Fan's wounds, they heard footsteps approaching. It sounded like someone in boots. The person was only passing by the room, but he blurted out in surprise when he saw Fan and Xinxia were locked inside it. Why are you here? A young knight in blue armor stared at Fan with a shocked expression. Fan was overjoyed. It was the simple-minded Blue Star Knight he had met on the west side of the city. A Blue Star Knight was allowed to travel in and out of the mountain of the goddess freely. Fan was wondering how he could contact someone from the mountain of the goddess. He did not expect to meet the young knight here. Brother, give me a hand, help me relay a message to the hall of the goddess, Fan said. The saintess has just returned from England. I'm only a Blue Star Knight, I'm afraid it will be a little rude to pay a visit right away, the knight said. Xinxia is back. Fan was pleased. He said, help me give someone a call. I'll give you the number. Sure, I'll have to do it outside. There's no signal in here, the knight said. He had never thought of Fan as a bad guy. Chapter 1648. The Rainbow Sacred Bird. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The knight went to a higher spot after leaving the interrogation room. The reception was a lot better there. The truth was, communication devices were not permitted in many places of the Parthenon Temple. Chris was having bad luck today. The Golden Sun Knight in charge of the city's west was demoted the other day, so he was somehow affected too. He was allocated to the Hall of Faith to investigate some matter, but he knew he was being cast aside. He would be stuck here handling trivial matters for a year or two, and then be forgotten. He no longer had any chance to become a higher-ranked knight, let alone be appointed as the knight of a newly promoted muse. It looks like I won't have any chance of serving the candidates for the rest of my life. I was hoping to be able to serve a saintess as a guardian knight at least once, Chris sighed. He did not think his luck would be so bad. The Golden Sun Knight he was assigned to recently was demoted so quickly. Chris took out his phone as he was lost in his thoughts. Knights were allowed to retrieve their personal belongings after being dismissed from the mountain of the goddess. Chris knew he would never visit the mountain of the goddess again once they gave him his phone back. Chris' mind was still stuck with that terrible thought as he dialed the number. Brother Fan, how did you know I'm back? A joyful voice soon blurted out on the other side. Her voice was soothing, with a hint of unique affection for her caller. It felt like a warm breeze blowing into the knight's ear. I don't know what you are saying. A friend asked me to call this number. Chris was a little shy when he realized it was a woman with a pleasant voice, and stammered a little. Chris did not understand the language the woman was speaking. He subconsciously responded in Greek, with the unique slang of the people at the Parthenon Temple. You are, the woman asked, speaking in Greek this time. I'm Chris, a Blue Star Knight. I was passing by the Hall of Faith's interrogation room when I happened to stumble into your friend there. He asked me to call this number, Chris said. He proceeded to describe Fan's appearance. Where are you now? I'll be right over. The woman's voice sank. I'm at the Parthenon Temple. You can't just come in here. You can wait for me at the foot of the mountain. I'll come and pick you up. Chris was a kind-hearted man. He was willing to lend others a hand even when he was facing a lot of problems. It's fine, just tell me where you are, the woman said. Oh, sure. Chris waited there. He had been surprised when he heard the woman talking fluently in Greek. Somehow, her voice sounded familiar to him. A moment later, Chris saw a sacred bird with a colorful tail flying down from the mountain of the goddess. Its elegant feathers left a sprinkling trail along the sky, which slowly dissipated in the air. Chris was startled. Wasn't that the mount that only the saintesses were allowed to use? And only one of the saintesses was using it. Didn't she just return to the mountain of the goddess? Is she going out already? Chris wondered in confusion. However, he soon let out a sigh. Why did it matter to him? He was already cast out of the mountain of the goddess. He had no chance of coming into close contact with the saintess. Chris suddenly noticed the sacred bird was not flying into the distance. It was diving right at him after crossing the gates of the mountain of the goddess instead. Chris gasped and stared at the handsome rainbow sacred bird in disbelief. Crystalline feathers drifted in the strong wind as the sacred bird landed in front of Chris, its head lifted up proudly. It was not willing to take a single glance at Chris, as if humans were an insignificant species in its eyes. Its natural nobility exuded a huge pressure. Chris was lost in his thoughts for a moment, and was thunderstruck when he saw a woman on the rainbow sacred bird. He quickly fell to one knee and lowered his head, almost knocking his head on his knee guard. "Are you Chris, the Blue Star Knight?" the woman standing on the rainbow sacred bird asked. "Yes, I am. I had no idea the saintess was coming. Please forgive my disrespectful behavior." Chris' mind was in a complete mess. He was only uttering the words subconsciously. The knights practiced the same phrases many times before joining the Hall of Knights. "Is the person you mentioned in the interrogation room?" Xinxia asked. "Ah? Yes, are you the woman in the call?" Chris finally realized. No wonder her voice sounded so familiar, she was the saintess. Gods, did I just talk to the saintess on the phone? "Please lead the way," Xinxia instructed him. "Oh, sure." Chris was panicking like a little boy. He tried his best to control himself, yet he was far from the model of a calm and steady knight. While Chris was leading the way, Tata had set up her wheelchair and helped Xinxia down from the sacred bird. Tata pushed the wheelchair and followed after Chris. A Golden Sun Knight was walking beside Tata, too. He never spoke more than half a sentence, remaining a certain distance from Xinxia while eyes like an eagle were constantly scanning their surroundings. He did not lower his guard even when they were at the Parthenon temple. Chris took a sneaky glance at the Golden Sun Knight while turning the corner. He almost froze in his spot. Wasn't that the reputable knight Apollo? Within the Hall of Knights, 12 knights were named after the 12 Olympians. Among them, the Golden Sun Knights named after Apollo, Zeus, Hera, and Athena were comparable to the Golden Sun combat officer, Norman. Attaining the titles of the Olympians was an utmost glory for the knights. Apollo was currently the saintess' guardian knight. He was responsible for her safety at all times. The people of the Hall of Faith were badly startled by the sacred bird's arrival. "Your Honors, this is the Hall of Faith's interrogation room. Please allow me to notify Priest Bude, he will be here shortly." Mashata was standing in front of the interrogation room's entrance, and was stunned when she saw higher authorities arrive. "Stand aside, it's none of your business." "You irresponsible girl!" Tata glared at Mashata, who no longer dared to stop them. "This is it," Chris said. A few people were around. They did not dare to make a single sound with Golden Sun Knight Apollo and Tata around, let alone looking at the saintess and her veiled face. "Did you dial the number? His wounds are worsening, please hurry," Mu Ningxue blurted out when she saw the Blue Star Knight. She paused when she saw an old woman pushing Xinxia in on her wheelchair. Mu Ningxue immediately recognized her, even though her face was covered. Her face lightened up. "Xinxia!" Mu Ningxue let out a relieved sigh when she saw Xinxia. She said, "Mo Fan was injured by a demon judgment sword. His body temperature is rising a lot. He's starting to lose consciousness." Mu Ningxue did not expect Mo Fan's injuries to worsen so quickly. She had underestimated the demon judgment sword. Mo Fan had been restless like a tiger just a moment ago, and was now a patient with a high fever. Mu Ningxue was already planning to force her way out if no one showed up soon. Xinxia's expression shifted when she saw Mo Fan's injuries. "I'll take care of him. The demon judgment sword has a blood-scorching effect. I have to use water magic to get rid of its residue before treating his injuries."
Tata entered the room before Xinxia. Someone sensibly removed the magic formation protecting the room. Tata walked up to Mo Fan and placed her hand on his chest. She said while channeling her magic, "I seriously don't understand, why must you, an advanced mage, go provoke a super light mage and not treat your injuries seriously? If we were a few hours late, the demon judgment sword could easily claim your life. Do you understand?" "Shue, why does your voice sound so horrible all of a sudden?" "You sound like a fierce old woman," Mo Fan said half-consciously. Xinxia almost burst into tears of laughter after hearing the words. Was he seriously still in the mood of joking around? "Brother Mo Fan, it's me, Xinxia." Xinxia was beside Mo Fan and reached out to touch his hand. It was scorching hot, like heated metal. "Xinxia, you're here. I'm so tired, help me massage my back, it's a little sore." Mo Fan did not have a clear head. He thought Xinxia was the only person in the room. Tata almost changed her mind. Did the little jerk's brain overheat or something? Couldn't he see the situation they were in? Was he really asking the saintess of the Parthenon temple to massage his back in front of the others? Don't worry, the kid might suffer if he was somewhere else, but he's here at the Parthenon temple, and with me healing him, these injuries aren't too much of a problem. "You can all wait outside," Tata said confidently. Xinxia looked at Mu Ningxue and asked nervously, "What happened?" "Let's talk on the side." Mu Ningxue rose to her feet. She naturally took charge of the wheelchair and pushed it out of the room. The room was oddly cold. The Golden Sun Knight observed Xinxia's reaction and withdrew his menacing gaze after noticing she did not reject the move. Chapter 1649. Xinxia's Wrath. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Ningxue roughly described the situation and emphasized how Priest Bude was purposely picking on them and not treating Mo Fan's injuries. As soon as she finished explaining, a lot of footsteps arrived outside the room. The three great priests of the Hall of Faith had arrived. Priest Bude, his forehead covered in sweat, was following them. He looked at Knight Apollo, Saintess Xinxia, and Tata with a confused face. "I wasn't aware of your honor's arrival. Please forgive me for not welcoming you warmly. Is there anything I can do for you?" Priest Bude spoke up hastily. "Why did you lock them up?" Xinxia asked. They were accused of killing young Barbara and stealing the Verdant Dusk. I was only doing my job." Bude's heart pounded heavily as he was answering the question. How did it catch the Saintess' attention? How did such a trivial matter get the Saintess' attention? Where is the evidence? Xinxia demanded. We are still investigating," Priest Bude began to stammer. "You are still investigating?" Xinxia's voice turned colder. Yes, they were using magic on the sacred ground of Mount Lanmu, and we didn't see anyone else apart from them," Bude answered, trying to keep a clear mind. "Why didn't you treat his injuries?" Xinxia demanded. She rose from her wheelchair with a menacing bearing, unlike her usual feeble appearance. I was busy investigating the incident, I didn't have time," Bude tried to explain himself. "Nonsense." Xinxia's eyes suddenly sharpened. There was no wind inside the room, but her hair and her clothes were drifting wildly, as if her anger had burst out from her heart. A strong spiritual tide slammed into Bude's mind fiercely. Bude subconsciously resisted it, but he had no chance of defending himself. Not only was he knocked flying, his soul took a serious blow. The people in the interrogation room fell to their knees after feeling the wrath of the Saintess. The three great priests were about to ask something, but the Saintess, best known for her gentle nature, had suddenly unleashed her wrath without any mercy. They also dropped to their knees and did not dare say a single word. Apollo, Mu Ningxue, and Tata were standing there shocked behind Xinxia. It was Tata's first time seeing Xinxia behave like this. Bude's mind was severely impacted. His hat fell to the ground, and his hair was disheveled. He propped himself up against the wall miserably. He did not dare to put up a fight, finally realizing that the young man he captured had an unusual background.
He did not dare to pretend to be in pain, and quickly crawled over to Xinxia and stuck his head to the ground. I failed to fulfill my duties. Sanctus, please forgive me. Bude was utterly terrified. Sanctus, I suppose there is a misunderstanding. Bude might have had no idea the young man is close to you, so he wrongly accused. A great priest with a white mustache began. Silence! Xinxia snapped. The great priest was stunned. He was one of the 3 great priests in charge of the Hall of Faith. Normally, he would not treat the words of the candidate seriously. He had the urge to intervene when he saw the candidate mistreating his subordinate, but the candidate did not give him any face. It took the great priest by surprise. The other 2 great priests quickly pulled him back and told him not to provoke the candidate for now. Knight Apollo grinned as he looked at the mustached great priest, his expression finally shifting for once. That great priest had never treated the Sanctus seriously. He still dared to act so self-conceited when Bude had picked on someone close to the Sanctus. The old man was asking for it. Sanctus, I will look into it myself. I will do justice to your brother. As for Bude, who abused his authority and neglected human lives, I will punish him accordingly, too, one of the other great priests blurted out. He knew it was unwise to be opposing the Sanctus under the circumstances. Tata emphasized her sigh as she stepped forward. Your Honor, he's going to be fine with me treating his injuries. The Hall of Faith has been flouting the law and disregarding the rules lately. We'll let the great priests handle it. You 3, you are the souls of the Hall of Faith with the highest authority. You will investigate this incident. As for Bude, who couldn't distinguish between right and wrong, we don't need him here anymore. Yes, you're right, Bude shall be punished, the great priest that intervened as the mediator agreed hastily. Mo Fan recovered pretty quickly. His body was as strong as an ox, after all. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a building specially allocated for convalescing patients. It was the familiar bed and the familiar fragrance of the little maid serving him. Mo Fan was not thinking clearly in the interrogation room, but he had still heard Xinxia's angry words. Even Mo Fan had never seen Xinxia behaving like that, let alone Tata and Apollo. For some reason, Mo Fan was actually very proud of her. Brother Mo Fan, do you have a list of daily quests in your mind? Do you only feel comfortable after finishing all your quests? Xinxia moved her wheelchair herself. She had a plate of fruits on her knees to provide Mo Fan with some refreshment. What do you mean? Mo Fan asked, looking confused. Is it really that difficult for you to stay away from dangerous situations? Xinxia grumbled. Mo Fan was left speechless. Xinxia was complaining about how he had been courting death every day. Tata had already told her that a strong super light mage was responsible for his injuries. Why would Mo Fan fight a super mage when he was only an advanced mage? I didn't have a choice, Mo Fan said. Isn't that always the case? Xinxia asked in return. The world is full of evil, so a man with an ambition to become a hero like me is going to be pretty busy. By the way, how long did I sleep? I still have important business to attend to. Speaking of which, that priest Bude, can you find out who was asking him to make things difficult for me? Mo Fan said. Chapter 1650. A continent-level authority. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Xinxia did not expect the incident of the young tyrant Titan's heart and the incident on Mount Lunmu were related. However, she could not get any useful information from Bude. The guy might be terrified, but he still managed to keep a clear mind. He knew he no longer had a future at the Parthenon Temple, so his connection with the other side was his only hope. However, it did not necessarily mean they had no way of getting the information, even if someone was unwilling to spill it the beans. Mo Fan had almost recovered by the time he went to the prison cell. He had a proud grin on as he stared at the captive Bude. Bude's robe of rank had been torn off him. His hair was as messy as a stray dog. He had never imagined he would lose his title, especially when he had been dreaming of becoming a great priest soon. The Parthenon Temple was very strict with their punishments. If someone failed to fulfill their duties or abused their power, the Parthenon Temple might even remove their power as a mage. I told you I was going to make you pay 10 times for what you did. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? They were using you like a simple-minded ox. Mo Fan tapped on the rail. Bude had an urge to beat the crap out of him on seeing his grin. Humph, I will soon be free, even if I am no longer a mage. As for you, you ignorant prick, you have no idea who you are up against. If that person wants you to disappear from this world, you won't even have a tombstone for your grave. Bude snarled back. Be free? Mo Fan smirked. That was not going to happen. People that made a mistake at the Parthenon Temple would never be able to live as normal people. They would be given strenuous work constantly to atone for their crimes. Bude had provoked a candidate. Even if Xinxia was not going to pick on him, how about the people that were trying to pander to her? Xinxia might not have that much power in the Parthenon Temple, but it did not necessarily mean no one was trying to get in her good graces. Oh? Why don't you tell me who I'm up against? I, Mo Fan, have always been fearless before gods and demons. You should threaten me to let you go by telling me his name. How does that sound? Mo Fan proposed. I won't tell you. Bude spat. I know you won't. Apers, it's all you now, Mo Fan said cheerfully. Apers went up to Bude. Her beautiful amber eyes locked his gaze. Bude looked at the young woman whose beauty was beyond human. He was a little confused when the young woman suddenly turned into a man in a brown coat. Bude was overjoyed. He had made the right choice. That person did come to save him. Mo Fan frowned. He left the prison with a stern face. Do you know the guy, the Blue Star Knight? Chris asked when he saw Mo Fan's reaction. No, I don't know him, Mo Fan shook his head. Then why the reaction? I thought it was someone with a formidable background. By the way, this young woman is so impressive. She managed to place Bude under an illusion. It didn't take long to make him say the name. Chris complimented her. The guy Ferren who Bude mentioned is actually someone with great power. He's currently an elder of Dubai's Magic Association, and also the vice president of Athens Magic Association. Not only is he powerful, he has wide connections across many countries. It explains why Bude was trying so hard to stop us, Mu Ningxue informed him. A continent-level elder? Chris exclaimed. Mo Fan's eyes widened. He had assumed Ferren was no ordinary person, but he did not expect him to be an authority at the continental level. It was likely that he was even more powerful than a councilman. Mo Fan was not very familiar with the magic associations, but he knew their directors mostly consisted of a bunch of old monsters. The elders of the Asian Continental Magic Association were most likely around the same level as Panglai. If this Ferren was responsible for everything, would they even have a chance to stop him with their current strength? I bet even Xinxia would have trouble stopping him if she intervened, Mu Ningxue said. I agree. An elder of the Asia Continent Magic Association wouldn't necessarily treat a candidate of the Parthenon Temple seriously. He might even turn against her if he's on Xinxia's side, Mo Fan said. They could not afford to rely on the Parthenon Temple to apply pressure on a continent-level authority. The Parthenon Temple was part of Europe. Even though the 5 continents were supposed to be the highest authority in the world, the Parthenon Temple's influence had surpassed theirs lately. In some ways, the 5 continents were not too fond of the Parthenon Temple. A magic association was involved, and it was at the continent level. There was hardly anything they could do. If it's really that tricky, let's not worry about it anymore, Mu Ningxue said. It was important to act within their capabilities. If their enemy was someone like a councilman, they might still have a chance, but their target was an elder of a continental magic association. The position alone was untouchable, since only the Holy Judgment Court could judge him. Even if the Holy Judgment Court deemed the person guilty, they had to consider the fact if they were strong enough to arrest the guy. The Holy Judgment Court had lost some of their experts when they were arresting Descendan, who was deemed the strongest shadow mage. They had to summon the Greek god of death, Hala, to defeat him. Let's regroup with the others and see if they have discovered anything new. This Farron might not be responsible for collecting the tyrant titan's hearts and the children's hearts. He might only be lending Bartholomew a hand, Mofan said. Let's hope that's the case, Mu Ningxue said. If an authority like him turned out to be the culprit, it was only going to bring more misfortune to the world. Mofan and Mu Ningxue regrouped with Brianka, Zhao Manyang, Mu Bai, and Heidi after Mofan fully recovered from his injuries. The Blue Star Knight Chris, who had nothing better to do, followed them. He was a representative of the Parthenon Temple. If anything happened, an enemy would avoid crossing the line, knowing the Parthenon Temple was involved. Mofan did not want Xinxia to be involved, as they had yet to find out the truth. It was more appropriate to ask Xinxia for help later. After all, they needed to find evidence first. If they did not catch Bartholomew and retrieve the children's hearts, they had no chance of stopping a great authority of the Magic Association. Mofan, Mu Ningxue, and Chris followed the trail left by Brianka and the others. They crossed Mount Lanmu and headed west along the coastline of the Mediterranean Sea. Chris, this steel griffin isn't too bad. Where did you find him? Mofan asked. The griffin had a metallic sheen as it soared across the sky. Its reflection was visible on the surface of the sea not far below. The people on the ground lifted their heads with envious faces. The steel griffin was Chris' contracted beast. Not only was it a ferocious beast, it was a reliable mount, too. It could effortlessly carry Mofan, Mu Ningxue, Apers, and Chris on its back. My family spent all their savings on it. It's also the reason I was promoted to a Blue Star Knight from a probationary knight so quickly, but I've let my family down, Chris answered. You didn't let your family down. I know you're a good person. Keep it up, I might recommend you to Xinxia, so you can serve under that expressionless Apollo, Mofan encouraged him. Are you serious? I've always admired Knight Apollo. I've been working hard to become one of the 12 Olympians, too. Chris blurted out excitedly. It takes a lot of training to become stronger, Mofan chuckled. Xinxia had a regiment of knights, led by Apollo. It was made up of Blue Star Knights and Golden Sun Knights. The knights would always be on her side, whether or not she won the election and became the goddess. The knights would be loyal to her even if she quit the election. Thank you so much, Chris said with a sincere smile. He did not expect his kindness to give him a chance to return to the Hall of Knights. Mofan wrapped his hands around the back of his head and exclaimed, I've always wanted a flying contracted beast. Such a pity, I accidentally wasted my second contract on someone. Apers was right beside Mofan. It was obvious who he was referring to. The successor of Queen Medusa almost jumped up and bit the shameless prick to death. Apers withheld her anger and answered coldly, Get rid of the contract, and I'll give you a golden serpent with 9 wings, a ruler-level creature. Forget it, I think you have a greater potential than the golden serpent. It's fine if you can't fly, but I can still ride you if it's necessary. I wonder if there's any spell that can let me fly once I reach the super level, Mofan replied shamelessly. Mofan was communicating with Apers mentally. If Mu Ningxue knew what he had said, she would have kicked him off the griffin from a height of 1,000 meters. On the surface, Apers seemed to have no idea what Mofan was hinting at and did not treat his words seriously. She had been enduring every day. The most important thing she learned from wandering in human territories to escape from her sisters over the years was nothing other than endurance. One day, she would figure out a way to bite Mofan on the neck without harming herself. She would poison the shameless prick to death with her deadly venom.